Chapter 638. August 6th, second update. Even if it was only a low-grade profound grade martial art, its speed would still be faster than other low-grade profound grade martial arts. In the future, it would be possible to train mid-grade, upper grade, and even supreme grade martial arts. Yi Xing naturally chose it. As for the difficulty of training, Yi Xing didn't take it into consideration. He had never encountered any difficulty in any martial arts he had trained. Although he had only trained 4 types of black tortoise, Yi Xing had already flipped through hundreds of black tortoise secret manuals and scanned their contents into his brain. Yi Xing didn't have the energy to train all the martial arts to perfection. However, memorizing their training methods was a piece of cake for him. Yi Xing, although memorizing the training methods couldn't increase Yi Xing's strength, it could greatly increase his knowledge of martial arts. This would have a certain effect on Yi Xing's martial arts training. Yi Xing didn't stay in the Black Martial Palace for long. After leaving the palace, he didn't rush to train martial arts. Instead, he sat down cross-legged outside the palace, took out a cosmic extreme flower, ate it, and started cultivating. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base to peak first-level astral reaching realm. Then, he would take a mid-grade profound bone pellet to strengthen his bones and muscles and raise his cultivation base to second-level astral reaching realm. The higher one's cultivation base, the easier it would be to train martial arts. Yi Xing's breakthrough to 2-star venerable wasn't too difficult. Of course, he would train martial arts after that. Any kind of herb would get worse the more one ate it. The first time one ate, it would have the best effect, and the cosmic extreme flower was the same. A single cosmic extreme flower had raised Yi Xing's cultivation base by a lot. In only a few hours, he had gone from early first level to mid-first level. The later ones were a bit less effective. Yi Xing ate 5 of them and spent 2 days to break through to peak first level. After consolidating his cultivation base, Yi Xing's lips curled up. He opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Finally, he could break through to the second level of astral reaching realm. Counting the time since he had broken through to the astral reaching realm, it had only been 2 months. To have broken through to the next realm in such a short time, Yi Xing was indeed a bit excited. Yi Xing still had a lot of eternity flowers. Soon, his astral reaching realm cultivation base would usher in a period of rapid breakthroughs. Yi Xing took out the profound skeleton pill. The elixir that Yi Xing had obtained in the Star Hall had the effect of strengthening the body, but it mainly strengthened the skin and flesh. The bone elixir had the word bone in it, so it was obviously mainly used to strengthen the bones. Bones played an extremely important role in humans' body. Only when the bones were strong would the body be truly strong. Although the appearance was strong, the bones were only for show. When one's bones were strong, not only would their physique be strong, their strength would be strong, and their ability to produce blood would also be strong. Their blood and qi would naturally surge. With a strong blood and qi, nutrients would be transmitted to every part of their body, and naturally, their skin and flesh would be strengthened as well. Therefore, whether the body was strong or not depended on the bones. As a profound grade pill, the profound skeleton pill was naturally much more effective than spirit grade pills. Its main effect was to strengthen the bones and grasp the body's foundation. In this aspect, it was of a higher grade than the spirit grade pills Yi Xing had obtained before. Yi Xing adjusted his aura and ate the profound skeleton pill. Yi Xing immediately felt a surging power explode in his body. Yes, it was indeed exploding. This power was too vigorous, and the speed at which it spread out was too fast, just like an explosion. If not for Yi Xing's powerful body, the explosion would have been enough to injure him. The profound skeleton pill could only be barely withstood by a venerable's body. A mid-grade profound skeleton pill could even injure a normal venerable's body. If a Taoist ate a mid-grade profound skeleton pill, his body would directly explode, and he would die a violent death. Without needing Yi Xing to take the initiative to guide it, the surging medicinal power surged in Yi Xing's body like a river, rushing through his meridians to his entire body. 1/3 of the medicinal power spread to his flesh and blood, while 2/3 of the medicinal power rushed to his bones. In an instant, a grinding sound came from Yixing's body. His bones were affected by the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill and were rapidly strengthening. The medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was too vigorous. Even though Yixing's flesh and bones were rapidly absorbing it, the medicinal power in his body could not be dispersed in a short period of time. It would take a lot of time for him to completely absorb and refine it. As time passed, the sound in Yixing's body gradually changed. At first, it was a grinding sound, but it slowly turned into the sound of frying beans. In the end, it turned into the sound of a bowstring being pulled. In the end, there was the sound of surging water like a spring. In fact, after Yixing's bones had been strengthened, their hematopoietic function had greatly increased. A large amount of blood was constantly being produced, gushing out from his bone marrow and flowing into his major blood vessels. As the medicinal power of the profound skeleton pill was gradually absorbed and refined, his body was reborn. Yixing's cultivation also naturally increased by a realm, breaking through to the second level of the astral reaching realm, becoming a 2-star venerable. When the last medicinal power was absorbed by his flesh and bones, Yixing felt his entire body brimming with power. He had the illusion that he could lift the sky and pierce through the earth. This was a sign that his energy was too abundant. Yixing wanted to find a target to vent his energy, to vent the berserk power in his body. This was naturally the best time to cultivate martial arts. Yixing stood up, and the bones in his body stretched out, letting out the sound of a bowstring being pulled. His body was full of tenacity. His body twisted, and the sound of frying beans immediately rang out, full of explosive power. Good. I've finally become a 2-star venerable. I'll go to the martial training palace to cultivate martial arts, and then continue cultivating. I want to see how many realms my eternity flower can help me break through. Yixing faintly smiled. He was in a very good mood as he walked towards the martial training palace. After entering the palace, an opponent with the same cultivation as Yixing appeared. It was a 2-star venerable. Yixing's strength naturally couldn't be compared to a venerable of the same realm. However, Yixing had just started learning the black tortoise martial arts, and it would be difficult for him to fight against a strong opponent. It was just right for him to use a 2-star venerable as practice. After the 2-star venerable appeared, he immediately pounced at Yixing. Yixing first cultivated the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to dodge the opponent's attack. If he made a mistake and couldn't dodge, he would face the opponent head-on. If he cultivated for 2 hours, Yixing's attainments in the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique would increase rapidly, reaching the small success stage. This was mainly because Yixing's after-image footwork had reached perfection. Compared to a low-grade black class movement technique, his attainments were quite high, equivalent to greater success stage. In this way, Yixing could easily cultivate the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique to the small success stage. The small success stage of the 9 Heavens Heavenly Wander technique was very fast, and the 2-star venerable could barely touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Yixing put on the dark pattern boxing gloves and began to cultivate the dark soul subduing fist. Yixing's fist art, spear art, and archery art were all top-grade spirit rank. His attainments in them had reached the acme of perfection. This made it easy for him to cultivate a low-grade, profound rank martial art to the greater success stage. Yixing cultivated one martial art after another, and the low-grade black class fist, spear, and archery skills quickly reached the small success stage. Chapter 639. August 16th. First update. The targets in the Martial Training Palace went from 2-star venerables to 3-star venerables, and finally to 4-star venerables. Yixing battled with targets of different realms. Before reaching major completion, the speed of his martial attainments was very fast. In merely 10 days, Yixing's scorching merciless arrow, shadowless lethal spear, dark soul subduing fist, and 9 Heavens God Wander art had all reached major completion. There was an essential difference between Spirit Martial Realm and Black Tortoise. Transformative Realm upper grade Spirit Martial Realms might was comparable to Great Completion Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realm. However, Transformative Extreme Grade Spirit Martial Realms might was inferior to Great Completion Low Grade Black Tortoise. Yixing cultivated 4 types of Low Grade Black Tortoise to Great Completion. His previous accumulation of martial attainments had already been used up. The difficulty of further cultivation would be greatly increased. Cultivating low-grade Black Tortoise to perfection and Transformative Realm was a huge undertaking. Yixing retreated from the martial training palace, preparing to raise his cultivation first. The path of martial arts had to be done step by step. One should not eat too much in one go. Sometimes, it wasn't the best way to go about it. Taking a break midway, doing something else to relax, and then continuing to study would have better results. Yixing was like this. After breaking through to 2-star venerables, he was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he went to the martial training palace to practice martial arts, letting his tense nerves relax. After cultivating 4 types of low-grade Black Tortoise to great completion, Yixing was also not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he switched to the Falling Star incantation, letting his tense nerves relax. Heaven and earth, day and night, yin and yang, 1 positive and 1 negative, 1 tense and 1 relaxed. Only with proper cultivation could one have great achievements and achieve goals at the fastest speed. Yixing sat down cross-legged, continuing to use Ian Extreme flowers to cultivate, increasing the speed of Astral Reaching Realm. When he was at the first level of Astral Reaching Realm, Yixing had only used 5 Eternity Flowers to stabilize his cultivation base to the peak. Now that he had become a 2-star Venerable, he had also eaten several Eternity Flowers. Their effects had weakened somewhat, so he needed a lot more than when he was at the first level. 10 Eternity Flowers, Yixing's cultivation base stabilized to the mid-second level. The 20 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the late second stage. 50 Eternity Flowers had been consolidated to the peak of the second stage. After spending a month and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of 80 stalks of Eternity Flower, Yixing finally stabilized his cultivation base to the peak of the second level. Based on the value of the Ian Extreme Flowers, 80 Ian Extreme Flowers had been consumed just for a 2-star Venerable. This price was a bit high. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Yixing felt that it was worth it to be able to consolidate his cultivation to level 2 peak within a month. Yixing didn't care about the value of the Ian Extreme Flower. What he cared about was his own martial arts. No matter how great the price, it was worth it. After reaching level 2 peak, Yixing stopped cultivating. If he wanted to break through the cultivation barrier in one go, it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the 3rd-star Venerable Realm. However, the consumption of Ian Extreme Flowers would definitely be a huge number, and the time it would take would also not be short. At this time, it was better to first relax and cultivate martial arts. He could continue to consolidate his cultivation base in battle. Perhaps he would be able to break through the cultivation barrier unknowingly. The speed wouldn't be much slower than using the Ian Extreme Flowers to forcefully break through. Even if the breakthrough didn't happen naturally, once he consolidated his cultivation base to a certain extent, using the Ian Extreme Flowers to forcefully break through would be much easier than now. Entering the martial training hall, Yixing began to cultivate martial arts. The 2-star Venerables and 3rd-star Venerables trial targets were quickly destroyed by Yixing. Even the 4-star Venerables didn't last long against Yixing's great accomplishment low-grade, profound martial technique. It was only when the 5-star Venerables trial targets appeared that Yixing felt a huge pressure. This wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a pursuit of martial arts attainment. Yixing didn't use his astrology, purely relying on martial arts to fight. Yixing's profound, low-grade Falling Star incantation had reached the peak of level 7 after breaking through to the 2-star Venerable Realm. Afterwards, during the process of cultivation, his astral energy had already transformed to level 3 mid-grade profound martial technique. In terms of astral energy strength, Yi Xing was far superior to a 3-star venerable. Compared to a 4-star venerable, it was only because of the difference in cultivation level. Yi Xing was fighting with a profound martial artist of the great accomplishment realm. His comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to that of a 4-star venerable. The amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth that he could use was much more than that of a 4-star venerable. However, a 5-star venerable's strength was much stronger than a 4-star venerable's. Perhaps the 5-star venerable's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was inferior to Yi Xing's, but in terms of martial arts attainment, they were superior. When a low-grade, profound martial technique was used, it was close to great accomplishment. The amount of heaven and earth's yuan qi that was drawn was no less than Yi Xing's. Adding on the suppression of 3 levels of cultivation, their strength was naturally far superior to Yi Xing's. If he used his astrology, Yi Xing's pressure against a 5-star venerable would be greatly reduced. However, with pressure comes motivation. As long as he faced a powerful opponent and was in a dangerous situation, it could stimulate Yi Xing's potential to the greatest extent. Only then could his martial arts attainment increase faster in battle. When Yi Xing fought with the 5-star venerables, he would sometimes use the dark soul subduing fist to fight with the enemy. Inside, he would use the shadowless lethal spear technique. When it was the most suitable time to use a martial art, Yi Xing would use that martial art. Once he could not block it, Yi Xing would use the 9 heaven spirits wander technique to dodge. After pulling away, he would use the scorching flame, ruthless arrow technique to shoot from a distance. Overall, his attainments in the 4 low-grade, profound martial techniques improved very quickly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he improved by leaps and bounds. However, the one that improved the fastest was still his archery attainment. This was definitely related to Yi Xing's archery attainment being the highest. Furthermore, Yi Xing's talent in archery was also the highest. With the superbrain, he was a natural archer. During his cultivation, Yi Xing's archery attainment improved again. When the conditions were right, he naturally broke through to the 7 changes of heart. The breakthrough in his archery attainment increased the speed of his archery attainment. In just a month or so, Yi Xing's scorching flame, ruthless arrow technique broke through to the perfection realm first. A low-grade, profound, martial technique at the perfection realm was very powerful. When Yi Xing used the earth profound bow to execute the scorching flame, ruthless arrow technique, the power of the arrows shot out had reached a level where even a 5-star venerable would be in danger. There were a few times when the 5-star venerable's trial targets were unable to completely dodge Yi Xing's arrows. They also could not block them and were shot in the body. Of course, the arrows only hit unimportant parts of the body. The damage caused was very low and could not destroy the trial targets. This was when Yi Xing did not use his astrology. If he used his astrology, the power would be stronger. The damage caused might be able to destroy the trial targets. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, it would be even more stable. He would definitely be able to kill the trial targets in one shot. The 7 changes of heart's archery attainment meant that Yi Xing's heart force had reached the 7th layer. Although Yi Xing's heart force leaned towards archery, it was still useful for other martial cultivation. In the next half a month, the shadowless lethal spear technique, dark soul, subduing fist, and 9 heaven spirits wander technique all broke through to the perfection realm. Chapter 640. Second update. August 16th. 4 low-grade Xuanwu martial arts, all complete. For a 2-star venerable, this was already an extremely high martial attainment. Even some monstrous geniuses would rarely be able to cultivate low-grade Xuanwu martial arts to completion when they were 2-star venerables. Moreover, all 4 kinds of low-grade Xuanwu martial arts were complete. After a month and a half of battle, although Yi Xing hadn't broken through to 3-star venerable, he could feel that his cultivation base had already consolidated to the limit of the 2nd layer, touching the edge of the 3rd layer of astral reaching realm. At this realm, the accumulation of cultivation base could naturally lead to a breakthrough. The reason why he hadn't broken through was probably because the last time was too close. However, without a natural breakthrough, Yi Xing took the initiative to push it. Breaking through to 3-star Venerable was naturally easy. Yi Xing sat down cross-legged and took out a stalk of eternity flower. Borrowing its medicinal power, he attacked the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. After a day and a night, Yi Xing had only taken 4 stalks of eternity flower to break through the barrier of the third layer of astral reaching realm. The astral aura within his body had undergone a qualitative change, and his perception of the natural Yuan Qi had become even clearer. Yi Xing's cultivation base had broken through to the third layer of astral reaching realm, becoming a 3-star Venerable. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, he had only used 2 months to break through to 2-star Venerable. Then, after another 2.5 months, he had broken through to 3-star Venerable. This kind of speed, even when he was at astral Venerable, could be regarded as godly speed compared to ordinary martial artists. In the astral reaching realm, even among the monstrous geniuses of the star continent, which one of them didn't need at least a year to break through to the next realm. If one reached high-level astral reaching realm, it might even take several years to break through to the next realm. However, Yi Xing had broken through 2 realms in less than half a year. For other martial artists, this was simply the speed of light. Of course, Yi Xing's true cultivation speed wasn't this fast. The reason for this godly speed was because of the eternity flower in his body. In addition, the mid-rank mysterious skeleton pellet had greatly shortened the time needed for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough. If it were under normal circumstances, it would already be a very fast speed for Yi Xing to make a breakthrough in half a year in the early astral reaching realm. After becoming a 3-star Venerable, Yi Xing's perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become much clearer. His understanding of heaven and earth had also reached a mysterious state. Yi Xing was overjoyed. This kind of state could only be encountered by chance, and it was the best state to comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was because Yi Xing had broken through successively in the Exalt realm in a short period of time, and it had caused him to be in such a state. Perhaps it was because of some other reason, but Yi Xing didn't care about all of that right now. He instantly restrained his thoughts, maintained his calm, and comprehended the grand momentum of the heavens and the earth. This state lasted for about 2 hours before returning to normal. Although it hadn't been long, Yi Xing's harvest was enormous. Whether it was the grand momentum of wind, fire, or darkness, all of them had improved by a considerable degree. When a martial artist became a high-level Venerable, they would be able to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to the realm of one with the world. However, in order to comprehend the grand momentum of the heavens and earth to perfection, only a high-level astral ocean realm titled Emperor would be able to do so. There was a huge gap in cultivation between high-level Venerable and high-level King. However, within this cultivation level, ordinary martial artist comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth would be at the realm of one with the world. However, high-level Venerable, low-level King, and mid-level King naturally had different levels of comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth. Therefore, there were also differences in the realm of one with the world. If Yi Xing's previous state of one with the world was still at the high-level Venerable realm, then he had already reached the low-level King realm. It could be seen that the effects of these 2 hours of comprehension were enormous. That mysterious state disappeared, and Yi Xing continued to comprehend in detail, thoroughly understanding the grand momentum of the heavens and earth in his heart. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the martial training palace. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of astral reaching realm, and his comprehension of the grand momentum of the heavens and earth was even higher. This was even more advantageous for his martial arts cultivation. His chances of cultivating the 4 low-level profound martial arts to perfection had increased by a lot. However, Yi Xing didn't plan to cultivate the martial arts to perfection after entering the martial training palace this time. This would take a long time. Once his cultivation reached the peak of the third level, then he would spend a long time cultivating martial arts, which would also be of great help in consolidating his cultivation. Right now, he was just familiarizing himself with his strength after breaking through to the 3-star venerable realm. As long as he was familiar with his strength and body, he would be able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. After becoming a 3-star venerable and reaching perfection of the low-level profound martial realm, the trial target of the 5-star venerable realm was naturally not enough. It wasn't long before Yi Xing destroyed it. Now that the trial target of the 6-star venerable realm had appeared, Yi Xing once again felt an enormous pressure. Yi Xing cultivated in the martial training palace for a few days, familiarizing himself with the strength of the 3-star venerable realm, and then left. Sitting cross-legged outside the martial training palace, Yi Xing calmed his mind and took out the Ian Extreme flower, continuing to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Time flew by, and by the time Yi Xing reached the peak of the third level, more than a month had already passed. As for the Ian Extreme flower, the further he progressed, the weaker its effects became. He had consumed several hundred stalks. Yi Xing stood up with a smile on his face. No matter how many Ian Extreme flowers he consumed, he wouldn't feel any heartache. Raising his cultivation was the key. Right now, he was a 3-star venerable. If he broke through another realm, he would become a 4-star venerable. However, the difference was like the difference between a low-level venerable and a mid-level venerable. Yi Xing was looking forward to breaking through to the 4-star venerable realm. My cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level, and the falling star incantation has reached the 4th level. Everything is ready. Next, it's time to see if I can break through to the transformation realm with the low-level profound martial realm. Yi Xing thought to himself as he walked toward the martial training palace. Entering the martial training palace, another long period of cultivation began. Yi Xing had the super brain to scan and correct his moves. Every time he fought, Yi Xing would know where his mistakes were and would constantly correct them. No matter how good his master's guidance was, it couldn't compare to the super brain's understanding of himself, and it couldn't compare to his own self-correction. This caused Yi Xing's martial attainments to be constantly perfected. There was no limit to it until he stepped into the transformation realm. For Yi Xing, the transformation realm wasn't a problem. The only problem was time. More than a month later, his ruthless flame arrow incantation reached the transformation realm first. Yi Xing immediately sensed that his archery skills had reached the transcendent state of the low-class black level. There was a strong connection between him and the bow. This was a very mysterious state. The bow and arrow in Yi Xing's hands became incomparably mysterious. It was as if he could perform a perfect martial art move with just a raise of his hand. This was the manifestation of the unity of man and weapon. Yi Xing had become one with the bow and arrow, becoming an archery master among weapon masters. Becoming an archery master was the prerequisite for comprehending the arrow intent. Among archery martial artists, only those who comprehended the arrow intent could be considered a truly powerful divine archer. Now, Yi Xing had finally reached this condition. He had reached a higher level in archery and become a master. Chapter 641. Mastering One Art. Mastering all arts. After the ruthless flame arrow art reached the transcendent realm, the dark soul, subduing fist art, and the shadowless deadly spear art also reached the transcendent realm. Yi Xing not only became a master of archery, but he also became a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts. Compared to most master weaponsmiths, Yi Xing could be considered as a multi-talented person. This was all thanks to the superbrain. Otherwise, with Yi Xing's cultivation at such a young age, no matter what kind of weapon he used, he wouldn't have been able to reach the level of one with the weapon. Compared to the other martial arts, the Nine Heavens Wander art was much more difficult to reach the transcendent realm. It took him more than 10 days to reach the transcendent realm. After 2 months, he had reached the transcendent realm in all 4 low-grade profound martial arts. He could go to the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall to learn mid-grade profound martial arts. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, the number of mid-grade, profound martial arts was less than half of the number on the first floor. There were only 60 books. Yixing followed his usual practice and chose only 4 martial arts: archery, spear arts, fist arts, and qigong. Qigong was naturally still the Nine Heavens Wander art. As for the other martial arts, Yixing continued to choose the fire attribute archery, wind attribute spear arts, and dark attribute fist arts. In terms of actual combat, Yixing was already a master weaponsmith. Every move he made was a unique skill. In terms of martial arts, Yixing had learned 3 martial arts and a set of archery skills from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. Therefore, Yixing chose the mid-grade profound martial arts because he didn't need it for actual combat. He just needed to cultivate it and improve the connection between him and his weapon. Master weaponsmiths wasn't the limit of the transcendent realm. Above the transcendent realm was martial intent. Comprehending martial intent was Yixing's true goal. Therefore, Yixing only needed to cultivate the mid-grade profound martial arts and not rely on them to fight. Yixing cultivated 4 mid-grade Xuanwu mantras, but he only managed to reach the great accomplishment stage. Martial arts mantras were very easy to cultivate. If one was unable to reach a certain level, there was only one reason: one's cultivation was insufficient. If the mental cultivation method wasn't perfect, then the martial arts wouldn't be able to reach the transcendent realm. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Only when he had a breakthrough and became a 4-star or 5-star venerable would he be able to reach the transcendent realm. Yixing sensed the progress of his cultivation. He had indeed consolidated to the limit of the 3-star venerable realm. However, he did not feel the barrier of the 4th level of astral reaching realm. Only by sensing the cultivation barrier of the next realm would one have the hope of forcibly breaking through. If one couldn't even sense the cultivation barrier, then even if one forcibly broke through, there would be no way forward. A 4-star venerable is a mid-level venerable. Although I've experienced many battles to break through to the venerable realm, my cultivation has still improved too quickly. Especially after breaking through to become a 2-star venerable, I've always been in secluded cultivation. I've only fought with the targets of the trial, and I've never experienced a true life and death battle. The reason why I was able to break through to the 3-star venerable realm was because of the Eternity Flower. Now that my foundation isn't solid, it'll be hard for me to make any progress in a short period of time. I've already been in the Star Palace for more than 8 months. It's time to go out. Yixing pondered for a moment and made his decision. Yixing had gained a lot from entering the Star Palace this time. He had made great progress in his martial Tao. He was very satisfied and happy. Master Tortoise, Yixing has left the Star Palace. Before leaving, Yixing respectfully saluted the void in front of him and said, Go. Be careful. Become a king as soon as possible and come back to take the Star Palace. Master Tortoise's voice sounded. Yes. Yixing faintly nodded. He took out the star token and activated the transmission. The star token emitted a gentle light that enveloped Yixing. In an instant, Yixing left the Star Palace and appeared in the Starfall Valley. Huff, 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 huff. Yixing had just appeared in the Starfall Valley when he felt layers of terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Before Yixing could react, he heard a loud shout, He's out. As soon as this voice sounded, Yixing felt the space around him tighten. It was as if it had become an impenetrable wall, imprisoning him. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distance and enveloped the entire world. Yixing immediately felt a sense of suffocation. In just an instant, Yixing saw the dazzling light that seemed to have enveloped the entire world. It was a huge saber aura that almost cut the sky in half. It was an understatement to say that this saber aura could break rivers and cut mountains. If this saber aura fell, it was enough to destroy a city. Now this saber aura was slashing down on Yixing. In an instant, Yixing felt like his soul had left his body. His heart jumped to his throat. Bang! With a loud explosion, That terrifying saber aura was suddenly hit by a black fist aura and exploded into pieces. The explosive shock wave was filled with destructive power. A layer of the nearby mountain peaks was shaved off and collapsed. Yixing was not far from the center of this destructive shock wave. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of impact. In front of him, a tall figure stood, giving off a feeling of indomitable spirit. Where he stood, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The destructive shock wave could not shake him in the slightest. This tall figure was dressed in black and had shoulder-length black hair. Yixing recognized him at a glance. It was the Black Tiger King. The destructive shock wave's power was terrifying, but it dissipated quickly. In just a few breaths' time, everything was calm again. However, the surrounding area was a testament to the terrifying power just now. Meng Tai, with me here, you want to kill someone? Ha ha, dream on. The Black Tiger King roared and laughed loudly. His voice was filled with pride. Yixing was shocked when he heard this. The saber that slashed at him just now was actually the damning Supreme King's attack. No wonder it's so terrifying. I couldn't even move after being struck by the saber. If it weren't for Brother He Biao's help, I would have turned into a pile of minced meat by now. Yixing immediately came to a realization. Why is the damning Supreme King here? And so many Daiyuan dynasty elites. Yixing saw the damning Supreme King and also saw the large number of elites behind Meng Tai. That's right, I killed a venerable from the Great Yuan dynasty here and then entered the Star Hall to cultivate. The people from the Great Yuan dynasty must have found this place and knew that I entered, so they surrounded this place and waited for me. Careless, too careless. Why didn't I consider this problem at that time? If Brother Black Tiger did not save me, I would have been a turtle in a jar. I would have died without a doubt. Yixing's super brain worked quickly. In an instant, he sorted out all the causes and effects. He blamed himself for his carelessness. Brother Black Tiger. Yixing looked at the back of the Black Tiger King and walked up. There was no need for thanks between them, but Yixing's tone was filled with gratitude. The Black Tiger King looked back at Yixing and said, Brother Yixing, you really made people wait. So many people have waited for you for half a year. Chapter 642. Not long after Yixing entered the Starry Hall, the people from the Great Yuan dynasty arrived. Supremacy Qinyu also reported the news of Yixing's return to the Dark Star sect immediately. The Dark Star sect investigated Yixing's whereabouts. The commotion caused by the Great Yuan dynasty naturally attracted the attention of the Dark Star sect. Therefore, the experts of the two factions faced each other at the old site of the Starfall sect. The Great Yuan dynasty wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and kill him. The Dark Star sect wanted to wait for Yixing to come out and save him. Neither side retreated. Of course, they waited for more than half a year. When the two opposing factions faced each other, the smell of gunpowder was naturally very strong. At the beginning, both sides fought every day. There was a small battle every day and a big battle every 3 days. However, the Great Yuan dynasty's target was Yixing. They had not seen their target yet and were unwilling to fight with the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was weaker than the Great Yuan dynasty and did not want to start an all-out war with them. Therefore, the battle did not spread. As time passed, they waited for Yixing but did not come out. They waited for Yixing but did not come out. Both sides were getting impatient, and the battles became fewer and fewer. In the past 10 days, both sides did not fight. The Great Yuan Dynasty Supreme King, Meng Tai, personally moved out. He even brought a bunch of kings and supremacies with him. They waited for more than half a year just to wait for one person. Imagine how angry they were. If not for the fact that Yixing was the demon star in troubled times and had an extraordinary identity that concerned the survival of the Great Yuan Dynasty, the Great Yuan Dynasty would have retreated long ago. Ever since Yixing's performance in the Starry Sky Arena, the Supreme King Meng Tai firmly believed in the words of the Imperial Advisor Si Konyan. He believed that the Great Yuan Dynasty would be destroyed because of Yixing in the future. His killing intent towards Yixing was as firm as a rock. He would not give up until he killed Yixing. Therefore, after confirming that Yi Xing had indeed entered the secret ground, the Supreme King Ming Tai naturally had to wait for Yi Xing to come out so that he could get rid of Yi Xing as soon as possible. The Supreme King Ming Tai refused to back down. Since the Black Biao King wanted to protect Yi Xing, he naturally couldn't back down either. Furthermore, the news of Yi Xing becoming a venerable and killing a 4-star venerable had reached the Dark Star sect and attracted their attention. Yi Xing's performance had surpassed that of any genius in the history of the Star Continent. Even the martial artists who did not approve of the Demon Star in chaotic times had changed their opinions because of Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance. The Black Tiger King reported the news about Yi Xing to his master, the Sovereign Sex Master of the Dark Star sect, and he obtained the support of the Sovereign Sex Master. Only with the orders of the Sovereign Sex Master was the Black Tiger King able to gather the forces of the Dark Star sect and go against the Daryuan dynasty. Otherwise, even though the Black Tiger King's strength was formidable, he was unable to go against the entire Daryuan dynasty by himself. Yi Xing walked over to stand by the Black Tiger King's side, and then his gaze swept past the members of the Dark Star sect, the Daryuan dynasty, and the others before he said with surprise, "So many people have been waiting here for half a year?" The Black Tiger King nodded and said, "If they don't back down, then we can't back down. Confronting each other here and fighting battles occasionally isn't very boring." The Black Tiger King spoke casually, but Yi Xing was very clearly aware of how it felt to have so many people wait here for half a year. Through this incident, Yi Xing was even clearly aware of how firm the Supreme King Meng Tai's confidence in eliminating him was. When he saw Yi Xing's serious expression, the Black Tiger King thought that Yi Xing was afraid of the forces the Daryuan dynasty had put on, and he said with a smile, "Little brother Yi Xing, you don't have to worry. With me, Black Tiger, here, your safety is absolutely not a problem." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King patted his chest. "Black Tiger, you're a 3-star king, yet you're calling a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Don't you feel irritated? You've completely thrown away the face of a king." The Supreme King Ming Tai snorted coldly, and his tone was very displeased. Yi Xing will definitely become a king in the future and become the hero who destroyed the Daryuan dynasty. Why can't I call him my brother? This is my honor, The Black Tiger King chuckled and raised his head slightly, saying, "I'll call whoever I like brother. Ming Tai, don't look at how you're a few hundred years older than me. I'm not interested in calling you my brother, huh?" The Supreme King Meng Tai's expression instantly became gloomy as he shouted, "I'm the Supreme King, the only 4-star king in the Star Continent, the ruler of the Daryuan dynasty. You're the one who's not worthy to call me your brother." The Black Tiger King waved his hand and said, "Don't speak so much nonsense. Meng Tai, with me, Black Tiger, here today, no matter how many people your Daryuan dynasty has, you won't be able to touch a single strand of his hair. You should all retreat as soon as possible. Don't make any useless moves." The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze swept across the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and said, "For Yi Xing's life, all of you have to pay the price with your lives. Is it worth it?" Meng Tai's voice was like a blade, ruthlessly slicing into the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect had people like the Black Tiger King who had long believed that the Demon Star of Chaos could overthrow the Daryuan dynasty. From the beginning to the end, they had stood firmly by the Black Tiger King's side. However, there were also many martial artists of the Dark Star sect who didn't agree with the theory of the Demon Star of Chaos. Although Yi Xing's heaven-defying performance had made them believe that Yi Xing was indeed the Demon Star of Chaos, it didn't mean that they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this Demon Star of Chaos. Therefore, the Supreme King Meng Tai's words had a huge impact on the martial artists of the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing's reaction was very sharp. He immediately saw that many of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect were struggling. Compared to the Daryuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was still slightly weaker. If they fought an all-out war, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. Everyone could see the Supreme King Meng Tai's desire to kill Yi Xing. He wouldn't rest until he killed Yi Xing. Given Meng Tai's desire to kill, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, He wouldn't hesitate even if he had to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. When the Black Tiger King saw that Meng Tai's words had shaken the hearts of the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, he sneered and shouted, "Are the lives of the martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty not lives in your eyes? They have no grudges with Yi Xing. Just because of your desire to kill, they will spill their blood and give up their lives. Is this worth it?" The Supreme King Meng Tai's words were like knives and swords cutting at the heart. How could the Black Tiger King's words not be the same? Yi Xing had the protection of the Dark Star sect. If Meng Tai wanted to take Yi Xing's life, he could only make use of the Daryuan dynasty's advantage in numbers to start an all-out war with the Dark Star sect. Once an all-out war broke out, the Dark Star sect would definitely be at a disadvantage since they were weaker. However, wouldn't the Daryuan dynasty lose people? When two three-star forces started an all-out war with numerous kings attacking, who could guarantee that they wouldn't die except for a few peak experts? Even a king realm cultivator could die in such a battle. The martial artists of the Daryuan dynasty naturally cherished their lives. The Black Tiger King's words were like a heavy hammer in their hearts. They weren't willing to start a war. Chapter 643. August 21st. First update. If an all-out war broke out, both sides would suffer casualties. It was just a matter of numbers. Who could be sure that they wouldn't be among those who died in the war? Therefore, neither the Dark Star sect nor the Great Yuan dynasty wanted to start a war. However, the decision-making power was never decided by numbers. It was in the hands of the paramount king, Meng Tai. To the paramount king, Yi Xing threatened the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, any price would be worth it. The Supreme King Meng Tai's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He swept his gaze over the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty. Everyone could feel the killing intent in Meng Tai's eyes. Immediately, they all put on an aggressive front. It was as if they were ready to fight the Dark Star sect. However, one of the Supremes didn't have time to hide the fear in his heart. The paramount king, Meng Tai, saw it. The paramount king, Meng Tai, shouted coldly, "Are you afraid?" When a war broke out, even a king could die. Although a supremacy was considered an expert in an all-out war, he wasn't much stronger than cannon fodder. Of course, he was afraid. This supremacy managed to calm himself down and advised, "Once the war breaks out, there will be countless casualties. Paramount King, please reconsider." The paramount king, Meng Tai, raised his eyebrows and struck out with his palm. A palm print instantly flew above this supremacy and smashed him into meat paste. "Trash! What's the use of keeping you alive?" The paramount king, Meng Tai, said coldly. All the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. A king of the Ming royal family saw the opportunity and shouted, "We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." All the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists made up their minds and raised their arms. "We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing. We pledge our lives to obey the paramount king's orders and kill the traitor Yi Xing." Their voices were uniform, and their aura was overwhelming. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had absolute authority in the Great Yuan dynasty. In this aspect, he was much stronger than the Black Biao King in the Dark Star sect. Although the Black Tiger King's position in the Dark Star sect was high, he was not the sect master. However, even if he was the Dark Star sect master, he could not make all the martial practitioners in the sect risk their lives with a single order. There was a fundamental difference between the rule of a sect and the rule of a government. Faced with the surging aura of the Great Yuan dynasty cultivators, many of the Dark Star sect cultivators revealed looks of fear. In such a state, once the battle began, many of them would definitely flee. Calm down. There are no cowards in my Dark Star church. Ever since we established our church, we have been fighting against the Great Yuan dynasty for over 1,000 years. Well, have we ever been afraid? Your ancestors have all fought with the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty before. When have they ever been scared off? An old voice rang out from a mountain peak in the distance. An expert of the Dark Star sect exclaimed with surprise. It's the sovereign sex master. The sovereign sex master is with us. That's right. Our ancestors were never afraid. We can't lose face for our ancestors. Fuck. It's not for Yi Xing, but for the dignity of the Dark Star sect. For the sake of our pride, the great Yuan dynasty is nothing. I'm not afraid. All the martial practitioners in the Dark Star sect roared loudly. Their voices were powerful, and some of the martial practitioners who were originally afraid felt the hot blood in their hearts awaken when they heard the roars of the people by their sides, causing them to become strong. Even though there were still some people who were afraid, it was only a small portion of them. The Black Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief when the sovereign sex master spoke out to stabilize the situation. Even though he was strong, he usually didn't care about anything, so his prestige in the Dark Star sect wasn't very high. No matter what he said, it couldn't compare to the sovereign sex master. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, had a firm expression, and he didn't change at all because of the rising morale of the Dark Star sect. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, swept his gaze and roared. I swear that I won't stop until Yi Xing is dead. If your Dark Star sect doesn't hand over Yi Xing, then I'll annihilate your Dark Star sect today and make all of you accompany Yi Xing in death. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, raised his arm, and the hearts of the martial practitioners on both sides instantly leaped up to their throats. So long as the Supreme King gave the order, this place would immediately become hell on earth. Corpses would pile up into mountains, and blood would flow into rivers. The Black Tiger King was slightly nervous as well. An all-out battle between both sides wasn't the outcome he wanted. He roared loudly. Meng Tai, you know my ability. If I want to take Yi Xing away, then none of you can stop me. Your target is Yi Xing, and once I take Yi Xing away, the martial practitioners of the great Yuan dynasty will die for nothing. Is there any meaning to this battle? The Supreme King, Meng Tai, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. His target was Yi Xing. As long as he could kill Yi Xing, he felt that any price he had to pay would be worth it. However, if he couldn't kill Yi Xing, would it be worth it to pay such a huge price? The answer was yes, it wasn't. Although the Dark Star sect's strength wasn't comparable to the great Yuan dynasties, a three-star faction that had developed for over 1,000 years couldn't be underestimated. Even if the great Yuan dynasty could win this battle, it would still be a huge loss to kill 1,000 enemies and inflict heavy losses on themselves. It would definitely cause the great Yuan dynasty to suffer a great loss. If they could kill Yi Xing, then the losses would be worth it. However, if they couldn't kill Yi Xing, then wouldn't the losses be for nothing? Thinking about whether it was worth it or not, the Supreme King, Meng Tai's fighting spirit instantly cooled down. However, when the Supreme King, Meng Tai, thought about it from a different angle, the sharpness in his eyes suddenly intensified. Yi Xing was a demonic star in troubled times. For the future of the great Yuan dynasty, Yi Xing had to be eliminated. Now that Yi Xing was right in front of him, how could he give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction? If news of this were to spread, others would think that he, the Supreme King, was afraid of the Dark Star sect. What a joke. He was the Supreme King, the ruler of the great Yuan dynasty, the ruler of the entire Starland. How could he be afraid of the Dark Star sect? Even if it wasn't to kill Yi Xing, for the sake of his face and dignity, he couldn't give up just because of the Dark Star sect's obstruction. For the sake of his face and the dignity of the great Yuan dynasty, the fighting spirit in Meng Tai's eyes had reached its limit. He was about to give the order to start the battle. Wait! Yi Xing had been paying attention to the changes in the Supreme King's emotions all this time. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. Yi Xing knew that at this point, the Dark Star sect's persistence and the great Yuan dynasty's persistence no longer focused on him, Yi Xing. Instead, it had become a matter of face and dignity for both parties. The Dark Star sect didn't retreat, not because the people of the Dark Star sect were willing to risk their lives with Yi Xing, but because of their dignity. The Supreme King, Meng Tai, insisted on fighting not because he wanted his subordinates to die meaninglessly, but also because of his dignity. Since the main point was no longer Yi Xing, this matter was easy to handle. In fact, both parties didn't want to start the battle. It was just that they didn't have a way out. As long as they gave each other a way out, the matter would be resolved. The Supreme King, Meng Tai's gaze landed on Yi Xing. His hand, that was about to wave down, paused in midair. He said, "Do you have anything to say? Do you want to surrender?" Chapter 644. Surrender? Ha! Yi Xing chuckled. Suddenly, his eyes were like lightning as his aura surged. "Damn, Supreme King, do you dare to make a bet with me?" The martial artists of the Great Yuan Dynasty and Dark Star Sect were shocked. At this critical moment, Yi Xing actually wanted to make a bet with the Supreme King Meng Tai. Bet on what? The damning Supreme King glanced coldly at Yi Xing and said, "What qualifications do you have to make a bet with me? What do you have that's worth me making a bet with you?" His voice was filled with disdain and even anger. He was the Supreme King, a 4-star king. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 3-star venerable. The two of them were on completely different levels. Although Yi Xing was the demon star of troubled times and was someone that the Supreme King Meng Tai had to kill, he had never placed Yi Xing on the same level as him. A mere 3-star venerable dared to make a bet with him. This ignited the rage in Meng Tai's heart. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he was about to give the order. However, the damning Supreme King's arm had already swung down. Yi Xing immediately shouted, "You don't dare!" The moment these words came out, the damning Supreme King's arm froze in the void. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Yi Xing and said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're the one who's not worthy." The Black Tiger King was also shocked by Yi Xing's words. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, the situation isn't good now. Why you have to anger Meng Tai? The angrier he is, the harder it will be for you to escape. When the battle starts later, don't make a move. Stay close to me, and I'll bring you out. Don't cause any trouble." Yi Xing smiled at the Black Tiger King and did not explain further. He continued to speak to the damning Supreme King. "I'm the demon star of troubled times. Your Great Yuan Dynasty will be destroyed by me, Yi Xing. Why wouldn't I have the qualifications? Besides, you said that I don't have anything to bet with you." "Wrong. Don't you want my life? Then I'll bet my life with you. How about it?" "Your life?" The Supreme King Meng Tai blinked his eyes, revealing a sliver of interest. He lowered his arm that was raised in the air. His snake-like eyes stared at Yi Xing as he said, "Betting your life? This prince is rather interested. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "The Great Yuan Dynasty has unified the world. The Meng royal family stands at the peak of the Great Yuan Dynasty. They're definitely powerful and have many geniuses. No matter which realm they are in, there will always be people with extremely powerful strength that far surpasses ordinary warriors of the same realm." The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his head slightly and said, "Of course." The Great Yuan Dynasty's cultivators also revealed complacent expressions, especially the Meng royal clan's cultivators. They were the most arrogant. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star Church, they all frowned, their faces filled with displeasure. Yi Xing was actually flattering the Great Yuan Dynasty and the Meng royal family. The Black Biao King looked at Yi Xing with interest. He knew that Yi Xing would definitely not flatter the Great Yuan Dynasty. He was definitely not done with his words. As the Black Biao King expected, Yi Xing sneered and his tone changed. Saying that they are people with extremely powerful strength is actually giving them too much credit. Compared to ordinary warriors, their strength is just a bit more outstanding. However, in the eyes of Yi Xing, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How can they be called geniuses? They're more like dog farts. The displeasure on the faces of the Dark Star Church's cultivators immediately disappeared. Their faces were filled with joy. There were even quite a few who laughed out loud. As for the Great Yuan Dynasty's cultivators, their complacent expressions froze on their faces. Their expressions became extremely interesting. Paramount King Meng Tai thought that Yi Xing was pleading for leniency. He never expected that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xing would disparage the Meng royal clan's cultivators to the point that they were inferior to dogs. He was simply fuming with anger. However, before Paramount King Meng Tai could say anything, Yi Xing raised his voice and continued. Damn Paramount King, you better believe me. Although I'm only a 3-star venerable, your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables are nothing but chickens and dogs in my eyes. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. I will issue a life and death challenge to any of your Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Let's see who will win and who will lose. If I lose, I will lose my life. Damn Paramount King, do you dare to make this bet? Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables, do you dare to make this bet? The moment Yi Xing's words left his mouth, the Dark Star Church's cultivators were all stunned. Yi Xing was only a 3-star venerable, but he was actually challenging any of the Meng royal clan's mid-level venerables. Crazy. This was simply crazy. The Dark Star Church's cultivators found it hard to believe that Yi Xing would issue such a stupid challenge. This was simply courting death. 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star venerables were all mid-level venerables. Perhaps Yi Xing's strength was truly heaven-defying, and he was able to fight against 4-star venerables and 5-star venerables. But wasn't the gap between a 3-star venerable and a 6-star venerable too great? Although Yi Xing had killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, and he had also killed an enemy that was 3 realms higher than him, the Dark Star Church's cultivators had not seen it with their own eyes. What they heard was false. Some things could not be understood unless one saw it with their own eyes. Naturally, they did not have much confidence in Yi Xing's strength. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased, the difficulty of challenging someone of a higher realm would also increase. Even if Yi Xing had indeed killed a 4-star venerable when he was a 1-star venerable, now that he had become a 3-star venerable, he might not necessarily be able to fight against a 6-star venerable. Taking a step back, Yi Xing did indeed have the strength to challenge a 6-star venerable. However, the great Yuan dynasty was filled with geniuses. Could it be that there were no 6-star venerable geniuses that could challenge a 6-star venerable? Even though they were all 6-star venerables, there was still an enormous difference in strength. Yi Xing was not challenging a 6-star venerable. He was challenging any one of them. If the great Yuan dynasty chose the strongest 6-star venerable to fight against Yi Xing, then wouldn't Yi Xing be dead? The Dark Star Church's cultivators were dumbfounded. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. In the end, they could only think of one word: idiot. The great Yuan dynasty's cultivators were also shocked. They simply could not believe that someone would issue such a challenge. This was simply a suicidal challenge. He was actively seeking death. In the Meng royal clan, there were many 6-star venerables. Among them, there were those with ordinary strength, those with powerful strength, and those with strength that could sweep away those of the same realm. There was even a combat genius that could contend against a 7-star venerable. No one believed that Yi Xing, a mere 3-star venerable, could defeat all the 6-star venerables of the Meng royal clan. This was simply impossible. The great Meng king, Meng Tai, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Xing. He wanted to see through Yi Xing's background and see through Yi Xing's actual strength. Although this was impossible, a suicidal challenge, a foolish challenge, Meng Tai found it very difficult to associate Yi Xing with a foolish person. Unfortunately, Yi Xing's expression remained the same. Meng Tai was unable to see anything. Yi Xing was like a deep pool of water. He was unable to see through it. Chapter 645. The Supreme King Meng Tai did not rashly make a decision. He just looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing chuckled and said, "Could it be that the Supreme King really doesn't dare to?" Indeed, although the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family aren't weak, in front of me, Yi Xing, they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Not sending them to their deaths is the right thing to do. How about this? If you don't dare to challenge one, I'll challenge 10. How about it? Ha! I, Yi Xing, will challenge 10 mid-level venerables of your Meng royal family. I'll accept their challenge. Great Supreme King of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to make a bet with me? You bunch of chickens and dogs of the Meng royal family, I'll fight 10 of you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Yixing's tone was impassioned. He looked down on the martial artists of the Meng royal family to the extreme. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect were dumbfounded by Yixing's words. As for the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were all furious. This was especially true for the martial artists of the Meng royal family. They had never been looked down upon before. They were so angry that they were jumping like thunder. At this point, even the Supreme King, Meng Tai, felt his face burning as hot blood rushed to his head. The Supreme King Meng Tai widened his eyes and yelled, "Good! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish and make a bet with you." Yixing was overjoyed. Since he had agreed to the bet, the battle situation today would naturally be resolved. As for the life and death battle with the mid-level venerables of the Meng royal family, Yixing seemed like a suicidal challenge to others. However, in Yixing's heart, this was a challenge that he would definitely win. The reason why Yixing only challenged the mid-level venerables was because he did not plan to reveal his strength in his dragon form. He only wanted to fight in his human form. However, if the mid-level venerables of the other party had heaven-defying battle strength that was not inferior to a 7 or 8-star venerable lord, then Yixing could only reveal his dragon form and kill them. Therefore, no matter what, Yixing would definitely win this battle. Using a challenge that he was sure to win to get rid of the dangerous situation in front of him. Why not? After the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, he continued after a while, "Since it's a battle of life and death, let's set a time, place, and rules." Because of the confrontation with the Dark Star sect, the martial practitioners brought by the Supreme King Meng Tai were mostly kings and high lords. 1st to 6th level astral reaching realm venerables were in the minority. Moreover, the strongest 6-star venerables were not present. Naturally, they would have to fight another time. Furthermore, the Supreme King Meng Tai did not believe that Yixing's strength was truly so heaven-defying that he could sweep through the 6-star venerables of the Meng clan. He believed that Yixing had some other backing. For example, obtaining some powerful forbidden weapons from ancient ruins, or some terrifying talismans, or some pills that could increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. Yixing had gone to mid-level star continents before. It would not be strange for him to obtain forbidden weapons, talismans, pills, and other treasures. Therefore, the battle of life and death had to set the rules. What could be used and what could not be used had to be agreed upon. Whoever broke the rules would be considered the loser. And in a battle of life and death, losing meant death. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted to set the rules, and Yixing was happy to do so. The Great Yuan dynasty had a deep foundation. Yixing was not afraid that they had some powerful treasures. Yixing said, "Set the time 1 month from today, the location." Yixing looked at Black Biao King and said, "Brother Black Biao, you decide on the location." Yixing's safety was in Black Biao King's hands. Black Biao King could decide where he felt was suitable. Black Biao King said, "Green Cloud Mountain." In the past, the founding ancestor of our sect had once fought a great battle with the Yuan Supreme King, Meng Yi, in the Azure Cloud Mountain range. The victor was still undecided. This time, Yixing, you will represent our Dark Star sect and determine the victor between us and the Yuan Empire. Yixing nodded. "All right." The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "The battle in the Green Cloud Mountain is fine, but not for too long. I'll give you half a month at most to prepare. The battle of life and death on the 3rd of March. Battle." The martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty shouted in unison. The Supreme King Meng Tai continued, "In this battle of life and death, other than weapons and armor, you're prohibited from using any external objects. Forbidden weapons, talismans, and pills are all prohibited. If you break the rules, you'll be considered the loser and killed." As he spoke, the Supreme King Meng Tai stared at Yixing. His eyes revealed a meaning. "Don't try to play any tricks. It's useless." Yixing saw this and pretended to be slightly surprised. However, it was only revealed for a moment before it disappeared. Although the change in expression was very slight, Yixing believed that the Supreme King Meng Tai must have seen it. The more he restrained himself, the more the other party would believe him and feel that he was right. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he said, "Weapons and armor can only be mystic grade, middle grade at most. The use of mystic grade, high grade weapons and armor is prohibited." The Supreme King Meng Tai chuckled and said, "No problem. Mystic grade, high grade weapons were rare even for the kings of the Star Continent. They were too powerful. Middle grade venerables could not control them at all." Half a month later, in the Green Cloud Mountain, Yi Xing challenged 10 middle-grade venerables of the Great Yuan dynasty. This battle of life and death was confirmed. "Yi Xing, half a month later, you'll die without a burial ground." "Huh?" The Supreme King Meng Tai laughed and waved his hand. "Retreat." He led the martial artists of the Great Yuan dynasty and left. At this point, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect could finally relax. Just now, both sides were confronting each other. Even if the agreement proposed by Yi Xing made the martial artists of the Dark Star sect feel that he was courting death and were shocked, the string in their hearts had been pulled taut. The Black Biao King withdrew his gaze from the distance and patted Yi Xing's shoulder. "Brother Yi Xing, this bet of yours is too dangerous. How confident are you?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and extended a finger. The Black Biao King's eyes widened. He said in shock, 10%? Are you kidding me? You dare to make such a bet with 10% confidence?" Yi Xing shook his head and said, "It's 100%. Brother Black Biao, just wait for the show. Half a month later, watch how I crush those bullshit experts of the Great Yuan dynasty." The corner of Yi Xing's mouth curled up. His words were full of confidence. 100%? The Black Biao King's eyes were still wide open, but his expression was one of surprise. He said, "Are you sure? You're not tricking me just to make me feel at ease, right?" Yi Xing nodded. "I'm definitely not tricking you. Don't worry." Yi Xing thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to fight after a month to see if there was any hope of him breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm. That way, he would be able to easily crush them. Now that there was only half a month until the battle, breaking through to the 4-star Venerable Realm was basically impossible. However, it didn't matter. Yi Xing still had the dragon form as his trump card. This life and death battle was absolutely safe. The Black Biao King clapped his hands and said happily, "That's good. However, just to be safe, you still have to raise your strength as much as possible in this half a month. You've already become a venerable and can cultivate the Dark Star Xian body. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda is yours." Chapter 646. Second update, August 21st. The news of Yi Xing challenging the Meng dynasty spread like wildfire under the intentional spread of the Black Tiger King's men. Since Yi Xing had full confidence in winning this life and death gamble, the Black Tiger King naturally wanted to make a big deal out of it. He wanted everyone in the world to know about this battle and pay attention to it, creating a huge wave of momentum. Yi Xing, a 3-star venerable, had challenged 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng dynasty. Such a challenge was suicidal in the eyes of the cultivators. If Yi Xing won in the end, the result could be imagined. That would definitely shake the entire Star Continent. It would be a huge blow to the Great Yuan dynasty's power. At that time, the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely shock every cultivator. Once they believed that the demonic star in chaotic times would definitely destroy the Great Yuan dynasty, what confidence would they have in the Great Yuan dynasty? When a majority of the cultivators in the Star Continent lost confidence in the Great Yuan dynasty, then the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum would gain the upper hand. What was momentum? What was luck? The general trend was where the hearts of the people were, and where the hearts of the people were, it was the general trend. Going with the general trend was like the sun in the sky. If one's luck went against the general trend, it would be difficult to do anything. One would be obstructed everywhere. Naturally, one would be extremely unlucky. Although the rumor of the demonic star in chaotic times had already spread throughout the Star Continent, it was only because of the influence of the Dark Star sect in the East Divine Continent that many factions chose to go against the Great Yuan dynasty. However, The other three continents still believed in the strength of the great Yuan dynasty, and the hearts of the ancient martial art practitioners still leaned towards the great Yuan dynasty. As for the Middle Sky continent, needless to say, the cultivators had absolute faith in the great Yuan dynasty. They did not believe that the demonic star in chaotic times could destroy the great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the current momentum of the world was still with the great Yuan dynasty. Even though Yi Xing had obtained the destiny of the Star Continent in the Starry Sky Arena, the great Yuan dynasty's actions were still like a hot knife through butter. Their luck was rather good. The Black Biao King's current momentum was to break the great Yuan dynasty's momentum and cause it to be plagued with misfortune. When the cultivators from all over the Star Continent lost confidence in the great Yuan dynasty, they would naturally turn to the Dark Star sect. Even if they only remained neutral, it would still be a great loss to the great Yuan dynasty. While the news was rapidly spreading throughout the Star Continent, Yi Xing had already returned to the Dark Star Church. Wei Qingxian had already broken through to the astral-reaching realm more than half a year ago. Since then, she has been in closed-door training. You only have less than half a month of training time, so don't disturb her. Focus on training the Dark Star Xian body and increase your strength as much as possible. When Yi Xing asked about Wei Qingxian, the Black Biao King said as he brought Yi Xing to the Dark Star Pagoda, "Lord Emissary, the young hierarch is inside." The Tower Guardian, Zhou Kunchen, walked over. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on the Dark Star Pagoda, and he asked, "How long has he been inside?" Zhou Kunchen said, "It's been a few hours." The Black Biao King said, "It should be out soon. Let's wait for a while." Although Yi Xing was pressed for time, he could afford to wait for 2 to 4 hours. Zhou Kunchen said, "The young hierarch's cultivation base has broken through to the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. I estimate that he has been training in the pagoda for quite some time. Lord Emissary, if we wait, we might have to wait for 2 or 3 days." Yi Xing remembered that when he first came to the Dark Star Pagoda, he had just finished participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Competition and entered the Blood Edge Empire Academy. He was 19 years old at that time, and just happened to meet the Dark Star Church's young hierarch, Zhui Yuping. At that time, Zhui Yuping was 29 years old and had just broken through to the 6-star Venerable Realm. The Black Biao King said that he had broken the Dark Star Church's record. At that time, Yi Xing felt that Zhui Yuping's cultivation speed was heaven-defying. Now, 2 years had passed, and Zhui Yuping was already 31 years old. He had already broken through to the 7th star Venerable Lord realm, and still maintained the Dark Star Church's cultivation record. Moreover, he had high hopes of becoming a 7th star Venerable Lord before the age of 35. He had high hopes of becoming the first person to become a king before the age of 40. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Yi Xing was no longer as amazed by Zhui Yuping's cultivation speed as he had been 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Yi Xing had still been fighting against Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. In Yi Xing's eyes, Zhui Yuping had been extremely powerful. But now, even though Zhui Yuping had become a 7th star Venerable Lord, Yi Xing didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. In these 2 years, Yi Xing had grown far too much. He had seen far too much. There was no one in the Star Continent that could make him feel amazed. On the contrary, he had become a person that all the martial artists in the Star Continent would marvel at. "Old Zhou, tell him to come out." The Black Biao King waved his hand when he heard Zhou Kunchen say that he would have to wait for 2 or 3 days. He could wait for 2 or 4 hours, or even a few hours, but the Black Biao King couldn't let Yi Xing wait for 2 or 3 days no matter what. The battle had been set for the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Yi Xing's time was very tight. At most, he would only be able to cultivate for 10 or so days. The Black Biao King knew that Yi Xing's physique was special. He could absorb the Dark Star energy endlessly to strengthen his body. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to cultivate the Dark Star Xian body to a very high level. What Yi Xing needed now was time. The battle on the 3rd day of the 3rd month was a matter of great importance. The Black Biao King had already sent people to spread the news throughout the entire Star Continent. When the time came, all the martial arts forces of the Star Continent would pay attention to this battle. This battle had to be won. They could not afford to lose. If they won, they would break the Great Yuan dynasty's momentum and achieve the Black Biao King's goal. If they lost, they would instead help the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, Yi Xing would lose his life, and the Great Yuan dynasty would be as stable as a mountain. Zhou Kunshan was in a difficult position. He said, "Lord Emissary, the young sect master is different from Shimanju. Do you want to force him out as well?" The Black Biao King patted Zhou Kunshan's shoulder and said, "Just do it. When he comes out, I can apologize to him. However, Yi Xing's time is tight. He must obtain the Dark Star Pagoda." Yi Xing said, "Brother Black Biao, you don't have to force me. I can wait for 2 or 3 days." Yi Xing had his own trump card. Even if he did not cultivate the Dark Star Xian body, he was confident that he could win this battle. However, the Black Biao King was not Yi Xing. The Black Biao King did not know what kind of trump card Yi Xing had. He only knew that Yi Xing's challenge was very risky. Even if Yi Xing said that he was confident, he was still worried. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to make Yi Xing's strength stronger, the Black Biao King would not give up. The Black Biao King said, "After this period of time, Zhui Yuping can cultivate however he wants. He doesn't have anything important to do. If he also has a life and death battle with the Dark Star sect, I will also eliminate the others and let him cultivate alone in the Dark Star Pagoda." Old Zhougo, this battle is very important. As the young sect master of our sect, Zhui Yuping knows the importance of this matter. He can understand. All right. Zhou Kunshan nodded and came to the side of the Dark Star Pagoda. He took out a token and pressed it on the formation that enveloped the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, a light flashed and a figure appeared, pushed out by the Dark Star Pagoda. Chapter 647. Zhou Kunshan. Zhui Yuping roared as soon as he came out of the Dark Star Pagoda. He was the young sect master, someone who would take over the position of sect master in the future. Yet, he was actually forced out of the Dark Star Pagoda while cultivating. One could imagine the fury in his heart. After roaring, Zhui Yuping saw the Black Biao King and Yi Xing, and his expression relaxed. Zhui Yuping suppressed his anger and said, "I was wondering who it was that dared to force me out of the Dark Star Pagoda. So it's Uncle Black Biao. No wonder." Although he was unwilling, Zhui Yuping's words revealed his fear of the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King and Meng Tai's battle had been evenly matched, shocking the world. This battle also let the people of the Dark Star sect know that the Black Biao King's battle strength was not inferior to the damning Supreme King. This caused the Black Biao King's status in the Dark Star sect to increase greatly. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King after knowing his battle strength. In the martial world, strength was respected. The position of sect master of the Dark Star sect had indeed increased his status by quite a bit. However, in the face of absolute strength, he had no choice but to back down. Even the sect master of the Dark Star sect had to be courteous to the Black Biao King. Although Zhui Yuping was proud and arrogant, he was still wary of the Black Biao King. After all, even if he became a 3-star king in the future, his strength might not be comparable to the Black Biao King. Of course, being wary was one thing. Zhui Yuping's status was extraordinary after all. He was the future sect master and also a monstrous genius. He would not be willing to lower his head to the Black Biao King. His words revealed a hint of jealousy. The Black Biao King said, "Yi Xing's time is tight. In this half a month, the Dark Star Pagoda has priority for him to cultivate. Yuping, I'll have to trouble you. Sorry." Zhui Yuping's jade-like brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that in Uncle Black Biao's eyes his time is tight, and I have so much free time that I don't have to cultivate? Zhui Yuping had entered the Dark Star Pagoda a few hours ago and did not know that Yi Xing had broken through to 3-star Venerable and had a duel with the damning Supreme King. However, Zhui Yuping had already heard the news of Yi Xing in the Qingyu Empire. As the #1 genius of the Dark Star Church, Zhui Yuping was extremely displeased and envious that Yixing had become an exalted so quickly and possessed such heaven-defying strength. Zhui Yuping had always believed that if there was a demon star in troubled times, then it could only be him. When he first met Yixing, he was filled with contempt for Yixing. Now that Yixing had matured, his performance had become more and more outstanding, which was something that Zhui Yuping was very unwilling to see. Now, the Black Biao King wanted Zhou Kunshan to force him out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to make way for Yixing. This was something Zhui Yuping couldn't accept. Even in front of the Black Biao King, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The Black Biao King said, "Compared to Yixing, your time is indeed very leisurely. Yixing has already made a bet with the damning Supreme King to challenge 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of the Yuan in a battle of life and death. The time will be half a month later, on the 3rd day of the 3rd month." When Zhui Yuping heard the first sentence and saw that the Black Biao King really compared him to Yixing, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. However, when he heard the second sentence, the anger in Zhui Yuping's heart dissipated and only shock remained. He was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. Challenging 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Daiyuan? How is this possible? Isn't this courting death? Zhui Yuping couldn't believe it. The Black Biao King saw Zhui Yuping's expression and revealed a mocking expression. Yixing is only a 3-star venerable, yet he dares to challenge any mid-level venerable from the Meng family of Daiyuan. Yuping, you are now a 7-star venerable. As long as you dare to make a bet with the damning Supreme King and challenge any venerable from the Meng family of Daiyuan in a battle of life and death, I can make Yixing back down. You can cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda every day for half a month, and no one will disturb you. How about it? 3-star venerable? Zhui Yuping inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, he heard that Yixing was only a 1-star venerable. He didn't expect that in just half a year, he would become a 3-star venerable. This cultivation speed was simply godly. If Yixing continued to advance by leaps and bounds, he would catch up to Zhui Yuping in less than 2 or 3 years. This surprised Zhui Yuping and made him very unhappy. However, Zhui Yuping changed his mind. Yixing had challenged 10 mid-level venerables from the Meng family of Daiyuan. This was a suicidal challenge. Zhui Yuping's mood became much better. He actually dares to make such a challenge. He's simply courting death. How stupid. Why should this young master be angry over an idiot? Zhui Yuping thought. The corner of his mouth curled up, and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated. He smiled and said, "Uncle Black Biao, I really don't dare to make such a suicidal challenge. Since this idiot is pressed for time, I'll let him cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. I won't bicker with a person who is about to die." Zhui Yuping finished speaking and glanced at Yixing with disdain before leaving. Yixing treated Zhui Yuping's words as fart. His mood wasn't affected by Zhui Yuping's words at all. On the other hand, the Black Biao King's anger immediately surged. Yixing stopped the Black Biao King. Zhui Yuping was looking down on Yixing. Even if Yixing wanted to prove himself, he wouldn't rely on the Black Biao King's help. Yixing only needed to obtain a complete victory in the life and death gambling match on the 3rd of March. That would be using practical actions to slap Zhui Yuping's face. Zhou Kunshan opened the door to the 1st floor of the Dark Star Pagoda, and Yixing entered. The first 2 times he entered the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing stopped at the 4th floor. This time, Yixing rushed to the 5th floor in one breath. The 5th floor corresponded to the lower grade of the Dark Star Xian body, which was the entry level. The dark figures on this floor range from 1-star venerables to 5-star venerables. The first dark figure appeared. It was a 1-star venerables. Yixing immediately used the black hole astrology and wore the dark patterned boxing glove on his hand. He rushed up to fight the other party in close combat. Yixing's physical body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation of a venerable. Then, it had been reborn by the mid-grade mystic skeleton pill. It was already very powerful. Just the strength of his physical body was enough to sweep away venerables of the same realm. Moreover, Yi Xing was in the dark world formed by the black hole astrology. He could sense everything in the dark world with the dark momentum. Yi Xing understood every movement of the dark figures and could easily break their moves. Therefore, no matter if the dark figures were 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star venerables, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Yi Xing. When the first dark figure was killed by Yi Xing, a ray of light entered Yi Xing's mind. It was the cultivation information of the dark star Xian body. The dark astral energy formed by the dark figure was completely absorbed by Yi Xing under the black hole astrology. Soon, the second dark figure was killed, followed by the third, the fourth. Chapter 648. As the dark figures were killed by Yi Xing one after another, the cultivation of the dark figures that appeared gradually increased. First, they became 2-star venerables, then 3-star venerables. When a large number of 3-star venerables were killed by Yi Xing, the dark figures that appeared became 4-star venerables. Yi Xing felt that it was a bit difficult to deal with the 4-star venerables. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, in the world of darkness, Yi Xing could rely on his sharp reaction and foresight to reverse the situation and kill the 4-star venerables. Every time he killed a dark figure, it would turn into pure dark star power and be absorbed by Yi Xing's dark star Xian body. This made Yi Xing's physical strength stronger and stronger. When the dark figures became 5-star venerables, Yi Xing's dark star Xian body was already at the entry level. It was almost on par with 4-star venerables. Relying on the black hole astrology, Yi Xing still relied on his physical strength to fight the dark figures and kill them. When his physical strength was exhausted, the absorption of the dark star power was even faster. Yi Xing's dark star Xian body cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Every time Yi Xing's mind was exhausted, he would return to the first floor to rest. After resting, he would go to the 5th floor to cultivate. Day after day passed by like this. On the 7th day, Yi Xing's dark star Xian body reached the limit of entry level. His physical strength could sweep away 5-star venerables. However, the dark star power of the 5-star venerables' dark figures had little effect on Yi Xing's dark star Xian body cultivation. Only by entering the 6th floor would he have the hope of breaking through to the initial success level. Yi Xing arrived at the 6th floor. The dark figures on the 6th floor range from 6-star venerables to half-step kings. The first dark figure that appeared was a 6-star venerables. Yi Xing continued to use his physical strength to fight with the black hole star, which greatly depleted his physical strength and increased the speed at which he absorbed the dark star's power. The quality of the dark star force of a 6-star venerable was indeed much higher than that of a 5-star venerable. After being absorbed by Yi Xing could feel a comfortable feeling coming from his flesh and blood. It could be seen that if he continued to cultivate, his physical strength could still be improved to the level of a 6-star venerable at the very least. 2 days later, Yi Xing's dark star Xian body had broken through to initial success, and his strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable. The dark star Xian body, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to cultivate. It required more dark star energy. Although the progress was still fast every day, it took longer and longer to break through a small level. When the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yi Xing had no choice but to use his full strength to fight it. In the end, he had to use his trump card, Dragon Form, to kill it. However, what disappointed Yi Xing was that the Dark Star energy of the 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure was too high quality, and his body couldn't absorb it. It seemed that his cultivation of the Dark Star Xian body was not limitless. Currently, the 6-star Venerable strength was the limit. Yi Xing retreated to the 5th floor and then to the 6th floor. The 6-star Venerable Dark figures on the 6th floor appeared again. Every time a 7-star Venerable Lord Dark figure appeared, Yi Xing decisively retreated to the 5th floor. Killing a 7-star Venerable Lord was too troublesome, and he couldn't absorb their Dark Star energy. Yi Xing naturally avoided fighting with them. On the 13th day, Yi Xing's Dark Star Xian body had reached the peak of 6-star Venerable strength. The dark star energy of the 6-star venerable dark figure had little effect on the dark star Xian body. Since he couldn't absorb the dark star energy of the 7-star venerable Lord dark figure, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. The dark star Xian body couldn't break through to the 7-star venerable Lord level. Yixing left the dark star pagoda and saw the Black Biao King at first glance. Although the Black Biao King knew that Yixing would be cultivating in the dark astral pagoda for a long time, he didn't leave. He had been waiting all this time. He placed more importance on the life and death duel on the 3rd of March than Yixing himself. Brother Black Biao. Yixing walked in front of the Black Biao King. How's the situation? The Black Biao King asked. I've barely reached the small success stage. Yixing said. Good. The Black Biao King's eyes lit up. The dark star Xian body, even if it had only reached the small success stage, was equivalent to a 6-star venerable strength. Since Yixing dared to challenge before, it meant that he had a lot of confidence. In addition, with such a powerful physical body, the Black Biao King finally felt relieved about this life and death battle. On the side, Zhou Kunshan looked at Yixing and sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Yixing had only cultivated the dark star spirit body to perfection last time. Originally, he thought that Yixing could cultivate the dark star Xian body to the limit of the entry stage, which was already heaven-defying. Who would have thought that Yixing had actually cultivated it to the small success stage? The Black Biao King patted Yixing's shoulder and said, You must be tired after cultivating for so long. I'll take you to your residence. Have a good rest and prepare to slaughter the Meng family of Dian. Huh? True human-rank martial artists could go several days and nights without sleep. Venerables and kings could persevere for even longer. However, venerables and kings also needed to rest when they were tired. Yixing and the Black Biao King had not slept for more than 10 days. There were only 2 days left before the battle on the 3rd of March. Naturally, they needed to have a good rest and be in their best condition for the life and death battle. The Black Biao King brought Yixing to the left emissary's residence. The left emissary's residence took up a large area and had many courtyards. The Black Biao King did not have many clansmen, so there were many empty courtyards in the residence. The Black Biao King picked the one closest to Yixing's residence. In the Black Biao King's residence, Yixing completely relaxed and had a good sleep. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights before waking up. The tiredness from cultivating for more than 10 days and nights had been swept away. He was full of energy and his body was filled with energy. Today was the 3rd of March, the day of the life and death battle. The decisive battle would take place at noon. The Dark Star Sect's teleportation formation could teleport to any area in the East Divine Continent. It was not difficult to arrive before noon. Yixing was about to find the Black Biao King when the Black Biao King came looking for him. Brother Yixing, how was your rest? The Black Biao King asked from afar. Very good. I'm full of energy. Yixing smiled slightly. Today we killed all 10 mid-level venerables of the Meng clan in front of everyone. Let's see if Meng Tai still has the face to brag about being invincible in the Great Yuan dynasty. The Black Biao King laughed heartily. He was very happy. Are we heading out now? Yixing asked. He was also very excited. He couldn't wait for this battle to begin. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the kings of the Dark Star Sect. Although we have made preparations in the Azure Cloud Mountain range, we still need more experts to prevent Meng Tai from falling out with us. The Black Biao King said. Chapter 649. First update. August 22nd, Darkstar Hall. The Black Tiger King brought Yixing here, and the higher-ups of the Dark Star Sect were already gathered in the hall. At the front of the hall, there were 2 large chairs in the middle. 2 experts were sitting on them. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s, while the other had white hair and looked like an old man in his 60s. This should be where the sect master sat. Since there were 2 people sitting there, it wasn't difficult for Yixing to guess that they were definitely the sect master of the Dark Star Sect and the sect master of the Sovereign Sect. The Black Tiger King introduced, The old man on the left is my master, King Xiao Mu, the sect master of the sovereign sect. The one on the right is my senior brother, King Star Dragon, the sect master of the Dark Star sect. Yixing cupped his fist and bowed to the two of them. Greetings, King Xiao Mu, King Star Dragon. King Xiao Mu and King Star Dragon nodded and smiled. King Xiao Mu said, Yixing, are you confident in today's battle? Yixing said, absolutely. King Xiao Mu's eyes lit up. Good. I'll personally protect you today. You don't have to be afraid of the great Yuan dynasty's might, and not dare to kill the Meng family's cultivators. In the life and death battle, either you die or he dies. Kill as you please. The Dark Star sect has already made preparations, and we're not afraid of the damning Supreme King going berserk. Yixing bowed slightly. Thank you, King Xiaomu. On the left and right of the sect master's throne, there were also two large chairs. The chair on the left was empty, and the chair on the right was occupied by an old woman over 60 years old. The Black Tiger King said, Yixing, you've already met this person. She's the right emissary of the Dark Star sect. Shimin Manqing coldly interrupted the Black Tiger King. Since you've already met him, there's no need to introduce him. It's hard to say whether this kid can live past today. At least, he has to live past today to be qualified for me to meet him. Shimin Manqing was over 700 years old, and she was only a few tens of years younger than the sovereign sect's master, Zhou Xiaomu. She'd always considered herself to be a senior before the Black Tiger King, and even if the Black Tiger King's strength was already the #1 expert in the Dark Star sect, she still relied on her seniority to not give the Black Tiger King any face. Seeing this, the Black Biao King walked past Shimin Manqing. If it wasn't for etiquette, he wouldn't have bothered to introduce this crazy old woman. Below the seats of the left and right emissaries, there were 2 seats on each side of the staircase. 4 kings sat there. The Black Biao King introduced. These 4 are the 4 great guardian Dharma kings of our sect. The 2 on the left are King Jiangong, Zhua Jiangong, and the one below is King Qiushe, Zhua Qiushe. The 2 on the right are Heavenly King Wan, Shimin Guantian, and the one below is Vast Sea King, Lin Songhai. Yixing bowed slightly toward the 4 of them. Greetings, Guardian Kings. The King Jiangong, King Qiushe, Heavenly King Wan, and Vast Sea King all nodded slightly. Although Shimin Guantian was a king of the Shimin clan and didn't get along with the Black Biao King because of Shimin Manqing, he couldn't act like Shimin Manqing and not give the Black Biao King any face. These 4 guardian kings were all 2-star kings, and the oldest was Lin Songhai. He looked to be close to 60 years old, and he was probably not much younger than Shimin Manqing. As for the other 3, they were slightly younger. Some were around 40 years old, and some were around 30 years old. Zhua Qiushui even looked to be less than 30 years old, and she was a charming young woman. Below the seats of the 4 guardian kings was the floor of the hall. There were a total of 7 seats on the left, 3 on the right, and 4 on the left, and each seat was occupied by a king. These 7 kings were the 7 elders of the Dark Star sect. In the Dark Star sect, the sect master was higher than the star emissaries. The star emissaries were higher than the guardian kings, and the guardian kings were higher than the elders. The elders were the lowest of the upper echelons. The Black Biao King introduced them one by one. The 3 on the left are Eastern Zhou King, Zhua Dongzhou, Flying Snow King, Zhua Feishue, and Shangliu King Shimin Shangliu. The 4 on the right are Golden Blade King Lin Jindao, Launching King Lan Xin, Chen Daochen King Ling Daochun, and Wenfeng King Zhao Wenfeng. They're the 7 elders of the sect. Yixing sized up Launching King and said, Greetings, 7 elders. The Dark Star sect had a sovereign sect master, a sect master, 2-star emissaries for guardian kings, and 7 elders. There were a total of 15 kings, and Yixing recognized them all. These 15 kings were the highest echelons of the Dark Star sect. Through these 15 kings, Yixing finally knew how important the Zhua clan and the Shimin clan were in the Dark Star sect. Among the 15 kings, the Zhua clan held 6 positions. The sect master and the sovereign sect master were both in the Zhua clan's hands. The 4 guardian kings held 2 positions, and the 7 elders held 2 positions. As the clan passed down from the founder of the Dark Star sect, it was worthy of being called the number 1 clan. It was extremely powerful. The Shimin clan held 3 positions. Although they were inferior to the Zhua clan, the other clans couldn't compare. The left and right emissaries held 1 position, the 4 guardian kings held another, and the 7 elders held another. The other king clans combined couldn't compare to the Zhua clan and the Shimin clan. However, in terms of strength, the left emissary He Biao was number 1. In the world of martial arts, strength was respected. This made He Biao hold an important position in the Dark Star sect. The Shimin clan couldn't suppress him even if they wanted to. Other than Queen Lanqin, the other 6 elders all nodded and smiled at him. However, Queen Lanqin said, "Yi Xing, I've heard about you from Qing Xian a long time ago. I've always wondered which prodigy could move Qing Xuan's heart. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. You're a dragon among men." When Yi Xing heard Queen Lanqin mention Wei Qing Xian, he felt inexplicably happy. He said, "You flatter me, Queen Lanqin." Queen Lanqin smiled and said, "You're the demon star of troubled times. If you really have the ability to destroy the Deyuan dynasty, how can my words be flattering? I'm afraid they're not even worthy of you. Do your best today, win this battle, and take down the Deyuan dynasty's prestige. We'll also be able to hold our heads high." Yi Xing said, "I won't disappoint you, Queen Lanqin. You make it sound nice. If we lose, it'll be the Dark Star sect's reputation." Right emissary Shimin Manqing snorted coldly and said, "You can only win this battle. If you lose, I won't forgive you." Yi Xing chuckled and said, "If I lose, the Meng family's martial artists won't let me live. I'm afraid I won't be able to trouble you, Queen Manqing." Black Tiger King became angry when he heard Shimin Manqing's words. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Master, have you chosen the people to go to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range?" King Xiaomu nodded and said, "Star Dragon and Junior Sister Manqing will oversee the sect. Hey Biao, I'll go with you to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. In addition, Jianggong, Sanghai, Dongzhou, Shangliu, Lanqin, and Dust Taoist will accompany us." "Yes, Sovereign Sect Master." The 6 kings stood up when they were named. King Xiaomu and He Biao were both 3-star kings. In addition, there were 2 2-star kings and 4 1-star kings. A total of 8 kings had been dispatched. It was clear that King Xiaomu attached great importance to the safety of this life and death gambling battle. Black Tiger King nodded and revealed a faint smile. He was very satisfied with the troops and camps that had been dispatched. Chapter 650. There were only 8 kings who went to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range with Yi Xing from the Dark Star sect. Once Yi Xing won the life and death duel, the damning Supreme King might fly into a rage out of humiliation. Therefore, the number of people sent was not the number, but the quality. They could easily withdraw. In this half a month, the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty had set up formations in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range and made preparations. No one could easily defeat the other. The Dark Star sect had set up a temporary teleportation formation in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yi Xing and the 8 kings were directly teleported to the temporary stronghold through the formation. "Greetings, Sovereign Sect Master, Left Star Emissary, Guardian Kings, and Elders." When the 8 kings arrived, the cultivators guarding the temporary stronghold of the Dark Star sect all came to greet them. There were not many cultivators in the temporary stronghold, but all of them were experts. Other than the High Lords, the weakest was a mid-level High Lord. King Xiaomu looked at the 9-star High Lord in charge of the temporary stronghold and said, "Are the people from the Great Yuan dynasty here?" The 9-star High Lord said, "Not yet." King Xiaomu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Outside the temporary stronghold, there was a tower that was about 100 feet tall. There were many seats at the top of the tower. King Xiaomu, Black Tiger King, and the other kings of the Dark Star sect all sat at the top of the tower. In front of them, there were 2 layers of formation light shields that covered an area of 10 miles. It was a location of the life and death duel. These two layers of formation light shields were both grade 5 formations that only had defensive effects. They were controlled by the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty respectively. Only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people outside enter. Similarly, only when both sides activated the formation at the same time could the people inside come out. In this way, the possibility of others interfering in the battle was completely eliminated. Even if the damning Supreme King wanted to interfere, he would be blocked by the formation light shield. 10 miles away, there was another tall tower. It was the viewing point of the Great Yuan dynasty. Behind it was the temporary stronghold of the Great Yuan dynasty. A large number of martial practitioners had gathered in many directions outside the light shield of the formation that covered a radius of 10 miles. Yi Xing had challenged 10 middle-level honorables from the Great Yuan dynasty. In just a few days, the news had been spread to all the empires in the Starland by the experts sent by the Black Tiger King. For such an important battle, which empire would not care about the result? Therefore, in the 5 continents of the Star Continent, all of the big empires had sent powerful warriors to watch the battle. Each of them was an astral-reaching realm warrior. Of course, most of them were true human rank warriors. They were either locals of the true mystic domain or true human rank warriors from the nearby domains. These martial artists numbered in the thousands, and they were scattered in different directions. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that they were far away from the 2 towers. The 2 towers were where the kings of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching the battle. No one dared to get close for fear of offending them. Not long after, the Great Yuan dynasty martial artists arrived. Compared to the Dark Star sect, the Great Yuan dynasty had sent out a lot more martial artists. The number of kings was more than double that of the Dark Star sect, about 20 of them. On top of that, the High Lords and Martial Highnesses had brought close to 1,000 people with them. It was a grand scene. The Great Meng Supreme King led the group of kings to the top of the tower. Looking at the tower in the distance, he laughed loudly. "Black Tiger, seems like your Dark Star sect can't wait to send that kid to his death. You've come so early." To a king, 10 li was about the same as 10 meters of an ordinary martial artist. A king's voice could instantly travel 10 li, and his gaze could even see mosquitoes 10 li away as if they were right in front of him. To the Dark Star sect's martial artists, the sovereign sect's master, King Xiaomu, had the highest status in this group. However, in the Supreme King Meng Tai's opinion, only the Black Tiger King of the Dark Star sect was a match for him. So, he naturally spoke to the Black Tiger King, and he didn't take the other kings of the Dark Star sect seriously, regardless of whether it was the sect master or the sovereign sect's master. The Black Tiger King noticed the complacent expression of the Supreme King Meng Tai, and he sneered. "Meng Tai, make the best use of your time to laugh. When the battle begins, the martial artists of your Meng Imperial clan will lose their lives one by one. You won't be able to laugh even if you want to." The Supreme King Meng Tai, was obviously in a good mood, and he still laughed loudly. "Haha. Do you really think that kid can win 10 battles in a row? Let me tell you, that kid is dead for sure. Just wait to collect his corpse." To the Supreme King Meng Tai, so long as he could kill Yi Xing, it didn't matter even if 9 out of the 10 experts he sent out died. Even if all 10 of them died, it didn't matter so long as the last one was able to take Yi Xing down with him. It was a victory no matter how great the losses were. The Black Tiger King couldn't be bothered to argue with him, and he said, "Then let's wait and see. Where are the participants of your Meng clan?" The Supreme King Meng Tai said, "What's the hurry? You'll see. Meng Ying, you're up for the first battle." "Yes, Supreme King." A voice rang out, and a shadow walked out from the tower. Meng Ying was a 6-star venerable, and he was proficient in the mysteries of shadow within the power of darkness. He was an assassination expert, and as long as the conditions were right, he could even assassinate a 7-star venerable. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As long as there was someone who could become Yi Xing's opponent, they would naturally be investigated by the Dark Star sect, and then they would tell Yi Xing about their characteristics. Meng Ying's strength in direct combat might not be outstanding, but his assassination techniques were impossible to guard against. Even the strongest 6-star venerables were afraid of him. Even a 7-star venerable would find it hard to feel at ease after being targeted by Meng Ying. The Supreme King Meng Tai raised his hand, and an entrance to the Great Yuan Dynasty's array formation light barrier opened. Meng Tai said, "What are you waiting for? Let them enter." Yi Xing had a total of 10 opponents, but the Supreme King, Meng Tai, had only called out Meng Ying. This made it so that no one could tell who the other opponents were, and their hearts itched unbearably. The unknown would make people curious, worried, and even a little fearful. The Supreme King Meng Tai wanted Yi Xing to be curious, worried, and fearful. The Dark Star Sect's array formation restriction had been set up by the Guardian King Zhua Jiangong, so the Black Biao King didn't rush him to open the array formation entrance. The Black Biao King said, "What's the rush? It's agreed that no one is allowed to interfere in this life and death gambling battle. No one is allowed to use forbidden weapons, pills, talismans, or weapons above the mystic level. I don't trust you. Whoever participates in the battle will have to be inspected by me first. Any forbidden items are not allowed to be brought into the venue. Moreover, I have to check their cultivation to see if it's a High Lord who has sealed his cultivation to participate in the battle. This is very possible." The Supreme King Meng Tai was furious. "Bullshit. The entire world knows about this battle, and everyone is watching. Why will my Great Yuan Dynasty play such tricks?" Chapter 651. The Supreme King Meng Tai was righteous, but the Black Biao King did not trust him. If a supremacy were to enter the battlefield with their cultivation sealed, Yi Xing would be trapped within the restrictive spell formation that enveloped an area of 5 kilometers in radius around him. Moreover, the people outside were blocked by the light barrier and would not be able to help. The Black Biao King could only watch as Yi Xing was killed by a High Lord. Even if it was not a High Lord who sealed his cultivation and was really a mid-level High Lord, what if he had a forbidden weapon on him? With the Great Yuan Dynasty's foundation, it was hard to say if they had a forbidden weapon that could kill a king, but they definitely had one that could kill a High Lord. If the participants had brought a forbidden weapon that could kill a High Lord, wouldn't Yi Xing be killed in an instant, and not even his bones would be left? At that time, the Great Yuan Dynasty would naturally be despised for violating the agreement. But no matter how much they despised them, Yi Xing was already dead, and the Demon Star was gone. The Supreme King of the Great Ming would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Therefore, the Black Biao King had to personally inspect every participant to ensure that no danger could occur. Since the Black Biao King insisted on inspecting, the Supreme King Meng Tai naturally could not refuse. Otherwise, this life and death gamble could not continue. In the end, the two came to an agreement. The Supreme King Meng Tai agreed to the Black Biao King's inspection, but he also had to inspect Yi Xing. The Black Biao King brought Yi Xing, and the Supreme King Meng Tai brought Meng Ying. The 4 of them left the towers and met above the light barrier to inspect each other. In the end, Yi Xing only kept the blazing profound spear, dark pattern gloves, and black profound bow in an empty storage ring. The rest of the items were given to the Black Biao King. Meng Ying did the same. She only kept the precious weapons and gave the rest to the Supreme King Meng Tai. Then, the rank 5 formation masters of both sides opened the formation, and Yi Xing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield. Whether it was the Dark Star Sect, the Great Yuan Dynasty, or the other spectators, their spirits were lifted. This was a battle of life and death. There was no need for anyone to announce the start or end of the battle. As long as the members of both sides entered the battlefield, the battle would begin. It would only end when one side died. Yi Xing was the legendary demon star of troubled times. He was the chosen one who had seized the star continent's destiny. He was the most monstrous genius in the history of the star continent. On the other hand, Meng Ying was an expert who had made a name for himself in the Grand Yuan Dynasty for many years. His assassination techniques were unpredictable and traceless. He had once succeeded in assassinating a 7-star exalt, causing all mid-level exalts to tremble in fear. Although Yi Xing was a monstrous genius, he was only a 3-star venerable, and he was still in his growth stage. On the other hand, Meng Ying was already famous for her fighting prowess, and she had already become a 6-star venerable several decades ago. Who would live and who would die in this battle of life and death? Apart from an extremely small number of people who had confidence in Yi Xing, most of the spectators felt that Yi Xing was striking a rock with an egg. The reason why geniuses were terrifying was because their future was terrifying, not their present. Many of the spectators were 6-star venerables. They were very wary of Meng Ying, and they even feared her. However, they felt that they were more than capable of defeating Yi Xing. Even some 5-star venerables felt that Yi Xing's strength was not comparable to theirs. How could they believe that Yi Xing was a match for Meng Ying? He actually dared to challenge 10 people. He would probably lose his life in the first battle. This was what most of the spectators thought. When Yi Xing and Meng Ying entered the battlefield, the entrance to the light barrier was immediately sealed. The space that the two of them could move in was only a radius of 10 miles. The moment Meng Ying entered the battlefield, she immediately disappeared without a trace. As for Yi Xing, he landed on the peak of a small mountain that was over 100 meters tall with a faint smile on his face. Yi Xing had already met an opponent who was proficient in the power of darkness. In the Outer Realm Star Continent, the disciples of the Darkeen Palace that Yi Xing had met were indeed inferior to Meng Ying in terms of cultivation and strength. However, in terms of the subtlety of their cultivation techniques, they were much better than Meng Ying. After Yi Xing's super brain evolved, he could even see the figures of the Darkeen Palace's disciples, let alone Meng Ying. Meng Ying was hiding in a valley several miles away. He was proficient in the art of assassination. Although he was a 6-star venerable and believed that he could defeat Yi Xing in a head-on battle, he still used the method that he was most proficient in to kill Yi Xing. He would first hide and wait for an opportunity to make Yi Xing wait until he was impatient. Then, he would make his move and kill him in one strike. Yi Xing didn't know how long Meng Ying would wait before he made his move. It could be an hour, or 2 hours, or even several hours. Yi Xing couldn't be bothered to wait. He looked at the valley several miles away and started to move. Wind energy gathered under his feet as he stepped into the air and headed towards the valley. In the valley, Meng Ying was a little dumbfounded. Why is he coming here? Did he discover me? That's impossible. Even a supremacy can only discover me when he's near me. How can he discover me when he's so far away? He must be looking for me and coincidentally came here. That must be it. It must be a coincidence. Meng Ying thought to himself. He could only accept the fact that Yi Xing had walked over here by coincidence. However, as Yi Xing got closer and closer to him, Meng Ying's heart started to beat faster. He couldn't help but suspect. Does he really know where I am? When Yi Xing was only 50 meters away from Meng Ying, he suddenly accelerated and pounced in a certain direction. Bang! Yi Xing's figure appeared 100 meters away and smashed a huge rock into pieces with a punch. Meng Ying saw this and relaxed his vigilance. He thought to himself, that's good, that's good. It's really a coincidence. I said he couldn't have discovered me. Before Meng Ying could finish his words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. A gust of wind enveloped him, giving him a shock. After Yi Xing smashed the huge rock in the distance, he didn't stop at all. He turned around and rushed to Meng Ying's back and punched him. Meng Ying had just relaxed his vigilance and was completely unprepared. How could he react in time? Yi Xing's punch landed on his back. Whoosh! Meng Ying's body was instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he flew 1,000 meters away and let out a scream. Given how powerful Yi Xing's body was, his punch was enough to kill any middle-grade venerable one. Even if Meng Ying was protected by a black-grade inner armor, her internal organs were still injured by the punch. She kept vomiting blood in the air. Whoosh! Yi Xing circulated the force of wind to the limit and used the 9 heavens astral travel technique. He was as fast as lightning and caught up with Meng Ying's retreating figure. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Xing punched again and again. In the blink of an eye, he had punched Meng Ying 7 or 8 times. Meng Ying's body was sent flying again. His speed increased, and he flew a few miles away. His internal organs were all shattered. He fell to the ground without any movement. He was already dead. Chapter 652. Second update, August 22nd, in the blink of an eye. From Yi Xing's first feint attack to shatter the boulder to Meng Ying being killed by Yi Xing, it was only the time of a snap of a finger. Meng Ying had never imagined that an assassin like him, who was proficient in the art of assassination, would actually die under Yi Xing's surprise attack. Meng Ying relied on sneak attacks to assassinate his targets, catching them off guard and catching them off guard. Yi Xing had launched a surprise attack just now, similarly catching his opponent off guard and catching them off guard. It was a different approach to killing Meng Ying. Outside the array formation's light barrier, the spectating martial artists were completely dumbfounded. The vast majority of them thought that Yi Xing would die under Meng Ying's hands in the first life and death battle. But the result was poles apart from their expectations. In such a short period of time, the battle had ended. Furthermore, the one who died was Meng Ying. This result caused the martial artists to find it hard to believe. They looked at Meng Ying's corpse in shock, stunned. Ha ha ha! The Black Biao King laughed loudly. He looked at the Paramount King Meng Tai and said, Meng Tai, keep laughing. Keep laughing. Can you still laugh now? The Paramount King Meng Tai's face was gloomy. Although losing Meng Ying was not a big deal, and he did not care, Meng Ying being killed by Yi Xing in front of everyone's eyes was a loss of face for the Meng royal family. How could the Paramount King Meng Tai still laugh? The Meng royal family's martial artists all had ashen faces. Such an outcome made them very unhappy. As for the other martial artists of the great Yuan dynasty, although they were not too unhappy because of Meng Ying's death, they still had to pretend to be indignant at this moment. As for the Dark Star Church's martial artists, they were all grinning from ear to ear. Yi Xing's first victory had greatly boosted their confidence. Meng Ying's forte was his ability to assassinate in the dark, catching people off guard. Without this, he was just an ordinary 6-star venerable. However, Yi Xing was able to discover Meng Ying's location, which perfectly countered Meng Ying's forte. Furthermore, Yi Xing pretended to see wrongly, causing Meng Ying to let his guard down. Then he launched a sudden attack, catching Meng Ying off guard. That was why Yi Xing killed him so easily. In reality, Yi Xing's strength wasn't very strong among 6-star venerables. It was just that his physical strength was very strong. A king from the great Yuan dynasty commented on the battle. His voice was not loud, but it spread far and wide. All the martial artists heard his comments and nodded in understanding. Indeed, when Meng Ying saw that Yi Xing had attacked the wrong location, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xing would immediately charge at him. Yi Xing is too cunning. First, he walked towards Meng Ying, causing Meng Ying to think that he had been discovered and become nervous. Then, he purposely attacked the wrong location to numb Meng Ying's nerves and make him relax. When he was nervous, he would suddenly let out a sigh of relief. That was when one's guard was at its lowest. Yi Xing seized this opportunity to suddenly attack, catching Meng Ying off guard and killing him with a quick punch. Meng Ying shouldn't have tried to assassinate him. If it was a direct confrontation, Yi Xing might not have been his match. The majority of the martial artists still did not acknowledge Yi Xing's strength. After understanding Yi Xing's strategy in the first battle, they began to discuss spiritedly. Meng Tai, are you mute? Black Biao King saw that Paramount King Meng Tai was not speaking and shouted. Paramount King Meng Tai coldly snorted and said, he has only won the first battle. Furthermore, he only won by using a sneak attack. What is there to be proud of? Meng Tai had arranged for Meng Ying to fight in the first battle. He had high hopes for Meng Ying. He wanted Meng Ying to secretly assassinate Yi Xing and obtain a beautiful victory. Didn't Yi Xing want to challenge 10 mid-level supremacies of the Meng clan? Look, he was completely ignorant and arrogant. He didn't know what was good for him. He died in the first battle. However, Meng Tai did not wait for such an outcome. Instead, Meng Ying was killed by Yi Xing's sneak attack. Then, he was mocked by Black Biao King. Black Biao King was very proud. He laughed heartily and said, "In a battle of life and death, being able to kill the opponent is a victory. The lower the price, the more perfect the victory." Yi Xing easily killed Meng Ying and obtained a beautiful victory. Of course I'm proud of myself. Ha ha! If Yi Xing can kill the first, he can kill the second, the third, all the way to the 10th. Meng Tai, who are you going to send to their deaths? Who is he going to send to their deaths? Black Biao King's words made Meng Tai, the Supreme King, very unhappy. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Meng Shan, you're up for the second battle. Kill that brat." "Yes, Supreme King." A person walked out of the tower. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He carried a saber on his back. Martial artists usually kept their weapons in their storage rings. When they wanted to take them out, they could take them out at any time. Usually, martial artists who carried sabers or swords on their backs were martial artists who were extremely skilled in saber or sword arts. They had a high degree of integration with their weapons. Furthermore, the martial arts they cultivated were also related to their habits. It was very likely that they carried a saber on their back because the angle of attack was suitable. Yi Xing knew this person. He was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. He was only a 4-star green life. For him to be able to cultivate to the level of a 6-star supremacy was already a fortuitous encounter. His cultivation had reached the limit, and it was impossible for him to progress any further. When his cultivation stopped progressing, Meng Shan poured all his energy into Saber Dao, pursuing the peak of saber speed. That was why he was called Fast Saber Meng Shan. His cultivation was only at the early 6th level of Astral Reaching Realm, a level lower than Meng Ying's. However, in terms of direct confrontation, Meng Ying was a lot weaker than him. Under Meng Shan's swift saber attacks, even a peak 6-star supremacy would find it hard to resist. After Black Biao King's inspection, Meng Shan entered the battlefield. Yi Xing is dead for sure in this battle. Meng Shan's speed is extremely fast. Surprise attacks are useless, and his saber is extremely frightening. I heard that once, when he fought against a late 6th level Astral Reaching Realm supremacy, he only needed one saber attack to kill his opponent. His speed was so fast that his opponent didn't even have time to react. Such a fast saber? Yi Xing is only a 3-star supremacy. How can he resist? Yi Xing's physical strength is very strong, but his speed can't keep up. In front of Meng Shan's saber, he can only take a beating. With Meng Shan's exquisite saber arts, once Yi Xing is hit, his head will either be chopped off or his vitals will be attacked. I think at most 3 saber attacks, Yi Xing will lose his life. Some supremacies were discussing loudly. They all came from the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent and were direct subordinates of the Great Yuan dynasty. Naturally, they wanted Yi Xing to lose his life in this battle. Inside the light barrier, Yi Xing and Meng Shan stood 1,000 meters apart, facing each other. With their speed, 1,000 meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. It was no different from being a square meter. As long as they relaxed for a moment, they would suffer a fatal blow. In the first battle, Yi Xing was less than 100 meters away from Meng Ying. Meng Ying relaxed for a moment, and Yi Xing seized the opportunity to land a punch. Chapter 653. Quick Blade Meng Shan. Yi Xing looked at him and said, "I heard that your blade is very fast, so fast that you can chop off someone's head without them noticing." Meng Shan's face revealed a trace of arrogance as he said, "It's good that you know. I will let you die without any pain. You can go in peace." Yi Xing smiled and said, "You think too highly of yourself. My speed isn't slow either. I don't know if your blade can be faster than mine." Meng Shan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "You'll know if you try." As his voice fell, Meng Shan's figure flashed and rushed towards Yi Xing like a stream of light. Xiao! In an instant, the treasured blade on Meng Shan's back was unsheathed. A resplendent blade light slashed out horizontally and slashed towards Yi Xing's neck in a flash. It was an extremely fast blade. Among the spectating martial artists, those below the High Lord level felt a chill on their necks. Meng Shan's blade made them feel extremely threatened and overwhelmed with shock. Yi Xing faced Meng Shan's blade, but his expression didn't change. His expression was as usual. Meng Shan's movement allowed him to see that Meng Shan's wind momentum had already reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. Moreover, his fusion with his blade was also very high, not far from the realm of unity of man and blade. His extremely high attainments in the way of the blade, coupled with his extremely high comprehension of the wind momentum, caused his blade to be much faster than martial artists of the same level. It was extremely difficult to block. However, to Yi Xing, this speed was nothing. Yi Xing's comprehension of the wind momentum and unity of heaven and man had reached the level of a low-level king. He was much stronger than Meng Shan. Moreover, Yi Xing's Nine Heavens Godly Wander technique was extraordinary. His figure moved and dodged the blade. Slash! Meng Shan shouted loudly and continued to slash out. The blade light was like a maggot to the bone as it slashed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing used the Nine Heavens Godly Wander technique, and his figure turned into a rapidly moving shadow, dodging the second blade. Third slash, fourth slash, fifth slash. Yi Xing easily dodged more than 10 blades in a row. Although Meng Shan's blade was fast, it could not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Outside the light barrier, the spectators were shocked. Even many 6-star venerables wouldn't be able to dodge such a fast saber attack. It was understandable that Yi Xing could dodge 1 or 2 saber attacks. However, he could easily dodge more than 10 saber attacks in a row. Meng Shan's saber couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Wasn't this too abnormal? Meng Shan was the most shocked. Yi Xing's speed had exceeded his expectations. Apart from supremacy-level experts, he had never encountered an opponent who could dodge his saber technique so easily. After the 12th strike, Meng Shan stopped. A streak of starlight rushed into the sky from the space between his brows. He was using astrology. It was a superior hurricane astrology. The combination of the hurricane astral form and the power of the wind was a result of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This caused the wind yuan qi around Meng Shan to increase greatly. The wind yuan qi revolved around Meng Shan like a hurricane vortex. Meng Shan pointed his saber at Yi Xing and shouted, "Your speed is indeed very fast, but that's all there is to it. Die." As soon as the word die was spoken, a saber light flashed. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber had already arrived in front of Yi Xing. Even a supremacy-level expert could only block this saber with their strength. There was no way to dodge it. With the hurricane astral form increasing its speed, the saber's speed had reached a terrifying level. Yi Xing's heart tightened. This saber did make him feel threatened. He couldn't dodge it in time. The saber in Meng Shan's hand was a mid-grade, profound-grade saber. The saber's speed was so fast that it could even split a profound-grade inner armor. If it hit the body that wasn't protected by the inner armor, it would definitely be split into 2. Yi Xing's physical strength was indeed very strong. However, his physical strength alone was not enough to fend off the blow. He would not be able to withstand it. At this critical moment, the astral energy in Yi Xing's body revolved. The dart pattern glove suddenly emitted a bright light as he punched out. Bang! Under the shocked gazes of all the martial artists, Yi Xing's punch accurately hit the saber's body, causing a loud explosion. The dart pattern glove was also a mid-grade profound weapon. It contained the astral energy and was invincible. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of colliding with a mid-grade profound-grade saber. However, Meng Shan's saber contained an extremely strong power. Yi Xing hastily blocked it with a punch. Moreover, he didn't use his astral form. Even though his physical strength was strong, Yi Xing was still at a disadvantage in this collision. Whoosh! Yi Xing retreated quickly and instantly retreated 100 meters away. There were benefits to having a strong physical body. If an ordinary honorable martial artist were to receive such a blow, the vibrating energy would impact their body and they would definitely feel uncomfortable or even injured. However, Yi Xing's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. How? How is this possible? Meng Shan's saber is so fast. Yi Xing hastily punched out. How could he hit the saber's body? This is unbelievable. Could it be that the speed of Yi Xing's punch is faster than Meng Shan's saber? He doesn't have the wind attribute astral form. How could he be faster than Meng Shan? The martial artists who were watching the battle were all shocked. They couldn't understand how Yi Xing's fist technique could be so fast. It was even faster than Meng Shan's. Even some of the honorable martial artists couldn't see it. It was hard for them to understand. However, the kings from both sides were all very knowledgeable. They could see the mystery behind Yi Xing's punch. One with the weapon master. He has already cultivated a low-grade, profound, level fist technique to the perfection stage and become a weapon master. Since ancient times, weapon masters below the king realm are extremely rare. It's hard to find one in 1,000 years. Even if there is someone below the king realm who can become a weapon master, there are still honorable martial artists. Yi Xing is only a 3-star honorable. How could he be a weapon master? Although the kings from both sides could see the mystery, they still sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked. This is impossible. This saber was blocked by Yi Xing. This was beyond Meng Shan's expectations. He shouted, "How could your fist technique block this saber? This is impossible." Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot into the sky and turned into an extremely high-grade flame astral form. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face. He said, "You haven't even reached one with a saber. How could you understand the mystery behind one with a weapon? Take my fist." One with a weapon? Meng Shan's eyes widened, revealing a look of horror. After he became a 6-star honorable, his cultivation progress was almost 0. He had been bitterly cultivating the saber Dao for decades. His goal was to reach one with a weapon. Although he didn't understand the subtleties of one with a weapon, he knew that one with a weapon was very powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Meng Shan didn't have time to sigh. As soon as Yi Xing finished speaking, he threw out a punch. It was as fast as lightning. Yi Xing's punch seemed ordinary. It didn't have any moves or styles. However, in Meng Shan's eyes, it was incomparably mysterious. It seemed that no matter how he dodged or blocked, he couldn't block this punch. Every move made by a weapon master was impeccable, unpredictable, and unfathomable. Chapter 654. Kill. Facing Yi Xing's punch, Meng Shan could not avoid it. He could only use all his strength to defend. Saber light flashed, and Meng Shan blocked Yi Xing's punch by a hair's breadth. Second punch. Yi Xing shouted. The dark pattern glove clashed with the opponent's mid-grade profound grade treasure saber, and then he threw out another punch. This punch was untraceable. It passed through the defense of Meng Shan's treasure saber and went straight for the latter's face. Suddenly, a huge fist came flying towards Meng Shan, causing him to be shocked. The angle and change of Yi Xing's fist had caught Meng Shan off guard. In his haste, he had no time to react. Meng Shan was very decisive. He instantly abandoned his saber and used his palm as a saber. While his body retreated, his 2 palms cut out horizontally. If Meng Shan retreated directly, his speed would not be faster than Yi Xing's punch, and he would be hit squarely. However, his retreating body still bought him some time. At this time, he attacked with 2 saber palms and successfully blocked Yi Xing's second punch. However, Meng Shan's palms collided with Yi Xing's dark pattern glove. Even though Meng Shan's astral energy was dense and his palms could break steel, he was still injured when he collided with the dark pattern glove. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the sound of bones cracking came from his palms. The skin and flesh on the dark pattern glove cracked and blood gushed out. Third punch. Yi Xing's voice sounded like a soul-destroying curse as he threw out another punch. This punch did not have any changes. It was upright and straightforward as it blasted forward. However, this punch contained an astonishing power and invincible strength. Meng Shan's palms were injured, and his body was retreating. How could he resist Yi Xing's third punch? He was blasted in the face. The power of this punch was astonishing. Meng Shan's face was directly dented by this punch. His body was like a stream of light as he was blasted backward. He flew for 1,000 meters before he fell to the ground in an arc. Just like Meng Ying, he did not move after he fell to the ground. He had already lost his life in the process of being blasted away. In the second battle, Yi Xing won again, and another 6-star venerable of the Meng clan died. Yi Xing's physical strength alone was enough to contend against a 6-star venerable, adding on the fact that he could manipulate the astral energies. As a fist master, his strength was unrivaled among 6-star venerables. Even in a head-on battle, Yi Xing was not afraid of a top-notch 6-star venerable. Moreover, Yi Xing had almost no weaknesses. He could discover the hidden Meng Ying, and his speed was even faster than Meng Shan's. Meng Ying and Meng Shan were frightening, but both of them were unconventional. Once they lost their strengths, they were actually the most ordinary 6-star venerables. Therefore, when Meng Ying's concealment technique was countered and Meng Shan's speed was countered, they were unable to withstand a single blow from Yi Xing. It wasn't until now that the warriors who didn't think highly of Yi Xing at the beginning began to pay attention to Yi Xing. They finally understood that Yi Xing's challenge wasn't a suicidal attack, but that Yi Xing truly had the strength to do so. Ha! Meng Tai, I said the second one would die, but you didn't believe me. How about now? The Black Biao King laughed. He was in a very good mood. Although he was the one who had the most confidence in Yi Xing, he didn't expect that Yi Xing was actually a fist master. The Black Biao King shouted, Meng Tai, don't send out such repulsive people. Are the experts of your Meng clan unwilling to make a move? Quickly send out the third one to die. Meng Ying and Meng Shan were very powerful in the eyes of ordinary warriors. Few people of the same level could match them. However, in the eyes of the Black Biao King, they were repulsive because their true strength wasn't strong. They were only outstanding in one aspect, which was why they were terrifying. Once their outstanding aspect was countered, their strength was very ordinary. As the great Meng clan's royal family, the Meng clan had countless powerhouses. Of course, it was impossible for them to only have these unconventional warriors. Those powerhouses who were strong in all aspects were not in the minority. The Supreme King Meng Tai's face was incomparably gloomy. Although Meng Ying and Meng Shan's true strength wasn't strong, they weren't easy to deal with either. Warriors of the same level were abnormally afraid of them. In the end, they were called repulsive by the Black Biao King, as if the Supreme King Meng Tai was deliberately sending them to their deaths. The Supreme King Meng Tai coldly snorted and said, Since you want him to die quickly, then this king will fulfill your wish. The third battle, Meng Chinchio, you go. Yes, Supreme King. A black-robed old man walked out from the tower. His voice was very old. Yi Xing's gaze suddenly focused. Meng Chinchio was one of the 2 strongest 6-star venerables of the Meng clan in the information the Black Biao King gave him. This was an old monster who had lived for over 200 years. When he was 100 years old, Meng Chinchio was already invincible among 6-star venerables. He didn't rely on a certain aspect to sweep through those of the same level, but his true strength. Defense, attack power, speed, martial arts attainments, battle techniques, all of them were outstanding. Compared to 6-star venerables, there was almost no weakness. In a head-on battle, although Meng Shan could defeat many 6-star venerables with his swift saber, even if several Meng Shans joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Meng Chinchio. In front of Meng Chinchio, Meng Shan's swift saber was useless. Meng Chinchio, on the other hand, could easily suppress Meng Shan with his powerful strength. In the Black Biao King's estimation, Meng Chinchio should be the final character. Even if he wasn't the final character, he would only appear in the 8th or 9th battle. At that time, Yi Xing would have fought 7 or 8 battles in a row, and his stamina would be somewhat exhausted. When Meng Chinchio made his move, the chances of killing Yi Xing would be higher. Right now, it was only the 3rd battle, and Supreme King Meng Tai had already sent out Meng Qianxiu. Clearly, he had seen Yi Xing's strength and knew that ordinary 6-star venerables couldn't contend against him at all. Sending him out would be suicide. Therefore, he sent Meng Qianxiu ahead of time to end Yi Xing's life. Some of the younger martial artists didn't know much about Meng Qianxiu. However, most of the astral-reaching venerables had heard of Meng Qianxiu's fame. Even though Yi Xing had killed Meng Ying and Meng Shan, his current opponent was Meng Qianxiu. Those who knew of Meng Qianxiu's fame didn't think that Yi Xing could win this battle. Even if they didn't know of Meng Qianxiu's fame, just by looking at the reaction of some martial artists, they knew that this black-robed old man's strength must be extremely frightening. This should be an intense battle. After the Black Biao King carefully inspected Meng Qianxiu entered the battlefield. Yi Xing's eyes locked onto Meng Qianxiu. This black-robed old man had a head full of white hair and beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. It could be seen that he was indeed very old and was nearing the end of his lifespan. However, Yi Xing could feel a sense of threat from this old man, who looked like he had one foot in the grave. This was something he couldn't sense from Meng Ying and Meng Shan. It could be seen that Meng Qianxiu was much stronger than the two of them. While Yi Xing was sizing up Meng Qianxiu was also sizing up Yi Xing. Chapter 655. Meng Qianxiu said slowly, "You're so young, yet you possess such a cultivation base and strength. You're indeed a genius of your generation, a monstrous genius of the ages. You're definitely a threat to my great Yuan dynasty. I don't have much time left. If I can kill such a monstrous genius and contribute to my great Yuan dynasty, I'll have no regrets in this life." Although Yi Xing was vigilant, his expression remained indifferent as he said, "Many people have threatened to kill me, but in the end, I'm still standing here, whereas those who threatened to kill me have already died. Old man, I see that you're on the verge of death, and probably won't be able to live for long. Why don't I send you on your way and let you be on your way?" "Hee hee," Meng Qianxiu sneered. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as it landed on Yi Xing's body. He said in a sinister voice, "This old one has been away from the world for a long time. Ignorant juniors have all forgotten this old one's reputation. Although this old one has one foot in the grave, my cultivation is still there. Until the day I die, no one below the High Lord is worthy of my attention. That includes you, Yi Xing." Meng Qianxiu seemed to be a little agitated. He coughed a few times and looked even older. He was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. However, none of the spectators really thought of Meng Qianxiu as an old man. Instead, they were full of fear for this old man. He had cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation was profound. Even if he had not become a great master, he was far stronger than other 6-star venerables. Although Meng Qianxiu had restrained his aura, the spectators could still feel how powerful and terrifying the aura in his body was. Yi Xing was afraid of Meng Qianxiu because he did not plan to use his Dragonification trump card. If Yi Xing used all his trump cards, even a 7-star venerable master would not be worthy of his attention. How could Meng Qianxiu be his opponent? Unexpectedly, Meng Qianxiu looked down on him. Yi Xing also laughed and said coldly, "Meng Qianxiu, your reputation is indeed great, but in front of me, Yi Xing, it is not enough." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Xing used his extreme grade fire constellation and punched towards Meng Qianxiu. As a fist master, Yi Xing's casual punch contained the power of the great Tao of martial arts. It was as powerful as a transcendent state low-class martial arts. Meng Qianxiu's eyes narrowed. The reason he didn't think much of Yi Xing was because Yi Xing was only a 3-star venerate. However, he was still afraid of Yi Xing's fist technique. After all, although he had cultivated for more than 200 years, he had not reached the state of one with the weapon. He was not a weapon master. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Meng Qianxiu had also used his astrology. It was a high-grade water attribute astrology. Oceanic Soaring Dragon Fist. Meng Qianxiu uttered a roar as he unleashed the force of water, triggering the surging water origin chi. Together with the water-type astral force, his aura was boosted to its limit. Boom! Meng Qianqiu's reaction was extremely fast. He punched out, and the fist aura was like a flood dragon rushing out of the sea. It instantly collided with Yi Xing's fist. Fist against fist, it was a violent collision. Both of their fist techniques were shockingly powerful. When they collided, the airflow exploded. Following that, a terrifying astral shockwave spread out 1,000 meters. Wherever the astral shockwave passed, a layer of the ground would be shaved off. In an instant, dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew into the sky. Meng Qianqiu was indeed much stronger than Meng Shan. Yi Xing's fist was at the peak of perfection. If it was Meng Shan, he would definitely not be able to block it. However, Meng Qianqiu's fist landed squarely on him. Such an intense collision was a competition of strength between the two to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Yi Xing felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. His body was pushed back uncontrollably. Although Meng Qianqiu was old, the power contained in his body was too terrifying. His astral energy was extremely dense. When the two of them collided, Meng Qianqiu had the upper hand. After Meng Qianqiu gained the upper hand with his first fist, he immediately sent out a second fist. The Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist was a mid-grade profound martial realm martial art. He had been practicing it for more than 200 years and was only a step away from major completion. In terms of pure martial art power, it was not much weaker than a low-grade profound martial realm martial art. However, Meng Qianqiu's astral energy was dense, and his cultivation was 3 levels higher than Yi Xing's. Naturally, his fist force was stronger than Yi Xing's. If it wasn't for Yi Xing's strong physique, which was also at the level of a 6-star venerable, Yi Xing would have been at a disadvantage in the first fist collision. He would have been sent flying. Soaring Dragon controlling water. Meng Qianqiu took a big step forward after gaining momentum with his first punch. He immediately executed his second punch, attacking Yi Xing knowing that his opponent's fist force was strong. Yi Xing naturally avoided a direct collision with Meng Qianqiu. He changed his fist technique, changing from hard to soft, erratic. The sudden change in Yi Xing's fist force was out of Meng Qianqiu's expectation. The second fist was neutralized by Yi Xing. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Meng Qianqiu shouted and continued to send out the Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist. Each fist was faster than the previous one, stronger than the previous one. His fist force accumulated stronger and stronger, emitting a heaven-shaking pressure, ruthlessly pressuring Yi Xing. Although this kind of pressure was invisible, it was as if it was real. Yi Xing felt the air around him slow down under the pressure of his opponent's aura, like shackles, imprisoning him. Under this kind of pressure, Meng Qianqiu's fist force became stronger and stronger, while Yi Xing's fist force became weaker and weaker. Finally, on the 9th fist, Meng Qianqiu once again captured Yi Xing's attack trajectory and sent out a punch, colliding head-on with Yi Xing. At this time, Meng Qianqiu's fist force was extremely powerful. With a loud explosion, Yi Xing was sent flying 100 meters away, like a flash of light. Even though his physical strength was strong and his defense far surpassed those of the same level, under this kind of impact, he could not help but be injured, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Kid, you're still too inexperienced, die." Meng Qianqiu did not give Yi Xing a chance to recover. With a loud shout, his figure shot out like an arrow, rushing towards Yi Xing. Boom. It was another earth-shattering punch. Meng Ying and Meng Shan were both killed by Yi Xing's fist techniques while retreating. Meng Qianqiu wanted to give Yi Xing a taste of his own medicine, letting him also be killed by his fist techniques while retreating. Unfortunately, Yi Xing was not Meng Ying, nor was he Meng Shan. As Yi Xing's body was retreating, the profound blaze spear appeared in his hand. Facing Meng Qianqiu's heaven-shaking punch, Yi Xing stabbed out with his spear. Sharp Wind Spear. This spear was extremely fast. After Yi Xing became a spear master, the speed of his spear was even faster. Before Meng Qianqiu's fist could touch Yi Xing's body, The tip of the profound blaze spear had already pointed at Meng Qianqiu's throat. The sudden life and death crisis caused Meng Qianqiu to turn pale. Facing such a spear, Meng Ying and Meng Shan would definitely be killed in an instant. But Meng Qianqiu was ultimately not someone Meng Ying and Meng Shan could compare to. The moment he sensed the danger, Meng Qianqiu immediately stopped his body and quickly retreated. At the same time, he retracted his fist and blocked his throat. Chapter 656. Ding! The tip of the blazing profound spear struck Meng Qianqiu's mid-grade profound weapon glove, causing sparks to fly. A huge force was transmitted from the glove, causing Meng Qianqiu's figure to explosively retreat, instantly retreating a few hundred meters. Yi Xing's retreating speed also increased explosively due to the rebounding force. In the blink of an eye, the two stabilized their bodies. They were already 1,000 meters apart, standing in the air, facing each other from afar. Yi Xing pointed the blazing profound spear at Meng Qianqiu from afar, a faint smile hanging on his lips as he said, "Old man, your reaction speed is also extraordinary. You actually managed to block that spear strike just now. Consider yourself lucky." Meng Qianqiu's eyes revealed a look of shock as he said, "Your spear arts are actually not inferior to your fist arts. How is this possible?" Yi Xing's fist arts had already reached the state of one with the weapon. He was a master of fist arts. If his spear arts were not inferior to his fist arts, wouldn't he also be a master of spear arts? Not only is he a master of fist arts, he is also a master of spear arts. This is simply a miracle that has been created since ancient times. Even a king couldn't help but exclaim out loud, his voice shaking. Weapon master was a general term for all martial artists who had achieved one with a weapon. Usually, a weapon master was only one type of weapon, one with a weapon. Yi Xing was only a 3-star honorable. To be able to achieve one with a weapon and become a master of fist arts was already unheard of by the experts of the Star Continent. Moreover, he was also a master of spear arts. This was naturally a miracle that had been created since ancient times and could be said to be unprecedented. The spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. They looked at Yi Xing with their mouths agape. Such a young age, such a cultivation, and he was actually a master of 2 weapons. This was too shocking. However, after the shock in the hearts of the kings, they didn't agree with Yi Xing's ability to achieve one with a weapon. The fact that Yi Xing was able to use both weapons as one only proved how monstrous his martial arts talent was. However, in the eyes of the King Tiers, there was no need for Yi Xing to become a master of spear arts if he was already a master of fist arts. On the road of martial arts, quality is more important than quantity. No matter what type of weapon a grandmaster is, as long as they firmly walk down this road of martial arts, then they will have the hope of comprehending a martial intent. If 2 weapons become one, then they will be affected by each other, and the difficulty of comprehending a martial intent will be greatly increased. Yi Xing is only a 3-star venerable, and yet he is able to become a dual-weapon grandmaster. If he were to concentrate on comprehending a single martial arts path, then it's likely that he would have comprehended a martial intent before he reached the king realm. But he cultivates 2 martial arts. Although his fist and spear techniques complement each other in battle, in terms of comprehending martial arts, they both drag each other down. Wanting to comprehend a martial intent is extremely difficult. Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the kings. The King Tiers of the Dark Star religion felt pity for Yi Xing, while the King Tiers of the Great Yuan dynasty rejoiced in his misfortune. If they knew that Yi Xing was not only a master of fist arts, master of spear arts, but also a master of archery, who knew what they would think? Yi Xing naturally did not know what the kings were thinking. When he cultivated martial arts, he had only received guidance from Zishan Ho in the early stages. After that, he cultivated by himself according to martial arts manuals, and the super brain was his best teacher. With the help of the super brain, It was easy for him to cultivate any martial arts. He did not find it difficult to cultivate archery, spear, fist, and physical strength at the same time. So he had been cultivating all this time. With the ardent flame, profound spear in hand, Yi Xing was full of confidence. His heroic spirit rose as he said, "My spear arts surpass my fist arts. Old man, you can die under my spear arts." Although Meng Qianqiu was only a 6-star venerable, he was born in the great Meng royal family and had very high standards. After the initial shock, Meng Qianqiu regained his composure and sneered, "What's the difference between a master of fist arts and a master of spear arts? You think that by cultivating 2 martial arts, you can double your strength? Ha ha, wishful thinking. That thought just now was merely out of this old man's expectations and caught me off guard. Now that this old man knows your background, do you think you still have a way out? Is that so? Then have a taste of my spear arts." Yi Xing shouted and became one with his spear. He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In an instant, the tip of the spear was already in front of Meng Qianqiu. Bang! Meng Qianqiu was already prepared. He raised his hand and punched. The fist energy was very strong and forced the ardent flame, profound spear back. Meng Qianqiu laughed. "I said, there's no difference between a master of spear arts and a master of fist arts. Your cultivation limits your strength. In front of me, you will die without a doubt." Whoosh! Yi Xing's aura suddenly exploded. Flames surged out of his body, especially the ardent flame, profound spear, which burned brightly. "Take this spear of mine before you talk big." Yi Xing shouted and displayed the most tyrannical and violent spear arts of the 3 moves he comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. Tyrannical flame spear. This spear stab was like a flaming planet smashing over. There was a long fiery tail behind it. Its power was so strong that it shook the heavens and earth. Flame star force, fire power, fire origin chi, fire astral energy. All these powers fused together. How terrifying was the power? Together with Yi Xing's terrifying physical strength, it increased the power of this spear attack. The entire space within the array light barrier suddenly increased in temperature. Meng Qianqiu's expression was shocked as he immediately felt a huge threat. Azure Sea Dragon Tide. Meng Qianqiu roared and displayed the strongest move of the Azure Sea Soaring Dragon Fist. He could feel that Yi Xing's spear attack was extremely powerful. Therefore, he also displayed his strongest attack. The moment the punch was unleashed, the sea roared furiously, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Dragon-shaped energy fists shot up into the sky and collided with Yi Xing's spear of tyrannical fire. Boom, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, there were continuous explosions. The tyrannical flame spear's power was too tyrannical and violent. When the dragon-shaped fist auras collided, they collapsed layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, they all turned into flowing stars. As for the ardent flame, profound spear, it was still burning with flames. It contained a terrifying power and collided with Meng Qianqiu's fist. Oh, Meng Qianqiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was suddenly pushed back a few hundred meters. Hiss! Gas could be heard. The spectating warriors could not believe that Yi Xing actually sent Meng Qianqiu flying in a head-on collision. Meng Qianqiu's fist aura was also very terrifying. Even though the tyrannical flame spear had dispersed all the fist auras, there was still a strong fist aura that came from the ardent flame profound spear. It caused Yi Xing's attack to be stopped, and he was pushed back a dozen steps. Yi Xing quickly stabilized his body. Taking advantage of the fact that Meng Qianqiu was still pushed back by the spear aura, he displayed an extremely fast spear attack and attacked again. Sharp wind spear. The speed of this spear was too fast. When Yi Xing stabbed out, he was a few hundred meters away from Meng Qianqiu. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip had already pierced Meng Qianqiu's throat. This was an extremely fast attack that did not give Meng Qianqiu any time to react. Chapter 657. Yi Xing's spear thrust out at the perfect time. Meng Qianqiu's reaction was the slowest, as he was pushed back. Facing Yi Xing's sharp wind spear, he could neither dodge nor block it. Just as the ardent flame profound spear was about to pierce Meng Qianqiu, a terrifying energy suddenly burst out from Meng Qianqiu's body. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, stopping Yi Xing's spear momentum. Meng Qianqiu's energy burst out as he ignited his astral stars, causing his strength to multiply. Igniting the astral stars was extremely harmful to the body as it directly affected a martial artist's life source, greatly reducing their lifespan. The lifespan of a supremacy was 300 years. However, it was extremely rare for a supremacy to live to the end of their lifespan. A supremacy would live for over 200 years and would experience some danger and injuries. Once they were injured, it would affect their life source. Even if the injuries were treated afterwards, the damage to their life source would be irreversible. Hence, depending on the damage to their life source, most supremacies could only live for around 270 years. Those with lesser damage to their life source could live up to 280 years. Those with greater damage to their life source could only live up to 260 years. In fact, it was even possible for venerable ones who were severely injured to the point that their life source was severely damaged to the point that they could only live for a little more than 200 years before dying of old age. Meng Qianqiu had already lived for more than 260 years. He did not have much lifespan left, only about a dozen years or so. Compared to a venerable one who was in his prime, a dozen years or so of lifespan was nothing. This was a battle of life and death. The outcome would be either you die or I die. Hence, when Meng Qianqiu was in danger, he did not hesitate to ignite his astral stars. He gave up the remaining dozen years of his lifespan and risked his life to kill Yi Xing. Meng Qianqiu's strength had already exceeded the limit of a 6-star supremacy. Now that he ignited his astral stars, his strength multiplied and became even more terrifying. The energy that burst out blocked the ardent flame profound spear, allowing Meng Qianqiu to punch out and hit the ardent flame profound spear. Yi Xing immediately felt a terrifying energy rush towards him. His body was instantly sent flying as he retreated backwards. Meng Qianqiu's face is pale, making him look even older. However, his expression is very crazy. His face is filled with a sinister smile. Seizing the opportunity, when Yi Xing retreated explosively, Meng Qianqiu's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he pursued closely and blasted out another punch. The power of the fist was shocking. It contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy mountains. If this punch landed, even if Yi Xing's body was strong and he had the protection of the profound great inner armor, he would still be severely injured. Die of old age, Meng Qianqiu roared. Even if he were to die of old age tomorrow, as long as he could kill Yi Xing and remove a huge threat for the great Meng imperial family, he would die without regrets. All the spectating martial artists held their breaths. Meng Qianqiu's punch was too fast. Yi Xing had no way of dodging and could only rely on his strength to resist. In the face of such a terrifying punch, the possibility of Yi Xing blocking it was minuscule. And the result of not being able to block it was clear to everyone. That was death. Facing Meng Qianqiu's terrifying punch, Yi Xing's heart tightened. He knew very well that even if he used the tyrannical flame spear, he would not be able to block the power of this punch. In an instant, Yi Xing had a countermeasure in his heart. He activated the dark force, and in an instant, the profound blazing flame spear was condensed by the dark yuan qi and turned into a pitch-black spear. Even in the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Xing did not transform into his dragon form. Instead, he used 1,000 transformation spear. The profound, blazing flame spear swung out and formed a pitch-black vortex that enveloped Meng Qianqiu's punch. At the same time, Yi Xing also used the wind force and activated the 9 heavens astral travel technique to the limit. The wind yuan qi gathered around his body, and he rapidly retreated. The power of this punch was too terrifying. Even the 1,000 transformation spear could not dissolve that terrifying punch. The dark vortex collapsed layer by layer. However, the effect of this move was obvious. It slowed down the pressure of the punch. In addition, Yixing's rapid retreat gave Yixing more space to block. 1,000 transformation spear. 1,000 transformation spear. Yixing continuously used this move. The profound, blazing flame spear swung out continuously, forming one dark vortex after another. As one dark whirlpool collapsed, another dark whirlpool appeared, gradually dissolving the opponent's fist force. In the blink of an eye, Meng Qianqiu's terrifying punch had completely disappeared. The spectating cultivators widened their eyes. They did not expect Yixing to actually block Meng Qianqiu's attack. When Meng Qianqiu ignited his astral energy, the sudden eruption of power was terrifying. Even 7-star Venerable Lord would choose to avoid it. However, Yixing had withstood it head-on. This puzzled all the martial artists present and shocked them. Tyrannical Flame Spear, Sharp Wind Spear, 1,000 Transformation Spear. Yixing had comprehended 3 spear techniques from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. They had different characteristics, but each had their own uses. For example, when Yixing faced his opponent's explosive power and used his strongest move, he could use 1,000 Transformation Spear to dissolve it. The effect was very good. Meng Qianqiu's punch missed. One could imagine the shock in his heart. That punch just now had consumed too much of his strength. He could not continuously punch out and continue to suppress Yixing. However, Yixing took advantage of the instant when Meng Qianqiu's punch had exhausted its strength and did not have time to gather new strength. He stabbed out with his spear and counterattacked. Sharp Wind Spear. This was an extremely fast spear. With a flash of light, the spear tip stabbed towards Meng Qianqiu's throat. Meng Qianqiu was currently igniting his astral energy, and his strength was terrifying. If Yixing used Tyrannical Flame Spear, although it was stronger, its speed would be slower. As long as Meng Qianqiu could catch his breath, he could easily block the Tyrannical Flame Spear and counterattack Yixing. However, Yixing's Sharp Wind Spear was too fast. It was so fast that before Meng Qianqiu could catch his breath, the spear tip was already in front of his throat. Meng Qianqiu's current strength was much stronger than normal. However, his reaction speed did not increase. Instead, because the strength in his body exceeded his body's limit, his reaction speed became slower. Therefore, Yixing's Sharp Wind Spear was too fast for Meng Qianqiu to react. With a flash of cold light, the spear tip pierced a large hole in Meng Qianqiu's throat. The profound blaze spear was immediately retracted. Yixing's figure rapidly retreated like a flash of light. Meng Qianqiu, who was stabbed in the throat, completely exploded the strength in his body. Since he was stabbed in the throat, he would definitely die in such a state. Therefore, Meng Qianqiu only had one thought, and that was to drag Yixing down with him. Unfortunately, Yixing's spear came quickly and retreated quickly. Meng Qianqiu's violent attack did not manage to hit Yixing's body. Fresh blood surged out from Meng Qianqiu's throat. The violent strength of the ignited astral energy in his body suddenly found an outlet and rushed towards his throat. Meng Qianqiu could not suppress it even if he wanted to. In just a few breaths of time, Meng Qianqiu's throat spewed out flames. The flames instantly spread throughout his body, turning him into a flaming man. Chapter 658. The power of the astral star turned into flames. Meng Qianqiu was burned to ashes from the inside out. The third battle ended with Meng Qianqiu's death and Yixing's victory. The spectating cultivators looked at Yixing's figure standing in the air with shock in their eyes. Before the battle, most of the spectators thought that Yixing's challenge was suicidal. But now, no one doubted Yixing's strength. Even Meng Qianqiu had died at Yixing's hands. Moreover, he was killed by Yixing when he was burning his astral star. How many mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family could contend against Yixing? Even Meng Zhongshan, who was as famous as Meng Qianqiu, would most likely lose to Yi Xing. From Meng Qianqiu's death, it could be seen that Yi Xing had an 80 to 90% chance of winning this life-and-death battle. The great Meng royal family's only chance of winning was if Yi Xing exhausted too much of his energy and became weak. However, Yi Xing did not show any signs of exhaustion. Who could be sure that Yi Xing's energy could not last 10 battles? Yi Xing's victory was in his hands. The experts of the Dark Star sect were all very happy. The Black Biao King was also completely relieved. As for the great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, they were all frowning with gloomy expressions. Especially the Meng family's king. They were even more depressed. The honorables from all the empires and forces in the Star Continent had come to watch the life-and-death gambling duel. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, if the 10 middle-level honorables of the damning royal family were all killed by Yi Xing, it would be a complete loss of face and a great loss of prestige. The great Meng royal family could not afford to lose face like this. A Meng family's king said angrily, "This kid's strength has actually reached such a level. Even Meng Qianqiu is no match for him. Then, do we still have to continue the following battles?" What he meant was that they might as well not fight the remaining 7 battles. Although losing 3 battles was embarrassing, it was still different from losing 10 battles in a row. We can't let the Dark Star sect increase their prestige. In my opinion, we should lock down the formation and trap Yi Xing inside. If the Dark Star sect comes to rescue him, we can take the opportunity to destroy them. Another Meng family's king said. His eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. The great Yuan dynasty, in name, had unified the Star Continent, but in reality it was not, because of the existence of the Dark Star sect. To the other cultivators of the great Yuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect was powerful. If they could avoid fighting with them, they would avoid fighting with them. However, to the great Meng imperial family, the Dark Star sect was a thorn in their side. If they had the chance to get rid of them, they would naturally have some ideas. Of course, the Dark Star sect's strength was not something the great Yuan dynasty could easily destroy. This king's suggestion did not receive any response from the other kings. On the other side, the Black Biao King's complacent laughter rang out. Meng Tai, even Meng Qianqiu, is not Yi Xing's opponent. Your Meng family will definitely lose this life and death gambling match. Since we agreed on 10 battles for the next 7 battles, either you admit defeat to Yi Xing now, or continue sending people to their deaths. The Supreme King Meng Tai immediately responded, the 4th battle, Meng Qing. Asking the Supreme King Meng Tai to admit defeat to Yi Xing? That was impossible. Even if he sent another 7 6-star venerables to their deaths, the Supreme King Meng Tai would not admit defeat to Yi Xing. Yes, Supreme King. A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, walked out of the tower. Meng Qing's strength was first-rate among 6-star venerables. However, compared to Meng Qianqiu, there was still a big gap. Asking him to fight Yi Xing was obviously a death match. However, Meng Qing had no other choice. If he dared to disobey the Supreme King Meng Tai's order, he would immediately be smashed into meat paste. Even if he died in the battle with Yi Xing, he would be sacrificing his life for the great Meng royal family. After being checked by the Black Tiger King, Meng Qing entered the battlefield. The battle was as expected. Meng Qing's strength was not small compared to Yi Xing's. He was not a match for Yi Xing. At the beginning of the battle, he was in danger under Yi Xing's spear. After exchanging a few blows, Meng Qing's aura suddenly erupted. His strength increased explosively. Like Meng Qianqiu, he ignited his astral energy. This was a battle of life and death. The result was only death. Since he was going to die, even if Meng Qing was in his prime and still had 100 years of lifespan, he would give up on it. Even if he had to risk his life, he would drag Yi Xing down with him. However, Meng Qianqiu ignited his astral energy and failed to drag Yi Xing down with him. Naturally, Meng Qing would not be able to fulfill his wish. Meng Qing's outcome was the same as Meng Qianqiu's. His throat was pierced by Yi Xing's spear. The astral energy in his body found a vent and surged out. It turned into raging flames and burned Meng Qing to ashes. In the fourth battle, Meng Qing died. Yi Xing continued to win. The spectating cultivators sighed with emotion. In the beginning, they thought that Yi Xing was a suicidal challenge. Now, it was the great Meng royal family's suicidal challenge. Meng Qianxiu and Meng Qing ignited their astral energy and fought to the death. If this was not a suicidal challenge, then what was? After Meng Qing's victory, Yi Xing won the 5th, 6th, and 7th battles. In these 3 battles, the 6-star venerables sent by the Supreme King varied in strength when compared to Meng Qing. However, they were not much weaker. They were not as strong as Meng Qianxiu. Although they ignited their astral energy and fought to the death with Yi Xing, none of them succeeded. Their throats were all pierced by Yi Xing and burned to ashes. One after another, suicidal battles took place. 6-star venerables were incinerated into ashes one after another. At first, the spectating martial artists were shocked, but later, they became numb to the spectacle. After a few consecutive battles, the spectating cultivators understood that the supreme King Meng Tai was not purely sending these people to their deaths. Instead, he wanted to exhaust Yi Xing's energy as much as possible and weaken Yi Xing's condition. Then, in the last battle, the great Meng royal family still had a 6-star venerable, Meng Zhongshan, who was no weaker than Meng Qianxiu. At that time, if Yi Xing's condition was not good and he could not use his full strength, then the great Meng royal family still had hope of winning. After the 7th battle ended, all the spectating cultivators looked towards the great Yuan dynasty's tower. They knew that the supreme King Meng Tai would not give Yi Xing any time to rest. He would immediately send out the 8th battle. As expected, the supreme King Meng Tai's voice immediately sounded from the top of the tower. The 8th battle, Meng Zhongshan. When the supreme King Meng Tai's voice fell into the spectating cultivators' ears, they were all stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't Meng Zhongshan be the finale and be sent out for the 10th battle? Although Yi Xing had fought 7 battles in a row, he did not show any obvious signs of fatigue. If Yi Xing fought 9 battles in a row before sending Meng Zhongshan out, wouldn't the chances of victory be higher? But now, it was only the 8th battle, and the supreme King Meng Tai had sent Meng Zhongshan out. This caused the spectating cultivators to feel puzzled and unable to understand. If Meng Zhongshan lost the 8th battle, then who in the great Meng royal family would be able to turn the tide in the 9th and 10th battles? Chapter 659. Black Biao King was shocked to see Meng Tai send out Meng Zhongshan for the 8th round. Black Biao King did not think that Meng Tai would be stupid. Since he arranged Meng Zhongshan for the 8th round, he must have his reasons. If Meng Zhongshan was sent out for the 8th round, it was reasonable. There could only be one reason. That was, Meng Tai could send out stronger, mid-level supremacies for the 9th and 10th round. Black Biao King frowned. According to the information collected by the Dark Star sect, Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan were the 2 strongest mid-level supremacies in the great Meng royal family. If the great Meng royal family had stronger mid-level supremacies than Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan, it was a serious mistake in the information. At the same time, it also meant that even if Yi Xing defeated Meng Zhongshan, he might not be able to win the life and death gambit. He would have to face stronger opponents later on. If Meng Zhongshan was the strongest opponent, Yi Xing's chances of winning would be as high as 80 to 90%. But now, who dare to say that Yi Xing would win the life and death gambit? The result of the life and death gambit was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it hard for people to see clearly. This made Black Biao King's heart, which had already calmed down, to be in suspense again. How much stronger would the 9th and 10th fighters be compared to Meng Zhongshan? Would they have the strength of a 7-star supremacy? This could only be guessed. Everything was unknown. Meng Zhongshan walked out of the tower. He was over 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. The muscles on his body were like dragons, filled with explosive power. His arms were thicker than a normal person's thigh, filled with power. It was hard to imagine how strong his physical body was. Paramount King, Zhongshan swears to complete the mission. Meng Zhongshan bowed, slightly in front of Paramount King Meng Tai, and said, Paramount King Meng Tai nodded and waved his hand for Meng Zhongshan to go forward. After Black Biao King's inspection, Meng Zhongshan entered the battlefield. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. This Meng Zhongshan was harder to deal with than Meng Qianxiu. Meng Zhongshan had a famous nickname, Killing Machine. He was a pure, fleshly body martial artist. In terms of attack power, he was on par with Meng Qianxiu. But in terms of defense, Meng Qianxiu could not compare. If any seven-star supremacy had to choose between Meng Zhongshan and Meng Zhongqiu, they would not choose Meng Zhongshan. A pure physical martial artist's defense was too strong. Even if they were stronger, it would be difficult to win. The Supreme King Meng Tai had sent out Meng Zhongshan in the 8th battle. Yi Xing knew that there would be even more powerful opponents in the future. It was just that the Dark Star Sect's intelligence report didn't mention this opponent. Clearly, it was a hidden force belonging to the great Meng imperial family. He was even stronger than Meng Zhongshan, and his battle prowess was at least comparable to an ordinary 7-star supremacy. That was a truly powerful enemy. Therefore, Yi Xing knew very well what Meng Zhongshan's goal was in sending out the 8th battle. It was to exhaust his energy. Since Meng Qianxiu had died by Yi Xing's hand after burning his astral energy, and Yi Xing was not in a weakened state, the possibility of Meng Zhongshan killing Yi Xing was not high. It was only possible that he wanted to exhaust Yi Xing's energy so that Yi Xing would be in a weakened state. That way, the experts in the future would be able to kill Yi Xing. Kid, you can beat Meng Qianxiu, but you can't do anything to me, Meng Zhongshan. Bring it on. Meng Zhongshan shouted as a layer of golden light appeared on his body, revealing a surging aura. Golden Dipper Battle Chi was Meng Zhongshan's fleshly body cultivation technique. It absorbed the metal-attributed star system to strengthen the body, making it as tough as steel. Circulating the Golden Dipper Battle Chi, Meng Zhongshan's body was as tough as a profound weapon. Facing Meng Zhongshan's provocation, Yi Xing looked at him with a faint smile. He did not intend to take the initiative to attack. Meng Zhongshan's specialty was his strong defense. If he defended with all his strength, Yi Xing would have a hard time even if he used all his strength. Meng Zhongshan's goal was to exhaust Yi Xing's energy. Of course, he wanted to defend with all his strength and let Yi Xing take the initiative to attack. Yi Xing saw through his plan and would not fall for it. In the first 7 battles, other than the first and second battles that were easy to win, the venerables from a Meng clan had burned their astral energy to fight Yi Xing. Yi Xing was more or less exhausted, so he would not take the initiative to attack Meng Zhongshan and waste his energy. Yi Xing looked at Meng Zhongshan from afar. If Meng Zhongshan did not take the initiative to attack, he would not move and take the opportunity to recover his energy. Meng Zhongshan saw that Yi Xing was not moving and shouted angrily, "Kid, you don't dare to fight with me?" Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Who says I don't dare? Don't worry. Let me rest for a while, and then I will take your life." Meng Zhongshan would not give Yi Xing time to rest. If Yi Xing did not take the initiative to attack, he would have to give up on defending and take the initiative to attack Yi Xing. I am known as the killing machine. If you don't take the initiative to attack, I will still crush you. Meng Zhongshan shouted, and the golden light on his body shone brightly. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the ground cracked. Instantly, a circle of shock waves spread out in all directions. Whoosh! Meng Zhongshan's body flashed across the void and appeared in front of Yi Xing. He slapped his palm over. The speed of the palm was so fast that Yi Xing did not have time to use the Overlord Flame Spear art. He just casually thrust his spear forward. Bang! Meng Zhongshan's attack power was not inferior to Meng Qianxiu's. When the golden palm slapped on the blazing flame spear, Yi Xing immediately felt a terrifying shock, and his body was suddenly sent flying. Die for me, Meng Zhongshan roared, and a golden light flashed. His body was like an iron tower as he slammed down with another palm. Yixing had seen Meng Zhongshan's speed and was prepared. He used the Nine Heavens astral travel technique and retreated quickly. He then used the Thousand Transformations Spear to dissolve the power of the fist. Overlord Flame Spear. The blazing flame spear instantly turned from black to red flames. Yixing's spear art had changed to perfection. He took advantage of the moment when the opponent's palm was dissolved and immediately launched a violent counterattack. Meng Zhongshan slapped again, and the golden palm collided with the blazing flame spear. Boom! The power of the Overlord Flame Spear was terrifying. Coupled with Yixing's physical strength, the spear sent Meng Zhongshan flying. Sharp Wind Spear. Yixing's body did not move forward. The blazing flame spear was condensed by the wind yuan qi as he unleashed the fastest spear. The spear tip instantly pierced towards Meng Zhongshan. Meng Qianqiu faced such an attack, and his life was in danger. However, Meng Zhongshan's defense was much stronger than Meng Qianqiu's. The golden light on the surface of Meng Zhongshan's body shone brightly and formed a bright golden light layer. The blazing flame spear pierced the golden light layer and gave off a metallic sound. Although the golden light layer was penetrated, the spear force was obviously stopped. At this moment, Meng Zhongshan had already slapped his palm out and sent the blazing flame spear flying. His body was unharmed. Although the spear force pierced Meng Zhongshan's body after the golden light layer was penetrated, it was not considered a wound to his body. Chapter 660. Meng Zhongshan's palm technique was wide open, straightforward, and extremely fast. The palm energy shook off the blazing flame profound spear and immediately moved forward, slamming towards Yixing's chest. Nine Heavens astral travel technique. Wind elemental energy gathered around Yixing as Yixing pushed his speed to the limit, dodging Meng Zhongshan's palm energy. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Zhongshan's body moved as fast as a phantom, slamming down one palm after another. Every palm strike caused the void to explode, and wherever the palm energy passed, the mountains would crumble. If they were ordinary intermediate venerable ones, even if there was a group of them, they would be easily crushed to death if Meng Zhongshan got close to them. Tyrannical Flame Spear. Yixing once again unleashed this tyrannical and violent technique, forcing Meng Zhongshan to retreat. However, Meng Zhongshan was prepared for this, and even the might of the tyrannical flame spear could not injure him. Come again. Meng Zhongshan became more and more courageous as he fought. After being pushed back by the tyrannical flame spear, he charged forward again in the blink of an eye. Golden palm prints with terrifying power slammed towards Yixing whoosh. A ray of starlight shot out from Yixing's forehead, turning into a huge dark vortex. Yixing used the dark astrology, and in an instant, Meng Zhongshan fell into a world of darkness. Although Yixing might not necessarily lose to Meng Zhongshan if he fought him head-on, he might face stronger opponents in the next two battles. Yixing did not want to fight Meng Zhongshan like this. Yixing had to conserve his energy for the 9th and 10th battle, so he used the black hole astrology. Meng Zhongshan fell into the world of darkness and could not see Yixing's figure, so his violent attacks stopped. Although Meng Zhongshan had a high-grade metal element celestial phase above him, emitting a golden light, but in the dark world, it could not illuminate too far, causing Meng Zhongshan to become blind. Meng Zhongshan simply closed his eyes. Yixing's black hole astrology could make the target enter the dark world. This was no secret. Meng Zhongshan had already trained to fight with his eyes closed. Meng Zhongshan's ears perked up, and he carefully listened to the sound around him. His pores opened up, and he felt the flow of the air to determine Yixing's position. Sharp Wind Spear. When Meng Zhongshan fell into the world of darkness, Yixing immediately launched a counterattack, thrusting out his spear with extreme speed. After all, fighting with one's eyes was not as sensitive as watching with one's eyes. With the speed of the sharp wind spear, Even if Meng Zhongshan could see with his eyes, it would be difficult for him to block it. Now that he was in the dark world, he could not react in time and was stabbed directly. Ding! Chapter 661. In the eighth battle, Meng Zhongshan died, and Yixing continued his winning streak. In the light shield of the formation, Yixing held his spear and pierced through Meng Zhongshan's body. The scene froze at this moment, and all the spectating cultivators were stunned when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with shock and amazement. Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan, the two most famous mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family, had both died in Yixing's hands. In addition, 6 other powerful 6-star supremacies had also died. This kind of result was something that the martial artists had not expected at all. Some of them did not expect that the supreme King Meng Tai would send out stronger mid-level supremacies. At this moment, they were certain that Yixing would win. They thought that the 9th and 10th battles were a foregone conclusion. However, the Black Biao King's expression became nervous. He knew that one of the supreme King Meng Tai's trump cards was about to be revealed. Regarding Meng Zhongshan's death, the supreme King Meng Tai did not even frown. He had already expected this result. The mission he gave Meng Zhongshan was to increase Yixing's energy consumption. Yixing had used at least 100 moves to kill Meng Zhongshan, so he must have used up a lot of energy. The 9th battle was the real trump card. Even if he did not succeed in the 9th battle, there was still a safer trump card in the 10th battle. Since the Supreme King Meng Tai dared to agree to this life and death battle, he was naturally fully prepared. He would definitely not let the great Meng royal family lose their dignity. As the ruler of the Star Continent, the great Meng royal family had been cultivating secret forces in every era. This was the great Meng royal family's secret. Only a few people knew about it, and even many kings did not know about it. Now, it was finally time for these secret forces to be put to use. The great Yuan dynasty's cultivators looked at the supreme King Meng Tai. Meng Zhongshan had died, so they did not know who the supreme king would send out for the 9th battle. The supreme King Meng Tai's eyes lit up, and he said, "The 9th battle, Meng Zhanfeng, kill this bastard." Meng Zhanfeng? The cultivators of the great Yuan dynasty all knew this person. He was just an ordinary 6-star venerate. The Dark Star sect had investigated all the 6-star venerables of the damning dynasty, and Meng Zhanfeng was no exception. He was only in his 50s, and he had only become a 6-star venerable within 10 years. He did not have any obvious battle records, and in the information of the Dark Star sect, he was excluded from the possible participants. Aside from a few people who knew the inside story, the vast majority of cultivators thought that the paramount King Yixing had already given up on this life and death gamble. Thus, he sent out an ordinary 6-star venerable to settle this matter with Yixing. "Yes, Your Majesty, your subject will definitely kill this thief." A vigorous voice rang out as a person walked out from the tower. Meng Zhanfeng looked very young, not even 30 years old. The Black Biao King carefully checked and confirmed that Meng Zhanfeng was indeed a mid-level supremacy and not a supremacy or king. He sealed his cultivation and allowed Meng Zhanfeng to enter the light barrier. "So it's you." Yixing looked at Meng Zhanfeng. When he had just returned from the extraterritorial Star Continent, he had met this person in the Starry Sky Arena. Unexpectedly, this person's strength was even more terrifying than his aura. He was actually a 6-star venerable who was even stronger than Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan. It seemed that the damning dynasty had not randomly assigned Meng Zhanfeng to guard the Starry Sky Arena and wait for Yixing's news. They had left a true powerhouse behind. Meng Zhanfeng's gaze was cold like a sharp blade as he said, "This is me. I could not attack you in the Starry Sky Arena. Now, I can finally fulfill my wish and kill you, this thief, to restore the prestige of my great Yuan dynasty." The spectating cultivators were stunned. Meng Zhanfeng's words were beyond their expectations. From Meng Zhanfeng's tone, it seemed that he was even stronger than Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan. Otherwise, Yi Xing, Meng Qianxiu, and Meng Zhongshan would have already died at Yi Xing's hands. How could Meng Zhanfeng be so confident that he could kill Yi Xing? However, Meng Zhanfeng was very ordinary among six-star venerables, and he was even more unknown to many martial artists. Could he be stronger than Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan, who were invincible among six-star venerables? Meng Zhanfeng's aura gradually surged as the crowd watched in shock. In the end, the monstrous aura was like an avalanche, causing some seven-star venerables to turn solemn. Although they were separated by the light barrier, they could still feel that Meng Zhanfeng was extraordinary. He was probably stronger than Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan. Heavens, this Meng Zhanfeng's aura is so strong that it is not inferior to a seven-star venerable. Could it be that his strength is comparable to a seven-star venerable? Some venerables exclaimed. They were shocked that the great Ming imperial family had hidden such a powerful six-star venerable. It turns out that the Supreme King arranged Meng Zhongshan to fight in the 8th round not because he wanted him to fight in advance, but because there are more powerful middle-level venerables. Meng Zhongshan should be fighting in the 8th round. This Meng Zhanfeng is stronger than Meng Zhongshan, but he is only fighting in the 9th round. Could it be that there is someone stronger than Meng Zhanfeng fighting in the 10th round? Looking at Meng Zhanfeng's aura, his strength should not be inferior to an ordinary 7-star venerable. How strong will the person fighting in the 10th round be? I thought that Yi Xing had won the life and death gambling match after defeating Meng Qianxiu and Meng Zhongshan. Now it seems that I have underestimated the great Ming imperial family. As the ruler of the De Yuan King, how can the great Ming imperial family only have this much strength? They must have some hidden experts. The difference in strength between a 6-star venerable and a 7-star venerable is too great. If Meng Zhanfeng really has the strength of a 7-star venerable, Yi Xing will be defeated in this round without waiting for the 10th round. The martial artists exclaimed repeatedly. Previously, they had all thought that Yi Xing would win the life and death gambling match. Now, the wind had shifted to the great Ming imperial family side. Yi Xing looked at Meng Zhanfeng with a calm expression. No matter how strong Meng Zhanfeng was, there was a limit to his strength. Being able to reach the combat strength of a 7-star venerable was already extremely heaven-defying. After all, it was too difficult for the martial artists of the Star Continent to fight across realms in the venerable realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms, and it was even harder to find someone who could fight across realms. Yi Xing did not believe that it would be so coincidental for him to meet a 6-star venerable who could fight across realms. The possibility of this happening was less than 1 in a trillion. Yi Xing said indifferently, "You couldn't do anything to me in the starry sky, Grand Arena. You can't do anything to me here either. Perhaps you're stronger than Yi Xing, but so what? There is only one result in this life and death gambling match. That is I, Yi Xing, will live, and the 10 middle stage venerables of your great Ming imperial family will all die. You're only the 9th. There's still a 10th after you." Yi Xing's tone was resolute and decisive. He was full of confidence. Chapter 662. Meng Zhanfeng raised his hand, and a black class medium treasure saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! At the same time, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a golden star. It was a superior metal element star form. With the treasure saber in hand and the metal element star power in his body, Meng Zhanfeng's aura suddenly became sharp. He shouted, "Yi Xing, you don't have to wait for the 10th round. You will die in this round." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed, and a dazzling saber aura broke the air current in half and slashed towards Yi Xing. The saber was faster than Meng Shan, and the power contained in the saber aura was much stronger than Meng Shan. It was stronger than Meng Zhongshan and Meng Qianxiu. When an expert made a move, one would know whether they were skilled or not. Meng Zhanfeng's black class media martial skill, golden aura void splitting saber, had been cultivated to the great completion realm. Its power was not inferior to a transcendent martial skill. Meng Zhanfeng's metal force had also reached the unity of heaven and man realm, which was higher than a 7-star supremacy. Although his cultivation had not reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, the power of his saber was stronger than an ordinary 7-star supremacy. Golden aura void splitting saber focused on breaking the void. Once the saber aura was released, it would break the void and arrive in an instant. It was as fast as lightning. It was only fast but weak. It was not a threat, even if it caught up with Yixing. It was only strong but slow. It could not even catch up with Yixing's clothes. However, it was fast and strong. It was a big threat to Yixing. Meng Zhanfeng's saber was fast and strong. Yixing could not avoid it, and only had time to block with his spear. Clang! The treasure saber carried a golden saber aura and slashed on the blazing flame spear. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. Yixing's body was instantly sent flying. There was a sweet taste in his mouth, and a mouthful of blood surged up. Meng Zhanfeng's attack power was indeed terrifying. Just one saber was able to injure Yixing a little. Swoosh! The air current split, and a golden light flashed. Meng Zhanfeng's second saber had arrived. Yixing used the 9 Heavens spirit travel technique and retreated quickly, but he was still not as fast as the saber light. Myriad transformation spear. While retreating, Yixing executed this move. Dark energy gathered on the blazing flame profound spear, drawing out a dark whirlpool. A golden saber light flashed, and the dark vortex was cut in half. The golden saber light that broke through the dark vortex struck Yixing's chest like a hot knife through butter. Bang! Even though Yixing's power was greatly reduced after the black vortex was split open, and he was protected by the mystic grade inner armor, he still spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yixing felt a sharp pain in his chest. The astral blade was too sharp. Although his inner armor was not cut open and blocked most of the attack power, part of the astral blade still penetrated into his body, causing damage to his body. The golden saber light appeared again. Meng Zhanfeng had already sent out his third saber strike. He laughed and said, "Yixing, how does it feel?" The spectating cultivators watched the battle unfold in the light barrier. Meng Zhanfeng's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. If this continued, Yixing would not be able to withstand more than a few saber strikes. Meng Zhanfeng's rapid saber strike after saber strike forced Yixing to retreat continuously. Even though he was in the world of darkness, he could still accurately capture Yixing's movements and accurately determine Yixing's exact location. The Dark Star Sect's cultivators were very nervous. Yixing's situation was very bad. As for the Great Yuan Dynasty's cultivators, they were naturally very excited. In the blink of an eye, Meng Zhanfeng's third saber strike had already arrived in front of Yixing. Under such rapid attacks, Yixing was unable to completely dodge his opponent's attack. He had to retreat quickly. Meng Zhanfeng caught the fluctuations caused by the friction between his body and the air. He was able to lock onto Yixing's position. Yixing already vomited blood from the second saber strike. How could he block the third saber strike? Yixing's actions were out of everyone's expectations. He actually put away the medial grade profound spear in his hand and switched it for a pitch black profound bow. Although this bow was also a medial grade profound weapon, Meng Zhanfeng's astral blade was already in front of him. What was the use of using a bow? The bow is a long-range weapon. Drawing the bow required a certain amount of time. In close combat, by the time one drew the bow and shot an arrow, the opponent would have already killed one. Furthermore, Yixing was facing Meng Zhanfeng's saber. It was as fast as lightning. How could he block it with a bow? The spectating cultivators were all shocked. They did not understand Yixing's actions. In their opinion, switching from a spear to a bow was simply suicidal. The Dark Star Sect cultivators all stood up. Yixing's actions were simply courting death. As for the great Yuan dynasty's cultivators, they all laughed. They were overjoyed. Others did not know that Yixing was not only a spear master and a fist master, but he was also an archery master. Furthermore, Yixing's archery Dao was even further than the spear Dao and fist Dao. His attainments were deeper. The degree of one with the weapon was even higher than the spear and the gloves. The bow was the weapon Yixing was most familiar with. With a bow in hand, compared to wearing gloves or holding a spear, it felt more comfortable to use. Others did not know that Yixing was not only skilled in archery, but he had also comprehended his own archery martial technique. Switching from a spear to a bow was not courting death, nor was it suicidal. With a bow in hand, one's strength was stronger and faster than using a spear. With the dark crow bow in hand, it instantly transformed into a black shadow. It was an afterimage formed by moving at extreme speed. It was also a black vortex. It was extremely similar to the 10,000 transformation spear. When the saber light slashed into the black vortex, it immediately deviated. However, the black vortex was also collapsing. Immediately after, the saber and the dark crow bow collided. The dark crow bow had an extremely strong suction force. It followed the black vortex and immediately deviated the saber to the side. The saber light followed the momentum and slashed down. It flashed past Yixing's side. Although it instantly broke the air current, it did not touch Yixing's body. Meng Zhanfeng was shocked. All the spectating cultivators were shocked. Just now, Yixing had used a medium-grade profound spear and was unable to resolve Meng Zhanfeng's saber technique. Now, Yixing used a bow and successfully changed the trajectory of Meng Zhanfeng's saber. Bang! At the moment when everyone was shocked, there was a sudden loud sound. Yixing had pulled the bowstring. Yixing's pulling and releasing was extremely fast. Starlight gathered on the bowstring. Before it condensed into an arrow shape, it formed a fan-shaped ripple and shot out. Without condensing into an arrow shape, it naturally did not have the penetrative power of an arrow. However, this fan-shaped ripple should not be underestimated. The Dark Crow bow was a top medium-grade profound bow. The force it shot out was enough to threaten a 6-star venerable. The most important thing was that the fan-shaped ripple was too fast. It was impossible to guard against it. It was like a light blade that instantly cut Meng Zhanfeng's neck. Chapter 663. If he waited for the starlight to condense into the shape of an arrow, it would take longer. Although the arrow would be more powerful, it would give Meng Zhanfeng time to prepare. Now, Yixing only needed to pull and release the starlight ripples that shot out were too fast. It was impossible to guard against. If Meng Zhanfeng was hit by the starlight ripples without any preparation, his head would probably fall off. Therefore, in an instant, Meng Zhanfeng's heart trembled as he felt the threat of death. Whoosh! Meng Zhanfeng's body suddenly bloomed with golden light as he rapidly retreated. The blooming golden light was Meng Zhanfeng's astral energy and metal attribute star force erupting from his body to form a defensive layer. However, the starlight ripples shot out from the crow mystic bow were really sharp. The golden defensive layer was cut open like water, and the starlight ripples continued to cut towards Meng Zhanfeng's neck. Whoosh! Meng Zhanfeng rapidly retreated. Coupled with the defense of his protective shield, he finally won a moment of time to withdraw his treasure saber and slash down. Although the starlight ripples were sharp, they were nothing but air. Under the saber light, they were instantly split in two. The terrifying saber light shot forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was above Yixing's head. It seemed that Meng Zhanfeng's saber was very domineering. In an instant, he had counterattacked Yixing. In fact, the threat of the starlight ripples was still there. After the starlight ripples were split in two, they continued to shoot forward. Under Meng Zhanfeng's horrified gaze, the starlight ripples flashed past his neck. Although there was no pain, Meng Zhanfeng still felt a chill coming from both sides of his neck. Obviously, Both sides of his neck had been swept by the starlight ripples. It was only because the starlight ripples swept by too quickly that he didn't feel any pain. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The crow mystic bow in Yi Xing's hand was burning with raging flames. It erupted with a terrifying power and collided with the saber light. Yi Xing's strike was like the tyrannical flame spear of spear arts. Its power was wild and overbearing, and it instantly shattered the saber light. However, the power of Meng Zhanfeng's saber strike was truly terrifying. Yi Xing was forced back. This was exactly what Yi Xing wanted, so he increased his speed and retreated. Only when he was far enough from Meng Zhanfeng would Yi Xing have enough time to draw the bow and display the true power of the black profound bow. Although close-range Starlight Ripple's attacks were hard to guard against, their power was not enough. If Meng Zhanfeng was prepared, it would be very difficult for Yi Xing to injure him with Starlight Ripples. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing was already thousands of meters away from Meng Zhanfeng. His aura was restrained, and he merged into the dark world silently. Two streaks of blood appeared on both sides of Meng Zhanfeng's neck. Blood slowly flowed out. At this time, Meng Zhanfeng already felt the pain from his neck. Fortunately, the starlight ripples had only swept past the two sides of his neck, and the deepest part was no more than 2 centimeters. His trachea and aorta were not damaged, so it was not a serious injury. If Meng Zhanfeng had known that the starlight ripples could continue attacking after being cut off, he would not have slashed vertically, but horizontally. The starlight ripples were not very powerful. They were destroyed by the saber aura. When Meng Zhanfeng reflected and thought that he would not be at a disadvantage the next time he encountered starlight ripples, he was shocked. He had already lost his sense of Yi Xing. His surroundings were pitch black. Although his metal constellation was blooming with golden light, it was very dim in the dark world. Meng Zhanfeng could not see very far. Previously, Meng Zhanfeng was able to lock onto Yi Xing because under his continuous attacks, Yi Xing was constantly retreating. The trajectory was all within Meng Zhanfeng's expectations. Now, Yi Xing had completely restrained his aura and was hiding. Meng Zhanfeng naturally could not discover him. The array formation's restriction isolated this space. The people outside could see everything inside the array formation's light shield, but they could not interfere. Even sound could not pass in. Therefore, the spectating martial artists could see Yi Xing's figure, but they could not warn Meng Zhanfeng. Meng Zhanfeng channeled his astral energy to stop the blood from flowing out of his neck. He withdrew his saber and got into a defensive posture. He calmed his mind and sensed the surroundings. In order to kill Yi Xing, the intermediate venerable ones who participated in this life-and-death duel were trained to fight with their eyes closed. As long as there was any movement or fluctuation of astral power, Meng Zhanfeng would be able to sense Yi Xing's existence. Yi Xing moved stealthily in the dark world and arrived at the edge. He was about 5 to 6 miles away from Meng Zhanfeng. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a rock and calmed his breathing. Earlier, when he was hit by Meng Zhanfeng's saber and vomited blood, Yi Xing did not have the chance to treat his injuries. He seized the time to circulate his energy and recuperate. If there were healing medicinal pills, such a small injury would be healed instantly. However, medicinal pills were forbidden in life-and-death duels. Yi Xing did not bring any medicinal pills in, so he could only circulate his energy and recuperate. Now, Meng Zhanfeng was in the open, while Yi Xing was in the dark. The initiative was in Yi Xing's hands. Whenever Yi Xing wanted to make a move, he would make a move. He could wait calmly, recuperate, and recover his energy. However, Meng Zhanfeng could not calm down. He did not know when Yi Xing would make a move. Hence, he had to be on guard against Yi Xing's attack. He had to be alert and did not dare to relax. Time passed slowly. There was no movement inside the array formation's light shield. The spectating martial artists were bored out of their wits. While Yi Xing was circulating his energy to recuperate, Meng Zhanfeng was doing the same to recover from the injury on his neck. When Meng Zhanfeng saw that Yi Xing had not made a move, he made a move. In the distance, Yi Xing stood up and raised the dark crow bow. He could not wait any longer. Meng Zhanfeng began to arrange the array formation. If he finished arranging the array formation, Yi Xing would lose more than half of his space to move. Moreover, the difficulty of killing Meng Zhanfeng would increase greatly. Yi Xing circulated his astral energy, and his physical strength erupted. He pulled the bowstring fiercely. Even if Yi Xing used all his strength, he could only pull the dark crow bow halfway. He could not pull it to a full moon. When the dark crow bow was pulled, it gathered the astral energy and condensed into an arrow of starlight. Meng Zhanfeng immediately felt the fluctuation of astral energy. His figure flashed like a golden light and rushed towards Yi Xing. A pair of profound grade flying wings appeared behind Meng Zhanfeng. A distance of a few miles was just a blink of an eye for him. However, Meng Zhanfeng did not even blink. The arrow of starlight on the dark crow bow had already shot out. The arrow shot by the 7 Transformations Archery Grandmaster had reached the acme of perfection. Its power was terrifying. Meng Zhanfeng stood in place and felt that it was difficult to block. How could he dare to continue rushing forward? Of course, he stopped in an instant and instinctively slashed out with his saber. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Meng Zhanfeng's astral saber missed. The arrow of starlight changed direction in the void. It changed direction several times in an instant. The astral saber in Meng Zhanfeng's hand retracted and changed direction along with the arrow of starlight. Chapter 664. August 27th. First update. It had to be said that Meng Zhanfeng's reaction was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he changed 7 times and successfully blocked the arrow with his saber, shattering the starlight arrow. Whoosh! However, before Meng Zhanfeng could take the initiative to attack Yi Xing shot the second arrow. Meng Zhanfeng was shocked. Just now, the saber in his hand could change 7 times with the starlight arrow. That was completely an extraordinary performance in a life and death situation. If he were to do it again, he had no confidence at all. The 7 changes of heart was too difficult to resist, especially in this dark world. He could only defend by feeling. The difficulty was too great. How could he not be shocked? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The starlight arrow changed direction 7 times in the blink of an eye. The middle-grade mystic saber in Meng Zhanfeng's hand also changed angle with the direction of the arrow light. In a life and death situation, people could always stimulate greater potential. Meng Zhanfeng once again captured the trajectory of the starlight arrow. After the 7th change of angle, the saber in his hand slashed out and successfully hit the starlight arrow again. However, a person's luck was not so good every time. Meng Zhanfeng struck the first starlight arrow head-on, directly shattering the starlight arrow. As for the second starlight arrow, although Meng Zhanfeng also successfully hit it, it was a little crooked. The size of the starlight arrow was only so big. It was a little crooked, but the result was very different. This saber cut off half of the arrow tail, causing the direction of the starlight arrow to change, but it did not completely destroy the starlight arrow. The starlight arrow that changed direction did not hit Meng Zhanfeng's vital point. With a thud, it shot Meng Zhanfeng's shoulder. The penetrating power of the arrow was too strong. Even with the protection of the mystic-level inner armor, it was still shot through. The arrow pierced Meng Zhanfeng's body, and a sharp pain came. "It's over." Meng Zhanfeng's face instantly turned pale, revealing a look of horror. This arrow had hit his shoulder, so it naturally wouldn't take his life. However, they were in a battle of life and death. He couldn't block Yi Xing's 3rd arrow. No one could save him in the light shield of the formation. He would die without a doubt. Whoosh! As Meng Zhanfeng expected, Yi Xing's 3rd arrow immediately shot out. Meng Zhanfeng endured the pain in his shoulder and wanted to block the arrow. However, even before he was injured, it was already difficult for him to keep up with the changes in archery, let alone now. The direction of the starlight arrow changed 7 times in the air. The treasure blade in Meng Zhanfeng's hand followed suit, but it was still a beat slower. Thud! The starlight arrow was transferred to Meng Zhanfeng's back. This arrow was not blocked by the saber art. All the power was there. Not only did it penetrate the defense of the profound rank inner armor, but it also penetrated deeply into Meng Zhanfeng's body, penetrating his heart and his entire body. The arrowhead came out his chest and was unable to penetrate the Xian grade inner armor. It pushed the inner armor up by more than 2 inches. Meng Zhanfeng lowered his head and looked at the towering part of his chest that was propped up by the arrow. His eyes were filled with horror as fresh blood quickly dyed his body red. Soon, the metal star above Meng Zhanfeng dissipated, and his eyes lost the luster of life. His body fell to the ground and stopped moving. In the 9th round, Meng Zhanfeng died, and Yi Xing continued to win. The result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Looking at the young man holding the profound rank bow in the array, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Great! The moment Meng Zhanfeng fell to the ground, the Black Biao King cheered. His hanging heart was finally at ease. Yi Xing's performance was too outstanding. If he could win the 9th round, then there was hope for him to win the 10th round. The Dark Star Sect's martial artists were overjoyed. As for the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists, their faces were ashen, and they looked a little dazed. When Meng Zhanfeng showed his hidden strength, all the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists thought that they would definitely win the battle. However, the result was completely out of their expectations. Even someone as strong as Meng Zhanfeng, who was not inferior to an ordinary 7-star supremacy, had died at the hands of Yi Xing. Aren't bows and arrows long-range weapons? How can he use a bow to fight in close combat? How can there be a martial technique for using a bow to fight? His archery is even stronger than his spear and fist techniques. So, he is not only a spear and fist technique master, but also an archery master, following the heart's 7 changes attainments in archery. Terrifying, too terrifying. Who would have thought that his most monstrous skill would be his archery? After a short moment of shock, the spectating martial artists exclaimed, their voices full of shock. These voices were extremely ear-piercing in the ears of the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists, and their faces turned ashen. Especially the Supreme King Meng Tai, whose face was the most gloomy. Meng Zhanfeng already had the fighting strength of an ordinary 7-star supremacy, but he still could not kill Yi Xing. Although the candidate for the 10th round was stronger than Meng Zhanfeng, there was no hope of killing Yi Xing. After all, the Supreme King Meng Tai knew that Yi Xing still had the Sagittarius constellation as his trump card. Now, Yi Xing's archery was already so terrifying. If he used the Sagittarius constellation, how strong would his strength be? The Black Biao King looked at the Supreme King Meng Tai from afar and laughed proudly. Meng Tai, it seems like your Meng family's trump card is only a so-so. Ha! All of you are just seeking death. There is still the 10th round. Are you going to admit defeat or send another one to die? It was rare for the Supreme King Meng Tai to be defeated, so the Black Biao King was naturally pleased. The Supreme King Meng Tai was already very unhappy. After being provoked by the Black Biao King, he was even more furious. He snorted coldly and said, the final round has not yet begun. The outcome of this battle of life and death is hard to say. What are you so proud of now? So what if he wins 9 rounds in a row? If he dies in the 10th round, my Great Yuan Dynasty will still be the winner. When the Black Biao King heard this, he knew that the Supreme King Meng Tai was also not confident in the 10th round. He was even happier and laughed. Then send out that person who is seeking death. What are you afraid of now? The Supreme King Meng Tai was indeed somewhat hesitant. The person he was supposed to send out for the 10th round was a hidden monstrous genius of the Meng family. He would definitely become a king in the future. If he died in the hands of Yi Xing, it would be a huge loss. However, after being provoked by the Black Biao King, the Supreme King Meng Tai's anger soared to the heavens. He did not consider the probability of victory anymore. He shouted, good, This king will let you see the monstrous genius of my Meng family, Yuan Ting. Go and take Yi Xing's dog life. Let him die without a burial ground." The last sentence was said with gritted teeth. It could be seen that the Supreme King Meng Tai's killing intent towards Yi Xing had reached a certain degree. As soon as the Supreme King Meng Tai finished speaking, a 17 or 18-year-old young man walked out of the tower. The young man was wearing a tight black robe with dragon patterns embroidered on it. This was a robe that only the core members of the great Meng royal family could wear. It could be seen that the identity of this young man, called Meng Yuanting, was not simple. Chapter 665. Second update, August 27th. All the martialists turned to look at Meng Yuanting. They all gasped when they saw that Meng Yuanting was already a 6-star venerable at such a young age. Moreover, it could be seen from the names of the Meng Yuan Sheng, Meng Yuanjin, and the other sons of the paramount king that Meng Yuanting had the word Yuan in his name, so he should be a figure of the same generation. He was either the son of the paramount king, like Meng Yuansheng and Meng Yuanjin, or the son of the paramount king's brother. The paramount king was already more than 600 years old. If his brother wasn't a king, he would have died long ago. Therefore, Meng Yuanting was at least the son of a king. Meng Yuanting stood in front of the paramount king, Meng Tai, and bowed slightly. "Uncle, don't worry. Yi Xing will definitely die at my hands." "Uncle." Meng Yuanting was obviously the son of the paramount king, Meng Tai's brother. There were a total of 2 blood-related brothers with the supreme King Meng Tai. His elder brother was Meng Jin, and his younger brother was Meng Tong. Meng Jin was a 1-star king and had already had several children more than 100 years ago. Meng Tong was a 2-star king and only had 1 daughter, who was only 18 years old. Kings had a long lifespan of 1,000 years. It was very easy for them to find women, and they could easily obtain any kind of beauty. However, they were very strict with their life partners who had children with them. They weren't casual at all. The status of a king was too high, and it wasn't easy to find a satisfactory life partner. Most kings only had children after a few hundred years. For example, the paramount king, Meng Tai, was already more than 600 years old. His oldest child was the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, who was only 50 years old. There weren't many children of a king. Those who placed great emphasis on quality would only have 2 or 3 children, and those who had a little more than 10 children. This was because the higher the age, the higher the chance of inheriting a bloodline talent. Therefore, the first 3 children of a king were generally stronger and had a higher chance of inheriting a king's bloodline talent. From a 4th onwards, the chances of becoming a king were very small. Therefore, it could be determined that Meng Yuanting was the son of Meng Tong, and he was the eldest son. The Black Biao King's gaze landed on a 2-star king beside the paramount king. "Meng Tong, is this your son?" Meng Tong chuckled and revealed a proud expression. He said proudly, "That's right. He is my son, Meng Yuanting. He is 30 years old this year and is a peak 6-star venerable. He can defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables. Hey Biao, what do you think of my son? What are the chances of killing Yi Xing?" Meng Yuanting's destiny was even higher than his father's. He was a 2-star king, and he would definitely become a 2-star king in the future. If he had the opportunity, becoming a 3-star king wouldn't be a problem. Meng Tong was naturally quite satisfied with his son, Meng Yuanting. He had such a monstrous son, but he had been secretly training him. Outsiders didn't know about it. It felt like a person who had made a lot of money, but no one knew about it. He had nowhere to show off. Finally, one day, the opportunity to show off came. Of course, he smiled like an eggplant, extremely proud. If what Meng Tong said was true, and Meng Yuanting could defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables, then Meng Yuanting was much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng. Different 7-star venerables had great differences in strength. A peak 7-star venerables couldn't kill ordinary 7-star venerables instantly, but they could easily defeat them in 3 to 5 moves. To be able to defeat more than 90% of 7-star venerables, he naturally had the strength of a peak 7-star venerables. Although Yi Xing had killed Meng Zhanfeng, the result of a battle to the death with a peak 7-star venerables was still hard to predict. Even so, the Black Biao King wouldn't boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. The Black Biao King said, "Your son is indeed not bad. He is a rare genius. Unfortunately, his opponent is Yi Xing, the most monstrous son of the stars in the history of Star Continent. Therefore, your son's chances of victory are 0, but his chances of being killed are 100%. Meng Tong sneered and said, "What do you mean the death of the most monstrous son of the stars in the history of Star Continent? A dead man is nothing. Yuanting, today is a crucial battle for your fame. Go and show everyone your strength." "Yes, father." Meng Yuanting nodded and walked to the top of the array light shield. The Black Biao King went forward and carefully inspected it. Suddenly, his face turned cold. He took out a mid-grade profound grade forbidden weapon from Meng Yuanting's storage ring. Its power was enough to instantly kill a supremacy. Although this forbidden weapon was hidden by an array, the Black Biao King had inspected it very carefully. How could it escape his eyes? The Black Biao King made a grabbing motion with his hand and took out the forbidden artifact. He said, "Meng Tai, didn't we agree that you're not allowed to use forbidden artifacts? Your Meng clan is truly untrustworthy. This forbidden artifact is confiscated." The spectating cultivators were in an uproar. This was a life-and-death battle. All the 2-star forces and above in the Star Continent had sent cultivators to watch. It was indeed a little shameful to use underhanded means in front of so many people. Even the cultivators of the 12 empires of the Middle Sky Continent, who supported the great Yuan dynasty, lowered their heads at this moment, too embarrassed to defend themselves. The Supreme King Meng Tai's expression did not change. He said, "It's just an item that was forgotten in the storage ring. Is there anything that you can't find deliberately hidden? My great Yuan dynasty will not do such a stupid thing. If you like this forbidden weapon, I'll give it to you." He said it with a strong sense of righteousness. However, if he was not in the wrong, why would he give the Black Biao King a forbidden weapon for free? There were not many forbidden weapons that could kill a supremacy. They were very precious. With or without the forbidden weapon, it will be easy for me to kill Yi Xing, Meng Yuanting said proudly. Meng Yuanting said proudly. He didn't show any weakness just because the forbidden weapon was found. The Black Biao King was afraid that he would be paralyzed by the forbidden weapon found. He continued to check Meng Yuanting. This time, he checked more carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he let Meng Yuanting in. Black hole astrology. As soon as Meng Yuanting entered the light shield of the formation, Yi Xing used the black hole astrology. His murderous intent enveloped Meng Yuanting, instantly causing him to fall into a world of darkness. Meng Yuanting's strength was obviously much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng's. He was a young genius. Yi Xing did not underestimate him at all. He would not let Meng Yuanting gain the upper hand. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yi Xing retreated stealthily, distancing himself from Meng Yuanting. Meng Yuanting, who had fallen into a world of darkness, suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning from between his eyebrows. It turned into a huge lightning star in the sky. It was an extremely high-level lightning star. Lightning flashed and dispelled the darkness, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, it was no different from daytime. Even if the light within 1,000 meters was a little dim, it was still visible. Ha ha ha! Meng Yuanting laughed with a proud expression. His figure flashed as he chased after Yi Xing. He struck out with his palm, and a thunderous explosion sounded. With a flash of lightning, he struck at Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, your advantage is not worth mentioning in front of me, Meng Yuanting. You will die without a doubt if I, Meng Yuanting, attack." After I realized that I did not ask for monthly votes, writing is getting more and more boring, and the number of updates is decreasing. Sigh. Readers, do you think this book can still be saved? Do you want to fight for monthly votes so that the number of updates will increase? Chapter 666. Apart from the light element, the one that had the greatest impact on the black hole was the lightning element. Meng Yuanning not only had a lightning element, but it was also an extreme one. This was beyond Yi Xing's expectations. The dark world of the black hole wasn't affected by Meng Yuanting at all. Therefore, Meng Yuanting's palm accurately hit Yi Xing. When Meng Yuanting was a 5-star supremacy, he'd already comprehended the power of lightning to the unity of heaven and man. Now, his comprehension was even more profound. He wasn't inferior to an 8-star supremacy. In addition, Meng Yuanting's purple lightning palm had been cultivated to greater mastery. Lightning element martial arts were the most violent. Although they had the same martial arts attainment, Meng Yuanting's purple lightning palm was superior to Meng Zhanfeng's Vajra Void cleaving blade. Coupled with Meng Yuanting's thunder astral energy, the thunder astral energy of the extreme thunder astral form, and the thunder origin energy gathered from the universe, Meng Yuanting's palm strike was so powerful that most 7-star supremacies couldn't resist it. Boom! Meng Yuanting was too fast. He caught up with Yi Xing in an instant. With an explosion, purple lightning bloomed from his palm. The power of the purple lightning palm was fully unleashed. Yi Xing was shocked. The palm exploded in front of the sound of thunder. Just the sound alone made people's hearts tremble instinctively. The palm came so suddenly that Yi Xing couldn't dodge it in time. He could only face it head-on. The bow in his hand gathered a large amount of dark origin qi. He swung it out instantly, drawing a dark vortex. Yi Xing had used this move to block Meng Zhanfeng's shocking blade. However, the power of Meng Yuanting's palm was much stronger than Meng Zhanfeng's blade technique. The dark vortex collapsed instantly. Bang! The palm imprint with purple lightning slammed onto the crow profound bow. With an explosive sound, the bow was bent down by the impact. Yi Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot backward like a cannonball. The bow in his hand almost flew out. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing was blasted back several hundred meters. His body crashed into a mountain, creating a deep crater and cracks all around him. Hiss! The spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air. After Yi Xing killed Meng Zhanfeng, everyone had a clear understanding of Yi Xing's strength. They knew that Yi Xing was completely capable of fighting a 7-star supremacy head-on. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Meng Yuanting? Merely the might of this palm strike was sufficient to prove that Meng Yuanting's strength was absolutely at the top amongst 7-star Exalt Lords, and it was difficult to find a match for him. Ordinary 7-star Exalted Lords were no match for such an expert. They could easily defeat him in 3 to 5 moves. Not all martial artists knew that Yi Xing had the Sagittarius constellation. When they saw Yi Xing being easily sent flying by Meng Yuanting's palm strike, their hopes for Yi Xing were immediately extinguished. They believed that Yi Xing would die without a doubt. Even though Yi Xing's archery was divine, it had taken a lot of effort for him to kill Meng Zhanfeng. Meng Yuanting's strength was far beyond Meng Zhanfeng's. Even if Yi Xing shot him from a distance, he couldn't do anything to Meng Yuanting. Moreover, Meng Yuanting's attack speed was extremely fast. Yi Xing probably wouldn't even have the chance to draw his bow and shoot. Meng Yuanting's palm strike had sent Yi Xing flying. His body also shook slightly. The rebound force was extremely strong, and it would be difficult to resolve without taking a few steps back. However, Meng Yuanting was proud and arrogant. He didn't want others to know that he would be pushed back by Yi Xing's power. He immediately circulated his astral energy and rooted himself to the ground like a nail. He forcibly resisted the rebounding force. If Meng Yuanting took a few steps back, not only would it be easier to resolve the rebound force, but it would also take much less time. He didn't retreat at all, and it took 2 full breaths of time for the rebound force to be resolved. Yi Xing, you're just SOSO. You didn't even have the chance to draw your bow and shoot in front of me. Meng Yuanting shouted and continued to rush toward Yi Xing like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Lightning flashed as Meng Yuanting used the purple lightning rushing palm. His palm strike was earth-shattering. Whoosh! Just as Meng Yuanting's palm spat out purple lightning and was about to hit the depression in the mountain, a phantom flashed out. Yi Xing used all his strength to gather the wind elemental energy and unleash the Nine Heavens astral wander technique to its limit. He managed to escape the attack at the last moment. Boom! The purple lightning rushing thunder palm hit the mountain peak, and the sound shook the sky. The whole mountain cracked and collapsed. This palm strike could have severely injured Yi Xing and forced Yi Xing to dragon form. However, because it was a moment too slow, Yi Xing avoided it. Even if the mountain collapsed, it was useless. If Meng Yuanting had taken advantage of the situation and retreated instead of standing still and forcefully taking the attack, the speed of the palm strike would have been faster. Yi Xing definitely wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed up from Yi Xing's forehead and turned into a huge bout using the Sagittarius constellation. At this moment, there was still blood at the corner of Yi Xing's mouth. He had seen Meng Yuanting's strength, and there was no way he could compete with him without using the Sagittarius constellation. When the Sagittarius constellation appeared, Yi Xing had already drawn the Black Crow bow. Starlight gathered, and an arrow quickly took shape. Meng Yuanting was furious when his second palm strike missed. His figure flickered like lightning, and in an instant he changed direction and pounced on Yi Xing. "I'll take your life with 3 palms." Meng Yuanting shouted, and his strength erupted to the limit. This was the ultimate move of the purple lightning rushing palm, and its power was even greater than the first and second palm strikes. The dazzling lightning bloomed with light that couldn't be looked at directly. Its power was shocking. Many 7-star supremacies watching the battle couldn't help but shrink their necks. The power of this palm strike terrified them. If they faced it head-on, they might be killed by this palm strike. "Have a taste of my archery," Yi Xing shouted as the starlight arrow on the Black Crow bow took shape. The power of his archery had already reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, and Meng Zhanfeng had died under his arrow. Now, with the power of the Sagittarius constellation, the power of his archery skyrocketed. Even though Meng Yuanting's strength could be considered the strongest among 7-star supremacies, Yi Xing wasn't afraid at all. Boom! The dazzling purple lightning palm strike and the dazzling starlight arrow were both extremely fast. As soon as the two finished speaking, they had already collided with a deafening explosion. The lightning and starlight exploded like a ball of light, instantly spreading in all directions. In an instant, only a dazzling light was left. Yi Xing and Meng Yuanting's bodies shook at the same time. They each felt the terrifying power of the other's attack, and their bodies retreated at the same time. In the blink of an eye, both of them retreated nearly 1,000 meters away, gasping for breath at the same time. The two looked at each other from afar. Meng Yuanting's eyes were full of shock, while Yi Xing's lips curled up slightly. His expression was calm and full of confidence. Chapter 667. Yi Xing's archery skills were superb and focused on variations. He could change 7 times at will, and it was impossible to guard against him. The power of his archery alone was not inferior to Meng Yuanting's strength. Yi Xing was naturally full of confidence in this battle. He didn't even need to use his dragon form to win. However, Meng Yuanting couldn't believe that Yi Xing, who had been unable to withstand a single blow from him a moment ago, actually had the strength to face him head-on. Even though Meng Yuanting already knew that Yi Xing had the Sagittarius constellation astrology, the power of the astrology didn't account for much of Yi Xing's strength. The reason why Yi Xing's strength could be compared to a 7-star supremacy was because he was strong in all aspects. In other words, Yi Xing's strength had been raised to a level that was close to the limit. At this level, it was very difficult to raise one's strength any further. Even if one was stronger in a certain aspect, one's strength wouldn't be able to make much progress. In fact, Meng Yuanting's idea wasn't wrong. However, he had underestimated the power of the Sagittarius constellation astrology. If it was an extreme grade astrology, Yi Xing would already have an extreme grade flame astrology, so its power wouldn't increase much. Even a sacred grade astrology wouldn't be able to increase Yi Xing's strength by much. However, the Sagittarius constellation astrology was a paramount grade astrology. Furthermore, it was a combat-type paramount grade astrology. Even though Yi Xing's strength had exceeded his cultivation by 4 levels and was already extremely abnormal, the Sagittarius constellation astrology still made his strength soar. He went from an ordinary 7-star supremacy to a peak 7-star supremacy. Although the Sagittarius constellation astrology could only increase Yi Xing's strength by a 7-star supremacy, it didn't mean that the Sagittarius constellation astrology wasn't strong. The scope of the increase to Yi Xing's strength was small because Yi Xing's strength had already been raised to an extremely high level due to various reasons. If Yi Xing's basic strength was at the 3rd-star supremacy level, then, using the Sagittarius constellation astrology, he could kill a 6-star supremacy in one fell swoop. It wouldn't be difficult to kill an enemy that was 3 levels above him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them collided and were both sent flying backwards. By the time the two of them stabilized their bodies, only the blink of an eye had passed. Yi Xing continued to draw his bow as he retreated. When he stopped, he had already drawn the Wu Xian bow. Starlight arrows gathered and locked onto Meng Yuanting from afar. Meng Yuanting, who was shocked, was full of fear for Yi Xing's arrow. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Yi Xing. Lightning slowly bloomed on Meng Yuanting's body. More and more lightning energy gathered on his body, and his power grew stronger. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. Meng Yuanting was accumulating his strength. If he was allowed to continue accumulating his strength, it would be far more powerful than his usual attack when he erupted. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yi Xing shot out the starlight arrow in his hand. The dazzling arrow flew like a meteor and instantly arrived in front of Meng Yuanting. Purple lightning flashed in Meng Yuanting's hand. He slapped out and shattered the starlight arrow. His body swayed slightly. The two of them had collided with each other at high speed. Their feet hadn't touched the ground, and their footing had been unstable. Therefore, both of them had been sent flying by the recoil. Now, Meng Yuanting's legs were rooted to the ground. It was impossible for the power of the arrow to send him flying again. The power of this arrow caused Meng Yuanting's power to pause and even decrease slightly. However, it didn't affect Meng Yuanting's momentum of accumulating strength. Meng Yuanting still didn't rush to counterattack. He kept drawing the lightning energy in the universe. This method of greatly increasing his strength was simply beyond the scope of ordinary martial arts. Meng Yuanting should have used a secret technique. If he fully released the power of this secret technique, he would erupt with the strength of an 8-star supremacy. Yi Xing continued to draw his bow and shoot. Although the arrow was fast, Meng Yuanting was as fast as lightning. No matter how fast the arrow was, he could block it. Therefore, Yi Xing's second arrow changed direction continuously in the void, catching Meng Yuanting off guard. No matter how confident Meng Yuanting was in his accumulated strength, he didn't dare to let the starlight arrow hit him directly. Therefore, it was necessary to block the attack of the starlight arrow. He could block the arrow with a raise of his hand. However, when the arrow kept changing direction, Meng Yuanting was in a difficult position. The arrow of 7 changes of heart could change direction 7 times in the void. This kind of change was irregular. Before the next change of direction, Meng Yuanting could not predict which direction the arrow would come from. With Yi Xing's attainments in archery, once the arrow changed direction, it wouldn't be easy to block it. Meng Yuanting had to focus all his energy on Yi Xing's starlight arrow and defend with all his strength. Bang! As a lightning-attributed warrior, Meng Yuanting was faster than Meng Zhanfeng. He could accurately block the 7 changes arrow. However, Meng Yuanting was fully focused on blocking the arrow of starlight, so it was difficult for him to maintain the secret technique. Normally, he could multitask, but in this state, the arrow of starlight had attracted all his attention. He didn't dare to relax at all. Once he relaxed, he would be shot by the arrow and his life would be in danger. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Xing drew his bow and shot 10 arrows in a row, but they were all blocked by Meng Yuanting. Although the arrows of the 7 changes of heart suppressed Meng Yuanting, it was very difficult to kill him. Seeing that Yi Xing kept shooting starlight arrows, Meng Yuanting simply dispersed his secret technique and focused on blocking the arrow attack. He shouted, "Your arrows can't do anything to me. Let's see how many times you could draw the bow. When you run out of strength, it will be the time for you to die." The Wuxuan bow was a medium-grade bow. With Yi Xing's strength, he couldn't even draw the Wuxuan bow into a full moon. Continuously drawing the bow was indeed very exhausting. Yi Xing couldn't hold on for too long. However, Yi Xing did not stop at all as he fired arrow after arrow. It was indeed difficult for him to draw the bow for too long. However, Meng Yuanting was also in danger when blocking the starlight arrow. If he was careless and was hit by the arrow, he would die. Besides, Yi Xing still had the Divine Dragon's blood essence as his trump card. Even if he was exhausted, Yi Xing could still kill Meng Yuanting by activating the Divine Dragon's blood essence in his body and dragonizing his body. Since there were no worries, Yi Xing shot arrows without any scruples. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. In this state of intense battle, every part of his body was very active. His body's potential was much higher than when he was quietly cultivating. When Yi Xing shot arrows with all his heart, his fusion with the bow and arrow, and his understanding of archery soared rapidly, far surpassing his usual cultivation. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Yi Xing only had one thought in his mind, and that was to try to kill Meng Yuanting before his body was exhausted. As for dragonizing his body, no one knew about this trump card. He would try not to use it if he could. Please give me a few monthly votes. Please give me some motivation. I want to work hard starting tomorrow. Please stimulate me and try to get 6 votes tomorrow. Chapter 668. Drawing a mid-grade profound bow required a great amount of strength. Drawing the bow once also consumed a lot of physical strength and astral power. Meng Yuanting thought that Yi Xing would be exhausted after drawing the bow for a dozen or so times. By then, killing Yi Xing would be a piece of cake. However, Meng Yuanting was wrong. Yi Xing was still full of energy even after drawing the bow dozens of times. Starlight arrows were shot out one after another, each with astonishing power. This shocked Meng Yuanting. Even a 7-star supremacy would find it difficult to draw a mid-grade profound bow dozens of times. Although Yi Xing's strength had reached the level of a 7-star supremacy, the strength of his astral energy was far inferior. However, Yi Xing was still full of energy even after drawing the mid-grade profound bow dozens of times. His physical strength was far greater than a 7-star supremacy's. Of course, Meng Yuanting was shocked. The main reason why Yi Xing was able to draw the bow so many times was because of his physical body. His dark star mystic body had been cultivated to the small success stage. His pure physical strength was equivalent to a 6-star venerable strength. Coupled with his astral energy, he was naturally not inferior to a 7-star venerables. A 7-star High Lord's physical strength was far inferior to Yi Xing's. Drawing a bow consumed astral energy, so the number of times he could draw a middle-grade, profound bow was limited. But Yi Xing's physical body was powerful, so he could draw a bow with plenty of astral energy to spare. As long as he didn't run out of energy, he could continue drawing the bow. The 7 transformations of starlight arrows were constantly changing directions. Meng Yuanting was barely able to defend himself under the attack of the arrows. He couldn't counterattack. The power of the arrows was enough to threaten Meng Yuanting's life. Any accident could lead to his death. Meng Yuanting didn't dare to relax. Seeing Yi Xing continuously draw the bow, Meng Yuanting cried bitterly in his heart. Although he blocked every arrow that Yi Xing shot, he wasn't confident that he could block every arrow after that. This feeling of lingering on the edge of life and death was very frightening. Asterisk whoosh 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 whoosh. Asterisk Yi Xing drew the bow again and again. Starlight arrows were shot continuously. Soon, hundreds of arrows were shot. With regards to Yi Xing's physical strength, the martial artists who were watching the battle outside the light barrier were all astonished. He was only a 3-star venerable, but he was actually able to continuously draw a medium-grade profound bow over 100 times. How strong was his physique? Even 5-star supremacies or 6-star supremacies who specialized in physical strength couldn't draw the bow so many times, let alone a 3-star supremacies. Yi Xing should be exhausted by now. He's already drawn his bow more than 100 times. Meng Yuanting's mind's mind. Of course, Meng will of a mind, of Yi. They didn't know that at this moment, Yi Xing was completely immersed in drawing the bow. Every time he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, Yi Xing would have a profound understanding. His attainments in archery and the degree of the unity of man and weapon were both improving rapidly. He was overjoyed, and the more he drew the bow, the more excited he became. How could he feel exhausted at all? At this moment, Yi Xing even restrained his killing intent. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his comprehension of archery. Every arrow was not shot to kill, but to pursue the pursuit of archery in his heart. This was pure archery. It went straight to the heart. Yi Xing was in a mysterious state. Not thinking. Every time he shot an arrow, he had a deeper understanding and comprehension of archery. At the same time, Meng Yuanting, who had blocked hundreds of starlight arrows in a row, calmed down after the initial anxiety and fear. He realized that every time he blocked the starlight arrow, he would feel as if he was walking on the edge of life and death. Although it was terrifying, it also caused his body's potential to be fully unleashed. As he executed the purple lightning rushing palm, his heart was instantly enlightened. It was extremely mysterious. Meng Yuanting found that in this state of hovering between life and death, his comprehension of martial arts was excellent. If this continued, he would very likely reach the unity of man and weapon with the gloves on his hand and become a grandmaster weaponsmith. Once he became a grandmaster weaponsmith, his martial attainments would immediately soar. His power would multiply, and he would probably erupt with the strength of an 8-star venerable lord. Meng Yuanting was excited. If he could erupt with the strength of an 8-star venerable lord, it would be easy to kill Yi Xing and Meng Yuanting. One continuously shot arrows, while the other used palm techniques to defend. Both of them were in a mysterious state where their comprehension of martial arts was extremely fast. The more they fought, the happier they were. As Meng Yuanting's martial attainments grew higher and higher, it became easier and easier for him to resist the arrow of starlight. On the other hand, if Yi Xing's understanding of archery didn't have a qualitative breakthrough, the attack power of the arrow of starlight didn't increase significantly. Under these circumstances, Meng Yuanting would definitely gain the upper hand. At this time, Meng Yuanting no longer hoped that Yi Xing would be exhausted. Instead, he hoped that Yi Xing could continue shooting arrows and keep him in a life-or-death situation. Only in this state could he hope to become one with the weapon and become a grandmaster weaponsmith. A 6-star venerable weaponsmith. Meng Yuanting was very excited at the thought of it. Master weaponsmiths were extremely rare. Besides Yi Xing, there was no other weaponsmith below master in the Star Continent. And he, Meng Yuanting, would become the second. When Yi Xing killed him again, Meng Yuanting would be the only one. At the thought of this, Meng Yuanting felt extremely comfortable. Even his soul was trembling with joy. This state of extreme comfort allowed Meng Yuanting to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and the speed of his martial Dao comprehension was much faster. Yi Xing did not disappoint Meng Yuanting. Even though he had shot the bow hundreds of times, Yi Xing was still full of energy. He continued shooting starlight arrows one after another. 150 arrows, 200 arrows. When Yi Xing shot 200 arrows in a row, the warriors watching the battle were completely shocked and dumbfounded. Was his body made of iron? Tireless. The warriors were puzzled and shocked. In fact, Yi Xing had used up a lot of energy after shooting the bow 200 times in a row. He was very tired. However, he had been in a state of excitement and wholeheartedly pursued a higher level of archery. He had completely ignored the exhaustion of his body. When Yixing shot 200 times in a row, Yixing's comprehension of archery finally had a qualitative breakthrough. His mental power improved again, reaching the 8th level. 8th level of mental power, 8 changes of archery. At this moment, Yixing's soul was trembling with pleasure. He was in a state of wholeheartedly pursuing pure archery. The feeling of having a breakthrough in archery was too strong. Yixing's lips curled up, revealing a proud smile. He drew the bow again. Chapter 669. Whoosh. The starlight arrow, which contained the power of the 8 transformations of heart, shot out. The dazzling arrow of starlight changed its direction in an instant, continuously changing directions in the void. Meng Yuanding didn't know that Yixing's arrow was different from the previous 200 arrows. He had a confident smile on his face. Meng Yuanding didn't take the 7 transformations of heart seriously. After the starlight arrow changed direction 7 times, purple lightning flashed in Meng Yuanding's palm, and he slapped the starlight arrow. As his fusion with the gloves increased, his attainment in the purple thunderbolt palm also increased. It was more powerful. It was easy for him to shatter the starlight arrow. However, whoosh. The arrow, which had changed direction 7 times, didn't shoot directly at Meng Yuanding. Suddenly, it changed direction again and shot at Meng Yuanding from another angle. Boom! The purple thunderbolt palm missed and blasted into the distance, but the starlight arrow flashed by the edge of the palm. How is this possible? Meng Yuanding's confident expression instantly turned into horror. The arrow had changed direction 8 times, which was beyond Meng Yuanding's expectations. Meng Yuanding didn't have time to block the starlight arrow a second time. Thud! The starlight arrow easily penetrated Meng Yuanding's thunderbolt star shield and shot into Meng Yuanding's throat. The starlight arrow pierced through Meng Yuanding's entire neck, and the tip of the arrow came out from the back of his neck. The terrifying power exploded in Meng Yuanding's throat, leaving a thumb-sized bloody hole. Blood spurted out like an arrow. Hiss! All the martial artists watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Yixing and Meng Yuanding, one shooting arrows and the other defending, had already fought for 200 rounds. They were evenly matched, and Meng Yuanding's defense was getting easier and easier. It seemed that he was going to counterattack Yixing. But suddenly, Yixing shot an arrow through Meng Yuanding's throat. How is this possible? This result had never occurred to any of the martial artists present. It had completely exceeded their expectations. Who among them wasn't dumbfounded? Good. The Black Biao King, who had been paying full attention to the battle, shouted excitedly when he saw that Meng Yuanding's throat had been pierced. The battle was over. The Dark Star Sect's experts were shocked, but they were more excited and overjoyed. As for the Yuan dynasty's warriors, their faces turned pale. They were shocked and in disbelief. The Daryuan dynasty had successively sent out 10 mid-level Exalt realm experts for this life and death gambit. Amongst them were existences that were invincible in the same realm, like Meng Qinxiu and Meng Zhongshan. There was also an existence like Meng Zhanfeng, who could contend against a 7-star Exalt Lord. There was even a monstrous genius like Meng Yuanding who was stronger than 90% of 7-star Exalt Lords. However, he was still defeated. Even Meng Yuanding, a peak 7-star supremacy and a king's son, had his throat pierced by Yixing's arrow. How could this great Yuan dynasty martial artist dare to believe everything before his eyes? Yuanding, Meng Yuanding's father, Meng Tong, a 2-star king, suddenly stood up and roared the moment Meng Yuanding was shot. Meng Tong rushed toward Meng Yuanding as fast as lightning, but he was blocked by the formation. "Father, save me!" Meng Yuanding, who had been shot in the throat, immediately covered his throat. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the tower of the great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuaning was too fast. He reached the edge of the formation in the blink of an eye. However, the space of the formation was limited by the restriction of the formation. Although Meng Yuanting and his father Meng Tong were only separated by a layer of restriction, it was like a heavenly stream that couldn't be crossed. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot an arrow. Meng Yuanting ran away in fear. He had lost all ability to resist. The arrow didn't change at all. It went straight into the back of Meng Yuanting's head. The tip of the arrow pierced through the space between Meng Yuanting's eyebrows. Meng Yuanting's frightened eyes were filled with hope. He reached out to grab Meng Tong, who was outside the restriction formation. The arrow of starlight that suddenly shot into his mind instantly destroyed all of Meng Yuanting's consciousness. The light in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his body fell to the ground. Yuanting! Meng Tong let out a shrill roar as he glared at Yi Xing with eyes as sharp as knives. There was a crazed look in his eyes as he roared. "Little bastard, this king will tear you to pieces and let you die without a burial place. Without a burial place." Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out. It was Meng Tong attacking Yi Xing in a frenzy. His palm strikes were blocked by the formation, and the explosions shook the heavens. As a two-star king, Meng Tong's strength was terrifying. Even a level 5 formation trembled violently under his attacks. Yi Xing quickly retreated to the side of the Darkstar Sect's tower. The Darkstar Sect's formation had opened an entrance, but the Yuan dynasty's formation was still closed, not letting Yi Xing out. The Black Tiger King signaled the other kings of the Darkstar Sect with his eyes. They all stood up and prepared for battle. The Black Tiger King looked at the Supreme King Meng Tai and said loudly, "Meng Tai, all the martial artists in the 5 continents of the Star Continent witnessed this life-and-death duel with their own eyes. Yi Xing won. Meng Tai, don't do anything that will disgrace the Meng family in front of everyone. Let Yi Xing out." The Supreme King Meng Tai stood up. Meng Yuanting was his nephew, and he would definitely become a king in the future. Meng Yuanting's death had infuriated the Supreme King. The Supreme King Meng Tai shouted, "You're right. This little bastard did win this life-and-death duel. But when did I say that he could leave alive after winning? No matter if he wins or loses this life-and-death duel, he is someone that the Yuan dynasty must kill. Whoever dares to dance with this little bastard will be my Yuan dynasty's mortal enemy. The Yuan dynasty will kill him without mercy. If he could kill Yi Xing in this life-and-death duel, it would be the best outcome for the Supreme King Meng Tai." However, the Supreme King Meng Tai had already prepared for the worst. If Yi Xing won this life-and-death duel, he wouldn't let Yi Xing leave. The 10 mid-level martial supremacies of the great Meng royal family were all defeated by Yi Xing. They all lost their lives. This had already caused the Yuan dynasty to lose a lot of face and prestige. At this moment, the Supreme King Meng Tai couldn't care less about face. As long as Yi Xing was alive, he would have lost his face and prestige for nothing. However, as long as he could kill Yi Xing, the Yuan dynasty would still be stable. Their face and prestige would naturally return. Therefore, the Supreme King, Meng Tai, was determined to kill Yi Xing today. He swore that he would not give up until he killed Yi Xing. Even if he was under the watchful eyes of all the martial artists from the 5 continents of the Star Continent, he would still disregard his reputation and kill Yi Xing. Today, Yi Xing must die. An intense killing intent burst out from the Supreme King Meng Tai's eyes. Chapter 670. August 29th. First update. Yi Xing had challenged the 10 mid-level supremacies of the great Meng royal family. In the eyes of the martial artists, this was a weak challenge. In the beginning, the martial artists had viewed this challenge as a suicidal one. Now, Yi Xing had won this life-and-death battle with great difficulty. However, the paramount King Meng Tai had not let him go. Instead, he had taken the opportunity to trap Yi Xing in a formation with the intention of killing him. It was indeed sinister and vicious. Although the martial artists all thought so, none of them dared to say it out loud. Although the great Yuan dynasty had lost its prestige today, it was still a colossus. In the martial artists' hearts, there was only a seed that the great Yuan dynasty might fail. However, it was impossible for them to rebel against the great Yuan dynasty immediately. The only one who dared to oppose the great Yuan dynasty was the Dark Star sect. The paramount King Ming Tai had prepared for the worst. Naturally, the Black Biao King had also considered the situation and had a way to deal with it. The Black Biao King gave Elder Ling Daochen a look. Then, he looked at the paramount King Meng Tai and laughed. Meng Tai, you really made me look down on you today. In life, being enemies because of different standpoints is the fate of the heavens. There is no choice. However, how to conduct oneself depends on one's heart. Someone who is open and above board with a magnanimous heart. Even if he is an enemy, I still admire him. Sinister, vicious, and cunning people, regardless of whether they are friends or foes, I deeply despise them. Meng Tai, I originally thought that you were a hero of the present age. Now, it seems that you are just a sinister, vicious, and cunning person. The Black Tiger King's voice reverberated in all directions. All the martial artists heard it clearly. This was a huge blow to the paramount king, Meng Tai's prestige. Boom! Just as the Black Biao King finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion. This sound was 10 times louder than the sound of Meng Tong attacking the formation. The formation near the Tower of the Dark Star sect suddenly exploded. A monstrous wave of air rose into the sky, like a mushroom cloud. The Dark Star sect's level 5 formation master, Ling Daochen, had long since made preparations. He had set up several small-scale formations near the formation. At this moment, Ling Daochen had activated all of these formations. Each formation affected and repelled each other, causing them to explode. The resulting power was shocking, and was even more terrifying than the attack of a 4-star king. On the side, the formation that enveloped Yi Xing was naturally torn apart by the terrifying explosion. As the qi surged, the Black Biao King charged in and grabbed Yi Xing. Since the Great Yuan dynasty's formations and restrictions have been destroyed, the Dark Star sect's formations and restrictions would naturally be destroyed as well. Yi Xing was already like a turtle in a jar. Now that the Dark Star sect had destroyed it, the paramount king Meng Tai was furious. Whoosh! A resplendent saber aura flashed out and sliced the void into 2. The moment the utmost king Meng Tai struck out, he slashed out at Yi Xing. The Black Biao King punched out, and the Black Fist aura shattered the saber aura. He shouted, "Retreat!" The Dark Star sect's strength was inferior to the Great Yuan dynasties. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, they would not clash head-on with the Great Yuan dynasty. The utmost King Meng Tai grabbed Yi Xing and retreated quickly. However, the moment the utmost King Meng Tai attacked, the king of the Great Yuan dynasty had already charged forward. When the king attacked, the distance of 10 miles was as short as a ruler. His figure moved, and he instantly flew 10 miles across the void. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle flapped their wings and retreated continuously, flying into the distance. Once the battle began, they did not even dare to look at it. They hurriedly fled. Otherwise, a random stream of astral energy would be enough to instantly kill any perfected one. Some of the more powerful astral energies might not even be able to resist venerable ones. The Dark Star sect had already made preparations to retreat. Moreover, the kings who had mobilized this time were not weak. 8 kings joined forces and blocked the opponent's attacks before retreating to their temporary stronghold. Ling Daochen hurriedly activated the teleportation formation. There were about 20 kings on the other side. Even a level 5 formation would not be able to withstand their combined attacks for long. The Black Biao King, Xiao Mu King, and the other kings still relied on the formation to fight the opponent and weaken the opponent's attack. Only when the teleportation array was completely activated did everyone abandon their defenses and enter the teleportation array. Soon, the teleportation formation emitted a resplendent light, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. When the utmost King Meng Tai led the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty to break the formation outside the temporary stronghold, the resplendent pillar of light in the teleportation formation had already disappeared. The people of the Dark Star sect had successfully reached another teleportation formation, and the entire temporary stronghold was empty. This was a temporary teleportation formation, and Ling Daochen had already set up a means to destroy it. When the pillar of light disappeared, the teleportation formation directly shattered and could no longer be used. It was impossible to continue chasing through this teleportation formation. Bastard! Damn little bastard! Two-star King Meng Tong crazily attacked the empty temporary stronghold, and some buildings were even flattened to the ground to vent the anger in his heart. The utmost King Meng Tai's face was gloomy, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was extremely depressed. Yi Xing had escaped back to the Dark Star sect, and the chances of killing Yi Xing were slim. Putting aside the fact that the utmost King Meng Tai did not know where the Dark Star sect was located, even if he did, the headquarters of the Dark Star sect was not like this temporary stronghold. After thousands of years of development, it was unknown how many level 5 formations were protecting it. Even if the utmost King Meng Tai led the kings to attack, they might not be able to break through. Today, the great Meng royal family had lost a lot of face, and the paramount King Meng Tai's personal prestige had also been greatly damaged. In addition, Yi Xing, the Demon Star, had yet to be eliminated. The future of the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with worry, and the paramount King Meng Tai was only left with frustration. Dark Star Sect, Teleportation Palace. Yi Xing, the Black Biao King, and the other experts of the Dark Star Sect walked out of the teleportation formation. Haha, the Meng family suffered a great loss today. Awesome, super awesome. Yi Xing, good job. As expected of a demon star in a chaotic era. From now on, you will grow up in the Dark Star Sect. The Dark Star Sect will protect you and will not let you be harmed by the Great Yuan dynasty. Today is too awesome. Yi Xing is the nemesis of the Meng family's martial artists. Haha, looks like the future of the Great Yuan dynasty will indeed end in Yi Xing's hands. This life and death gambling match was watched by martial artists from all 5 continents. The result will soon spread throughout the entire star continent. Ha! Meng Tai and the Meng family will be disgraced. Although they were happy before, the experts of the Great Yuan dynasty were eyeing them covetously. Everyone had been suppressing their emotions. Now that they had returned to the Dark Star sect, the experts were completely relaxed. They all laughed heartily, extremely happy. Yi Xing naturally became the focus of the experts. They all patted Yi Xing's shoulder and praised Yi Xing without restraint. Their attitude had undergone a huge change compared to before the battle. Before the life and death gambling match, other than the Black Biao King, the experts of the Dark Star sect did not have much confidence in Yi Xing. But now, Yi Xing used facts to prove his strength. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.